So I think, again, there are some nerves for Fnatic. There's also got to be careful playing these moments not to lose. Jambo.
That's it.
He's on the winning way.
Oh, yes.
Oh, my goodness. He's so quick on the draw. Barely cleared leather, and he will find that kill. Looking for a little bit more. The high flick up.
So far on the CT side, they're trying to find ways to make life uncomfortable, but Maka, they don't know. Crims, good due diligence as he doubles back to check the AWP of Maka for one. Does he expect a second up close as well? Jambo, he's tucked in towards his corner. Maka holding and finding Jambo.
To be honest with you, the numbers are good, but they are easily thin.
They can start bridging a serious gap. I love the tempo changer. They're sending Blame out early, and Blame's getting a lot of information, space, and kills as he gets two. The third is round this corner, and Gravity gets clipped. Blame, a one-man army. Oh, and he's going for all. The remainder of this round, Crims for one. Can't get the second, but deals enough damage that it feels like it's more or less a second kill by proxy, and Blame doesn't even realize he's got another kill there. That's the round already.
Gravity!
On the sacrificial buys, as it were.
Nice
Jasmo also now looking for a round of his own. Of this veto, feel pretty damn happy. We're absolutely. Who else would it be? His head lost immediately, which is not the best look. Fear, then. His call, his idea! And they're not considering him at all!
Doing Jukes here, he's just absolutely dominating them here on the A-bomb side, time and time again. The MAC-10 couldn't connect. Lux gives it a look in, but
Juice come out on top of it, Latte on the bomb site. Oh my god, how has he got away with a triple? And Nissim out from balcony on the shutdown.
a chance it didn't go.
Dumau swinging into the open, looking for the lineup. It's a triple kill. And Dumau has killed everybody apart from Cemetery, who has been taken by the USP. A lot, and Satin down to the pit. He's got to go huge, and that is exactly what Satin does. Demon's headshot comes in. He needs a second, can't get it, and Satin's no scope rounds it out.
defenses have been an absolute mess. These round finishes as well. They don't even get close to killing Jukes here. He's just absolutely dominating them here on the A-bomb side, time and time again. The MAC-10 couldn't connect. Lux gives it a look in, but as soon as the bomb gets planted, they both push through the smoke, knowing one player. His teammates going down. Here's the AWP isolated in the back. They know exactly where he is. Just a matter of time before it's found, but somehow gets a double kill. Ready to go. The incendiary comes on the top. You have to smoke yourself, and he's like, well, we run through, we definitely lose. Stop.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the CS Asia Championships 2025. We are now on day 5, the penultimate day of the competition. Just a semi-final, two semi-finals, I should say, a third place decider and a grand final to go. But who will be champion when it's all said and done? It's time to get closer to finding out who it will be. And, of course, feel the rush. My name is Parla. I am still one of your desk hosts, and I'm joined on the desk, firstly, by one of Alabama's finest exports, Dust Murray, and on the end of the desk, we have a connoisseur of the finer things in life, Maui Snake.
Thanks, Paula. I'm feeling pretty good today. Thanks for asking.
I didn't ask. I just announced you.
Yeah, but I decided to use this how I wanted to use this time.
Absolutely fine. Maui, let me retcon this. How you doing, buddy?
Thanks, man. It's really great to be back on a desk with you. It's been a couple years since we've worked together, but I'm having a blast here at the CAC, and one of the best coaches in the world told me that I speak really well, so just the compliments keep coming.
I did see this headline last night. Let's get back to that in a second. Also, Dust, how are you doing? Great to have you back today. Looking forward to the matches?
Indeed, looking forward to the return of Team Liquid. They're so back. I'm ready. I'm so ready.
All right, we'll get into that very soon. But for now, yes. Oh, Mao, you've got such a great. I can tell all night.
He's got something prepared for this.
Looking forward to talking about this. So
set him up.
Perhaps should I set him up? I mean, I'd prefer if Maui explained. But yeah, last night some stuff came out. A certain coach referenced you. Tell everybody about it.
This is like show and tell. Just so excited right now. I mean, what? The headline was that Holly said that I don't know much about CS, but I can speak well. And I think that Holly is a fantastic coach. I take the compliment in stride. I would never actually say that I know as much about Counter-Strike as a guy that just won a major as a coach. But at the same time, I think that I sit down with Holly one-on-one. We have just some coffee in front of us, doesn't matter. We talk a little shop here and there, and it could lead to some of the greatest spirit vlog that's ever happened.
Yeah, I would pay to see that vlog. But in a sense here, Maui, you feel like you want to prove yourself to Hallie, prove your worth, your knowledge in a coffee conversation, perhaps?
I just don't want to let him down, and I want to keep speaking well.
I like that. I like that. No, shout out to Hallie one time. Yeah, that was a cool moment last night, and fun to chat to you, Maui, about it. All right, everybody, why don't we take a look at the story so far and sort of how we got to today. You can see our playoffs bracket up on screen now, and what a playoffs it's been. We started off with 3D Max versus Fnatic. We had Legacy versus FUT, and it was Team Liquid and Legacy waiting in the semifinals. We now have 3D Max and Legacy joining them. It was Heroic waiting in that lower bracket. Initial thoughts looking at that that playoff brackets, Dust.
Yeah, I mean, it was awesome to get to at least see FUT make it this far. I mean, I think that's still very commendable for a team that was recently an academy system for Na'Vi to now be off on their own in a different organization and actually make a playoff of a sizable event and beating some very good teams to do so. Awesome to see Legacy, finally kind of make a deeper run in the tournament, which is something that they haven't really been able to do since kind of, what they did at the major, where they were kind of getting people excited. And yeah, it's awesome to see Liquid just so back. They're so back.
Maui, how do you feel about how the playoffs have played out so far? And are you looking forward to the matchups that we have left, the semifinals today specifically?
Without a doubt. I am really kind of surprised that Heroic, bouncing back from failing to qualify for the major, is able to have a nice deep run here. I love that Hades has been carrying them through some of the matches that they've played so far. I'm a Hades fan. I think the guy has a lot of personality, first of all. And second of all, probably one of those oppers that sort of got underrated because we've seen him be replaced by the likes of Sun Pius, who stole the show when it came to that heroic roster. But Hades was never bad, in my opinion. I always felt like he maybe wasn't quite as aggressive as you would want in some of the matches, but very stable force. So really nice to see that he's slotting in just fine.
Yeah, he's been doing such a good job at all points, really. At least yesterday, he was, at the start of the day, the highest-rated player of the tournament. I think if he can continue that form later today, Heroic have a very good shot of making that grand final, Dust.
Indeed, they do, and it's also just great for Hades individually because he's putting himself in the shop window once again. He tried to do the same thing when he stood in for G2 earlier this year. Didn't quite lead to really anything too fruitful. But the reality is this, is like Heroic have Alcaron on loan, so they're not completely committed to that guy. If he keeps performing well, Heroic will probably have to consider this guy long term. And if not, I think some other teams will certainly take notice.
Guys, since we've got time, why don't we also take an extended look at what happened in our groups? If we can bring up Group A, we can see exactly sort of what transpired over our first stage of the tournament. There were some interesting results in this group. 3D Max started off very strong, smashing out the Huns. It was to Legacy that they fell in that upper bracket semifinals. Potentially a rematch on the cards there if 3D Max get to that grand finals. Does any of those results from Group A that stood out to you as they transpired?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously Liquid making a run all the way to the semifinal very quickly was good to see, and kind of not quite their debut event with the Liege, but kind of their first big tournament with him, where they have the goal in mind of winning. And I think the other big shocker of that whole thing is just GamerLegion getting knocked out so early. I mean, they were one of the teams I thought had a potential to win the whole tournament based on the field, and so to go out in groups is a rough one.
I'm really disappointed as well in GamerLegion. That's what stuck out to me there. The other teams, I could see the reasons that they were able to make it as deep as they have, but GamerLegion, for me, I really felt like whoever between Liquid and GamerLegion won that opening BO1 was the favorite to win the group or at least come second place. So for GamerLegion to immediately bow out, that's well beneath my expectations.
And with that said, let's also take a look at what happened in Group B. Group B definitely gave us the biggest surprise of the tournament. We had FaZe versus FUT, I should say. That rivalry that was going on, it started off with a best-of-1 victory for FUT, and then eventually FUT got to rematch them and prove they could beat FaZe in a best-of-3. A huge result for them, but also it shone a light on how down FaZe are right now, Dust.
Yeah, I mean, definitely been really hard to find something to get excited about when it comes to FaZe. I mean, I think that Twist's individual performances since he's rejoined FaZe gives some people some hope. And while it is worth noting that, this is their first event with their intended full 5, they haven't had a lot of time together, there are certainly reasons why they wouldn't be able to play at their best. But I think what was damning was that even their B and C game were not good enough to get them through a group that they should have been able to at least make these playoffs, excuses aside. So definitely something to keep an eye on going forward. They have, I think, a few days before Chengdu to kind of get things rolling, and we'll see if they can come up with something better there.
I am aware we might be bringing out our first match teams shortly. I did want to touch upon a couple more details in Group B. I'm trusting I will see on the screen when our teams are coming out, so perhaps I'm still safe to do that quickly. Group B, other interesting results. Fnatic, of course, putting up a very good fight. They beat out Pain, TYLOO, and pushed themselves on further into the competition. They eventually, of course, bowed out. But it was a decent run by Fnatic, sort of beating somewhat of the odds. And yeah, we've already touched upon the topic of Heroic and their waiting in that semifinals. Anything else from Group B stand out to you, Maui?
I mean, I'm really just happy with FUT Esports until someone tells me.
Well, Maui, let me cut you off there. And welcome out to the stage, 3D Max.
Oh, damn.
Firstly, and of course, after them, they will be joined by their opponents in the form of Liquid. I think we can continue chatting, but we might as well turn our attention now to this matchup proper. Yes, it's our first semi-final of the competition, and we've got 3D Max coming out on the stage. Now, let's stay on board with the topic of 3D Max. Yeah, so we know how they got here. What about right now, in this moment, which player needs to rise to the occasion? Is it Maka's AWP? Is it Gravity's clutches of the likes that we saw yesterday? Who is it for you, Dust?
I think for me, it's just about maintaining the level that we've been seeing out of them lately. I mean, 3D Max is a team that for the majority of the year, outside of the Bucharest event where they placed top 8, they're always on the outside looking into playoffs, always kind of in that 9th to 12th place last finish, kind of keeping themselves relevant, but never really having a deep playoff run. They obviously had a pretty exciting EPL performance where they beat a lot of really quality teams to make the quarterfinals of that tournament. And now they come into this event as the highest ranked team, as the favorite probably in many people's eyes. And so far they're delivering, you know, grinded their way through the lower bracket of groups to make it here to the stage, and definitely a formidable opponent for Liquid to face.
Yeah, they've definitely been seen as one of the favorite teams. I know my other friend on the desk here has seen them as the #1 favorites from the start of the tournament. Maui, what are your thoughts on 3D Max right now?
I had 3D Max as my favorites to win the event coming into it, mostly given to the fact that Liquid, who are coming up on stage now, were a little bit more of an unknown quantity. Of course, I can recognize, and everybody can recognize, the potential and the quality of the individuals on this team. Of course, Shuhei famously making it to the grand finals of the Paris Major with an underpowered GamerLegion squad. Nerds being a top 20 player, Elige, Naf as well. All of these guys have tasted success and been to the summit of Counter-Strike in the past. However, I just felt like they hadn't gelled yet as a team entirely. So they're going to be a great opponent for 3D Max, because you kind of have one team in 3D Max who is very polished tactically, very much so relies on teamwork, versus a Liquid team that is truly star-studded. On paper right now, of any team that entered this tournament, Liquid had the best individuals. So right now, it really kind of feels to me like we're seeing a brain in 3D Max versus a brawn in Liquid matchup.
There's two key things that you said there, Maya, that I really want to highlight. And one was great in the past. And unfortunately, it's just been so far removed, I feel like. I mean, they've had a couple little finishes here and there that were okay this year, but nothing that really knocked your socks off. And then they kind of hit the other one. It's kind of just talking about this idea of being on paper. Like, on paper, indeed, they have a lineup that should be contending for titles, that should be a playoff caliber team every event they step to, but they have not been able to cash in on that. Elige brings them new hope that they are finally heading in the right direction after, I think, already making some good moves. I think the Shuhei pickup made a lot of sense. Obviously, grabbing Nerds at the beginning of the year was a great move. Their new coach, Flashy, I think, could do them well. It's just about getting it all to work now and actually get results.
Guys, just so I can get like a general impression here. So who do you see as the favorite in this matchup? Dust, firstly.
I think you have to say 3D Max is based on the resume and based that they've been together for a long time and the structure. But I think talent-wise, Liquid have more of it and certainly could be.
Let me simplify this even more. Give me one team name.
I'll say 3D Max.
Okay, 3D Max. Maui.
I'm doubling down, tripling down with 3D Max the whole tournament.
So both of you see them as favorites. In this sense, though, how close to their ceiling, and a ceiling that we don't really necessarily know the heights of, how close to their potential ceiling do they need to reach to beat out Team Liquid convincingly? Dust, starting with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just need to continue to see them playing at the level they're already playing at. I mean, I think right now they're already at a good spot. I don't think they need to go too much higher. I'd like to see maybe a little bit more from Lucky. I feel like he was...
I've got to cut you off there, Dust. Sorry, down to the stage with Jangbei, Dove, and Gravity of 3D Max.
昨天你在赛前的说这场比赛会是2-0，今天对手变得更强了，他们是 Liquid， 还会是个2-0吗？
Gravity, yesterday you said you're gonna smash them 2-0. Respect. You won that game, even though it's not 2-0. But today, it's a stronger team, Liquid. Do you have the same mindset?
We do have the same mindset, but we never played them like Fnatic yesterday, so we will give just our best to beat them.
我其实有同样的这样的一个尊敬这场比赛的想法，但是呢，因为我们从来没有跟现在的这个 Liquid 对局过，所以呢，我只能保守一点说，我们会今天发挥出我们100%的实力。
你知道的，你们离总决赛现在只差这一个 BO3， 所以在开赛前你有什么嘱咐想要给到对面的 Liquid？
There's only one best of 3 before your grand final. Is there any tips you want to give to Team Liquid?
Any tips?
Any tips to them?
Good luck to them. The best team will win. That's it.
祝你们好运吧！我们中间更强的那支队伍将会在今天获胜。
太好了 ，Gravity， 那我们对局中见，祝你们好运。
Thank you, Jangbei, Dove, and Gravity. Gravity saying same mindset as yesterday, but recognizes they've never played Liquid before. So yeah, I guess sort of an unknown quantity to an extent for them directly on the server. But I'm sure the preparation has been good as well. Dust, if you can remember what we were talking about before we were we went to.
Yeah, it was just a trend of like what they need to do to be able to take it to Team Liquid. And I think that, again, we're seeing, Body continue to be a very solid entry fragger for them. We're continuing to see Maka be a solid op hybrid, type figure for the squad. We're seeing Exercise kind of step up his roles, I think, Maui. Like, he's become a little bit more active. He's playing pretty well. And even Gravity's having a pretty big performance so far this event, despite having some struggles throughout the course of this year, adjusting to this new IGL role. So just keep it rolling. Like, they have a lot of good things going for them right now.
You want one really sick stat about the Maka to Gravity IGL upgrade? It's in Maka. As an individual on the T side, in terms of opening success rate, in the 50 roughly maps that Gravity's been the caller, Maka has improved his opening success rate on the T side about 15% in entry success.
Yeah.
It's night and day different, and he's taking more openers on that T side. So he's the guy that I'm looking out for in this matchup to try to slow down that ridiculous firepower that we know Liquid is capable of. If he's able to hold his own and continue to stay locked in the fashion that he has as an individual, now that he's freed from the shackles of being a caller, I feel like this is going to be an incredibly tough battle for the Liquid Riflers.
Yeah, just to add to that, he's up to like 20% opening attempts on the T side, which is very rare for an opper, but he's always been kind of a hybrid figure to be. He kind of reminds me, I mean, obviously not the same tenure as ZywOo, but kind of plays a little bit of the similar role, something you see Wrinkle do on NIP, where they are that added opening rifle force to the team that gives you a little bit more to work with. And yeah, I agree that it's been really cool to see that evolution.
I think it's always great to see when a role change or a player change helps activate other parts of the team. I think that's what you guys are referring to here with 3D Max. Why don't we try and take this same topic and apply it to Liquid. So we've spoken about, oh, never mind, we're going to go to an interview on the stage, Zhang Bei, Dove, and Elise.
各位把掌声送给 Elise 好吗 ？Elise， 你们的对手为了夺冠可以不顾一切，是否在这里准备击碎他们的冠军梦？
鸡哥 Your opponent are ready to give it all to win this game. Are you ready to smash them?
We're definitely ready to smash them. We feel confident. We feel good. We're playing really strong, even though we're a brand new team, limited practice, and we are ready to show you guys a very good performance. Really excited.
我们准备好了，即使我们是一个现在来说比较新的一个阵容，但是我们已经准备好发挥出我们今天最佳的状态了。虽然我们可能在训练上场次没有 3D Max 多，但是我们准备好了。
你知道的，对面以团队协作见长，所以待会儿的对局你准备如何限制他们
They're very good at teamwork. How are you gonna limit their performance today?
Well, they're a very good team. They thrive on a lot of chaos where they can be doing like a lot of things. They like misdirections and stuff like that. So it's up to us to have good communication, make sure that we all kind of know what's happening, and trying to disrupt as much as we can so they're not feeling too comfortable.
对面的确是一支非常强的队伍，他们非常好的可以执行他们的战术，他们也非常擅长在比赛当中给我们制造一些混乱，给我们制造一些压力。但是我们 Team Liquid 也非常擅长队内的沟通，我们会见招拆招，无论他们给我们什么样的难题，我们都可以去面对，可以去解决。今天我们在这场比赛里，更强的那支队伍就会获胜。
那么一切都在对局当中见真章 ，Elite， 祝你好运 ，Good luck。
Great to hear from Elise. Yeah, let's swing back to the topic we were talking about before. So there's been a great effect on 3D Max from changing from Maka as IGL to Gravity. If we're to look for similar themes in Liquid, how can the return of Elise help activate the rest of the team? Duff, starting with yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I think Elise really does two big things for Team Liquid. One, he gives them a strong star entry force that Liquid have not had in a very, very long time. I think Elise has just been incredible within this role. You can take a look at the numbers here, comparing him to Body. I mean, the fact that, Elise is winning over half of his duels that he takes to the opening side. Really, the only other player surpassing him in entry force this year is Dawn. Like, this guy has been lights out. You can take a look at it here. 50% success for the year, 52% success at this tournament. And again, that's some of the highest you're ever going to see out of an entry fragger. Not only that, but one of the big struggles for Elise on FaZe was that he was struggling on the CT sides, not this tournament. He has looked fantastic on both ends of the map. And the second thing I was going to get to was he's unlocked Nerds. I think allowing, Nerds to have a little bit more freedom, not have to be the guy creating openings all the time as we get into this pick ban. No surprise there to see the overpass ban. Obviously, Mirage should be coming up from 3D Max, and there it is.
Yeah, we've got the veto up on screen now. Maui, we see the first pick coming in from Team Liquid, and it's Dust2.
Yeah, I figured this was their comfort pick. 3D Max, on the other hand, their comfort has shown to be Inferno, but they actually go for the nuke pick. I'm actually pretty pleased about this. In the first couple tournaments with Gravity, they were kind of flirting with that at being their pick. And if Liquid lets this go to Inferno, I'm going to be shocked. I feel like that's going to be a failure in the veto, and they do. I'm actually shocked. I'm actually shocked. I thought 3D Max wanted to pick either Inferno or maybe go for a cheeky punish with maybe a nuke, maybe a train. So the fact that they get their first pick as the decider and that they also get to sneak in that nuke pick for themselves, I feel like Liquid really messed this up.
I disagree. Like, Liquid don't play overpass, so they have to ban that. And then their train's been awful this year. So I feel like they had to do the bans that they did, in my opinion. Like, unfortunately, that's just a result of what was necessitated by them, I think. I mean, yeah, I agree with you. Inferno as a third ban for the D-Max is fantastic for them, but I just don't know how Liquid could have avoided that.
Guys, before we get into maps 2 and 3, I'd like to propose an idea here. So, Dust 2, I know it wasn't their best map ever, but 3D Max did end up winning that Dust 2 yesterday in that quarterfinal versus Fnatic. It was scrappy, but they've certainly shown they have what it takes to win out. And if anything, grind out tough matches on that map. It required some big Gravity clutches. There were 3 crazy back-to-back rounds at the end. But yeah, I don't think it's necessarily. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting first map for them.
There's been sore spots for both teams, but both teams have won their last 4 out of 5 games on Dust 2, so there should be like common ground as far as recency, with both teams feeling pretty comfortable about how to approach it. And it's not like Dust 2 is some type of enigma. Like, you know, it's a pretty well-solved map. It's just all about your timings, when you choose to do certain things, and how clean you are with doing the basics.
I feel like the only thing that's come to bite 3D Max on Dust 2 at this tournament has... Okay.
I got to cut you off, Maui. All right, Dust and Maui, thank you so much for your thoughts. We've got about 3 seconds left before 3D Max and Team Liquid kick off. It's our first semi-final of the CS Asia Champions 2025. Let's get our cast involved. Scriv and Neo, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. I would say perfect timing on that, because we take over as soon as the action starts here, of course, which is exactly what we like. Dust 2 to kick us off here on an early morning. Team Liquid just hanging outside of B here. I think they're predicting some aggression. They would be somewhat correct. Gravity down below with these Julies is in this advanced position, looking to take some early fights. Going to wait for them to come to him, and he might just be rewarded here. Super crisp. Looking for a little bit more, but not getting greedy. This is a really nice move from him, I think.
Yeah, and he doesn't need to move. They have to hard clear him, and it's such a difficult spot to clear. So 2 for him. Flashbang comes over as Mac is playing backside up towards the box. Gravity can start to make a move as they scale, but Mac is probably going to get one, and he does. He drops the bomb, and it's going to make life very difficult, especially now that ultimate also drops. All on the shoulders of the young IGL, and Shuhei should be dead to rights. He is. Gravity closes it with a sumptuous round. 3 kills to his name, and that's the way that 3D Max wanted to start into their opponent's map pick.
Yes, this is very true. I mean, we've got a lot of interest in this veto and the way that it's gone and where it's been allowed to end up as well on that Inferno that raises a few eyebrows.
Yeah, I think I've got to agree with Maui here. I really don't know why Liquid have let it go towards the Inferno. I mean, we saw yesterday just how poor 3D Max played on Train. I don't know, don't get me wrong, Liquid haven't exactly been fantastic on it, but it feels like, where's the glaring issues? There was a lot of issues for 3D Max on that map, and yeah, Liquid ban it in that second wave. So yeah, it's a strange one for me that they let Inferno come through. I think it is inherently a bit of a risk. We'll see if we even get there first, right? I guess one step at a time. 3D Max, good start for them. Dust 2's had some nice moments as well, so I'm not going to count them out of this map just yet.
Glocks in the long house, looking to burst out and maybe just find the 1 kill. After some damage, they have been spotted here. Oh. Crisp from Exorcist, and yeah, he's feeling it a little bit. Flash comes in for another one. And a bit more. Scout now getting involved. M4 now getting involved. Oh. That's a collapse. And a long-range USP to hammer it home. Maka making himself known here, so a really nice start for 3D Max. They get a clean pistol, a clean anti-eco. There was nothing on the end of it for Liquid, sure, but just a bit of an individual moment here or there. There's only the 1 kill coming in for the side of Liquid, so it's a standing start for them. They're really going to have to get this engine going, and it might take a few spins before it gets started.
Even Maka looks shocked that he got the kill out as well. You can see him even sort of working it out. Have I actually just done that? Was a nothing round, as you mentioned. So first attempt at a buy. Let's see. Maka, right idea. He stays posted. If anybody jump peeks up, it's a inherent risk, but he gets out of dodge at just the right time. Just as Team Liquid start to reclaim a little bit of mid-presence, he starts to pull away. Body going to get tagged through that smoke. It's just a fortunate spam of the smoke. Speaking of, broken open. Can't get the information just yet. They're really trying to just get a little bit of damage off just as they're scaling in towards this short control.
It is once again very commonplace. Liquid starting from the ground up in terms of the approach. Naf just trying to keep attention towards B. There's a well-timed smoke that comes in. Looks like here in the semi-final opening rifle round, as you may well expect, Liquid are just keeping things simple. However, with the player over at B still at this stage of the round, I do feel that they might try one of those late pivots towards B, perhaps, as he gathers information. You can see there's a pull away that isn't necessarily needed from 3D Max. The B-bomb site itself is going to be pretty weakly defended. Send a player in, get him dropped, see what he can get away with. And they are indeed moving quickly towards B here. It's been predicted. The setup is solid from 3D Max. Gravity going to need another to make us happy. Two will do. And Naf was meant to be the man to clear the site. There's nobody home. 3D Max read them like a book, and it's worked out brilliantly. Naf going to try and give us something. It's not going to happen, though. 10 HP. Down he goes. And Gravity, the man of the hour.
Yeah, quad kill coming through. Leading by example, the young IGL, as 3D Max find yet another. That's a bonus buy converted as well, which is so good for momentum. But Gravity, that decision to stand tall, stand strong, and just say, right, I am going to go down with the ship here. He needed a bit of a heroic moment. He had to get a second kill, but to line up the third, beautiful work coming through from Gravity. 7-0 for him out the gates. You know, obviously that triple in the pistol. And the quad kill there, Liquid left down to nothing. Upgraded pistols is as good as it gets, so it should be a simple fourth again for the French side. I mean, especially if they can deny a bomb plant again. That's a beautiful spot to be in out the gates.
Yeah, we worry immediately for Team Liquid, as they are still yet to get going, yet to appear into the game. 3D Max, meanwhile, clearly been shooting some bots or something, because they are looking very crisp and very energetic at the moment.
Oh, hello.
Shuhei.
Oh, no.
Oh, man. We've seen it live and direct. Shuhei fluffs his lines, nerves getting the better of him. The rest of the team frustratingly trying to push forwards in towards this B bomb site. And only Elige has chimed in. They know about him. There's no way he can fully break through. He might be able to take another head. We've seen those stats in the pre-show. We know what he's capable of, but not going to happen here. And 3D Max moving up to 4. Ooh, not a good sign. Listen, IGL individually, whatever, but you got to get the easy ones, man.
It was there.
Especially early in the game. Pause coming in. Not a good sign here for Liquid.
No, not at all. He had that gap. He managed to find his way through the smoke. One small little point I want to bring up that I actually really liked, actually the way that Gravity played that. They didn't actually get any kills, but after the initial spray fails, he just draws attention on that right-hand side, and it allows, as the molly comes down, actually for somebody else to reclaim the kills. So it gets assist just by proxy for Gravity. It's a patience play, and it all works really, really well. Decent crowd out here, which is exactly what we want to see. We've got some good Counter-Strike here for your first semi of the day. This is a big one. And this really feels like two of the best teams at the tournament as well that are left in here. So this semi-final has got a little bit of final vibes about it.
Definitely hit the on paper best of the top, but also they have been playing the best.
Yeah.
So certainly exciting to get into, and Liquid are one of those teams similar to FaZe maybe that the community kind of gets behind. Everybody wants them to succeed. They've got a couple players in here that are fan favorites.
Of course.
So we want to see these guys do well. The 3D Max just keep getting better and better for me every time I watch them. Really a team that's improved an awful lot over the past 3 months, let alone 6 or 12. So this is a tournament that coming into it, we felt they were Probably the favorite. Not a clear favorite,
Yeah.
but certainly the favorite.
Now I've got to find the opener. Maka overextends through Oppa, and that'll be at the cost of his life. And unfortunately, not a lot of information gained behind it. Lucky by name and nature as he catches the head of Elise, just creeping out in towards the A side. They were trying to scale up there. Naf hits another shot, and now he's got the B side to himself, and you can already see it's a foot race back to join him. And it's one in which, at this point, 3D Max lose. And getting across these double doors is a treacherous state. They might actually angle for a save here.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Naf has been given free reign over on this B side of things quite a bit. Didn't work for them the last time they approached it. Seems that they go for a very, very similar round to the opening rifle that did not work for them at all. So kind of good to see in a sense that they still have confidence in their calls and they look to make it work. This time it does work a lot better. Just a few tweaks, and I think one of them being Naf gets more aggressive a little earlier in the round than he did previously, and it pays off. I think he's really been playing well so far this tournament. A little quiet into this game, but a big impact round from him.
Yeah, talk about a time to get 2 kills, right? I mean, he obviously was yet to get on the board, and it's 2 massively important ones. That second fight is the real kind of make or break. That one on towards Gravity. If Gravity wins that whole round actually starts to go up in air for Liquid, because they were a bit of a known quantity as they were moving in towards the A site. When Elige falls as well, of course, we look towards Elige a lot in terms of the entering department. When he drops, then we get to a point of things being quite concerning for Liquid. But thankfully, Naf steps up in the way that we required of him. So, first run on the board for Liquid, finally, on their map pick. And now it needs to start being the first of many. Let's build up a little bit of form here. Gravity tagged through the doors. He starts to round out at 26 points of HP before he even sees a person. So early small advantage for Liquid here in round number 6.
Unconfirmed, so that's certainly something to consider here. As Liquid not necessarily going to be able to work off it. Not much that Maka can do about that smoke. However, the push out towards Longhouse is successful.
It's a bold
call. Able to dip back. It's a big call, but it's very, very useful for them. You know, that HP now kind of nullified a little, and you have a lot to deal with if you're Liquid. How do you regain that space? Do you just give up Longhouse even?
Lurk smoke towards mid, a flash over, but don't take any control off of that. The numbers favoring 3D Max here, if they just play a bit more of a default, they should be absolutely fine. I mean, Shuit dead right here. Absolutely, the Shadow betrays him an ultimate. He could be joining him very soon in the casket if he can't hit this quick shot. Exorcist is still toying with it. The spam's there, but ultimate doesn't bite, doesn't nibble on the line, and at least gets one back, but it's still a 2 versus 4, and what feels like at this point, with less than 40 seconds on the clock, a next to impossible round. 3D Max would have to massively overextend for this one to slip away.
Maka's off angle. Oh, I was going to say, is he going to break that boundary and move forwards? The answer is yes. Tip of the head. Crazy how that's not a wall back. Definitely looked like it should have been. Naf finds himself alone. Got a few options here, you know. They are very, very split. Oh, one more clean fight and maybe you start to believe in him, but not going to happen. 3D Max back in with a round. I mean, Liquid struggling, absolutely struggling, it has to be said. And, you know, that round very clean once again from 3D Max. No real risk. They pull off some calculated aggression, which if that kind of thing is working for them, I think they are on cloud 9. Team Liquid with another tack pause here to just try and stop the bleeding, to be honest. It is hemorrhaging at the moment. Not looking good.
Yeah, it's also something that Elige himself brought up in the pre-show and when he was kind of getting interviewed, and he said that we know 3D Max really are risk takers. We know they like to go for these slightly unorthodox plays, especially at the moment, right? And they can be sort of agents of chaos, right? They can really try to make life super difficult in the server, and we've got to find ways to break that down. At the moment, they just can't, right? So second tack pause taken as Flashy re-enters the conversation himself, trying to find some level of form for Liquid at the moment. But it's not been the start. Not only are the individuals not really showing up, I mean, you've got 4 players on 1 kill as we enter into the 7th round. They're just being broken down as a team. They're not doing anything really at the moment. A tough display What a beautiful one from 3D Max. Not even breaking a sweat in the early part of this series. And just to remind you again, Dust 2 is Liquid's pick.
A bit faster.
Forward.
Yeah, they are indeed. Yeah, feeling it this time around. Moving through the molly, catching a player with nade in hand. So a bit more to this round. Some get up and go. Definitely what they've talked about in that timeout. There's long presence from 3D Max. That's about all they've got to keep us hooked in this round, I feel like, with this bomb going down. Unless something happens from Exorcise, who has the read. Oh, can't find the kill. I don't know, man. I feel like you maybe move to save. They've got a lot of money, but just doesn't feel likely. However, this is 3D Max. They do not listen to conventions. They will indeed move in. Lucky just blindly spraying inside the smoke. Just not happening, is it? I could have seen that from a million miles away, the way the setup looked, the way that the retake was shaping up. And Team Liquid with a pace change, find success.
And Lucky would have had to, by name and nature in a sense, sort of get one of the most fortunate sprays through that smoke on the Goose player for there to be any sort of a world back in towards that site. I think you're right. I think the second you lose that site there, it just feels like the right call. When Exorcise falls in particular, he is the sort of the last-ditch effort of any sort of control coming through. And he gets a really important kill on the site itself, but the fact that he can't find nerds, that basically means statistically you've got next to no chance of getting back in. The tempo shifts coming through from Liquid here, but they're trying to bite back, and Gravity and Exorcise are combining so damn well. Gravity, the B anchor for the majority of this start, changes up off the back of his spawn, plays out towards long, and in a matter of mere moments, Liquid are left down to 1, all on the shoulders of Elige, and he gets clipped by Body. What a response. Liquid step up the tempo, so 3D Max say, we'll take a leaf out of your book.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the thing. You wake the dragon, as it were. And 3D Max can be pretty good at fighting fire with fire, coming up with fresh ideas themselves. The sporadic rounds for Team Liquid thus far, honestly, going to be more detrimental to them. They really have to figure this one out. They've only got one timeout left. Do they want to burn it this early on in the game? There certainly feels to be some nervousness to this team, whereas 3D Max, who've been here a few times this year in these types of situations, but against much bigger names, they look comfortable. They really are playing well. Well-timed smoke forces them back. Oh, the AWP's in the right place, but gives up the angle, and now got to be very careful. Just creeps away. Smokes are still in play to allow him to do that. They will start to go down. There's another AWP in B. They're pretty close to each other as well, so chaotic setup here. It has certainly crept in for 3D Max thanks to the previous round, but it would seem Liquid just grabbing a pause at the moment.
Yeah, this round right here is on a bit of a knife's edge. This first kill could be everything, and well, it's gonna go the way of Maka. Shuhei running through the flames on the molly as Maka makes it 2, looking for the third, and he gets attacked through the door. Ultimate left reeling. 2 points of HP as he opts for the AK. The spam could get it, but it's Body who delivers. Liquid, there was so much all on that mid-fight. It all was on the shoulders of that first engagement, and it falls flat, and now they're left down to 2. Make that 1 as Naf is dropped again by Body. Oh, Liquid, it was so close yet so far, and now it feels like a next to impossible situation as Nert scoops up the AWP and loses his head. That is a damning way to lose the round.
Yes, 100%. 100%. Really quite rough again to watch for Liquid. The desperation starting to seep in here.
Yeah.
Something is awry in the Liquid camp, which is really not good. This is their call. Then we got this weird sort of nuke. Their map, I should say. We got this nuke to deal with in the next. It seems like, and I think the reason why they allow it to go to the decider, the prep work would have been pretty heavily in Inferno. You've got to expect it to come out against 3D Max. So, we'll see. But look, if they just cannot match on an individual level and 3D Max are able to come away with openers like this, you just don't have that belief in Liquid.
This is the thing, right? It's all well and good having the prep and the idea, and they definitely would have thought, you know, especially because of the debate of where do we go as the opening map for 3D Max, they've got to have had protocols set up for Dust 2, but it just doesn't matter. They cannot hit their shots right now. 3 have dived in towards CT. Lucky, what have you got for us? Just the 1. As they do actually get up in towards the side. This is not exactly the easiest retake now.
That's true. Oh, the car kill is big.
That helps.
I think that was really the linchpin position. If there was a rifle there, it would have been a different story, but not the case. So some crazy shots going to be required.
Oh, speaking of.
Thank you very much. Couple more of those, perhaps. Not ready for another player at long. Oh, he's so close, but they just don't quite land in the head. The M4 can't get it done. Oh, there's a world, isn't there, for Elise?
Yeah.
Got his crosshair there fast, but the bullets did not land. And 3D Max, they will survive this one.
I guess you can take the silver linings away from it in just the sense that they didn't have a lot to bring to the table there, Liquid. They do get a bomb plant, but we're actually already at the point now where the silver linings aren't really a thing. It's 8 rounds in the first half here on their map pick. At this point, who gives a damn about silver linings? We've got to get rounds here. I mean, Liquid, I feel like if they don't get 4, they don't get these remaining 2, they're in a world of trouble, right? The deficit that they have to try and recover from, it might even just be too tall of a kind of mountain to climb here. So these final 2 rounds, well, it still is the first half, just knowing how good 3D Max can be on their T side, and we saw how loose and fast they can play it. We're in make or break territory here for Team Liquid. And it goes back to the point that you brought up in the previous round. It just feels like individually it's not even close.
Molotov pushes Maka back. He will respond in kind. Looks to be a B move here. Oh, a missed shot. A big missed shot, actually. They will burst out towards B. Gravity goes a little early. The impatience gets the better of him. They're going to move through CT here. Not checking cleanly. Shuhei delivers. And Maka is alone. This will most certainly be a save. It looked like a dangerous move, didn't it? But the one missed AWP shot just makes all of the difference. Some impatience. If Gravity had held his trigger, he could have got multiple, but not the case.
Making it expensive.
Hold on. So it's not even halfway gone yet. He's going to go for this. I mean, they have plenty of cash available. Molotov, unfortunately, in the wrong spot, so not much that happens in the end, but some decent damage. I don't think it's going to matter too much. We've only got 1 round left of the half.
Well, you said it though, right? Liquid need the remaining 2 of this half to really stand any sort of chance. Gravity, you know, in hindsight, Trigger Discipline really should have been the kind of the protocol there, but I think because it's actually so big of a space between the entry and then the pack, he actually thinks that it is just a lurk, and he doesn't want to cost his teammates in towards mid their lives. So I can sort of understand why he didn't play the discipline there. It's just an in hindsight thing he should have. Yeah, like you said, that missed AWP shot, just like that missed AWP shot, really could make a difference. Shuhei, last couple of rounds, has found his form a little bit. The 2 kills in towards mid, and that one there have given Liquid a lot of space to work with now. Yes, he's responded in kind of a nade that leaves him reeling, but that's good information gained here.
A little bit of a skateboard move, to be fair. Looks really nice. As it happens, Elise going to be gifted one as well. That's with the recovered AWP, mind you. So, dominoes falling here. Shuhei with another. The crispness continues. Liquid have a fire lit beneath them. I think when you see the 8 rounds, you're like, damn, okay, we're going to need a couple more, otherwise this game is over. Lucky.
He spotted, I think.
Yeah, he's not considering it. Oh, neither of them are. They get the 2 for 1. Nerds will finish it. And the 8-4 turn of the half.
We said they needed it. They get it. And now this game still stays up in the air a little bit. You know, for Liquid, you get a pistol and a force to follow up, and it's a 2-round game. That's 1 gun round being the difference. At that point, you can start to believe, you can start to understand the sort of trajectory required for Liquid getting back into this. The other side of it, though, is that, I mean, especially from what we saw yesterday, 3D Max's pistol protocols are really good. They won, I think it was like 5 out of 6 pistols yesterday. They were really, really clean with them. And we saw how cleanly they took the opener in towards this map. So Liquid still have to find a lot of small marginal victories that have got to compile into the recovery required. But those final 2 rounds, there's at least something to fall back on. They're chipping away at the momentum as well. It's not a foregone conclusion just yet.
Wonder who lives up there, the King of Dust 2, maybe. But yes, this is, for me, time to shine for Team Liquid. Why did you pick into this map? You've got to show us. Starts with a pistol. 3D Max can be hard to put away in these types of rounds as well. So Pressure mounting for Liquid, but if they can get this, we start that conversation. A lot of utility bought up for Gravity. No P250 raid boss here, so going to be relatively simple. Perhaps out middle with a CT smoke to cover the cross. We'll find out.
Good setup so far. Oh, what a shot from Nerds. Needed that. It's a good start. And he gets one of his own as well. And he gets one and he gets out. They just don't expect the audacity of those fights, 3D Max, and they're just caught short-handed. The back player is going to be really important to shutting them down, and Naf will get one. So all on the shoulders now of Gravity and Body in a 2 versus 4. This is looking very good for Liquid. Gravity's spotted on the retreat, but he does get out. And he actually has a full belt of util to work with, 2 flashes and a smoke, but he's alone here.
He really wants to save it, I think. Is the problem. He will be spotted now, so maybe figures that he's got to do something with it before he loses it. Oh, okay. Shuhei not quite able to come away with it. The double swing comes in. He's done some decent damage, not really taken much himself. 40 seconds left. They're going to rotate everyone in now, try and take the fights, keep them at bay. There's really not a lot of time for 3D Max to get anything done here. Flasher's going to come in, give it another peek. But again, just not feeling all that good. 20 seconds to make it all the way up long, get through 3 players, get the bomb down. It's a tough ask, I think it's safe to say. There's now a smoke in the way as well. Not happening. Body's 11 HP. Okay, some kills maybe. A couple would be nice. If he can get them, not going to be the case. And Liquid open the door to the comeback now.
Yeah, they needed that, and it's a really, really good pistol round in the end. It's just 2 early fights that make all the difference, that swing all the momentum in their favor. Nerds' opener is so sharp. Oh my god, he barely sees anything. But it's that kill by Elige there. You take a bit of short control. You know it's not a pack scaling up, which is actually a pretty common default for 3D Max as well. And it puts you now in a pretty nice spot. We are going to get the scout board up for Maka. He actually sells it in the end, so there we go. It's a full save across the board. He buys the scout to buy a decoy to sell the ruse of a force. But it's not a force, it's just a pistol. Small little move there, I kind of like it. I don't know if Liquid will be caught short by it in this round or the next. We shall see. Ultimate Elige combining the MP7 getting cashed, the bomb just short in time of getting down. Nice work by Liquid, making sure there wasn't really too much to talk about there.
Yeah, very close on that plant, which is kind of hilarious. But we're going to see now 3D Max, their background, defending their lead ultimately, but the best defense is often a good offense, as they say. So we'll see what they have prepped for this. Liquid thus far on the CT side, certainly impressing, but I think working off the back of the pistol, so it is somewhat expected for them to do well. There's a degree of randomness to that pistol as well. So 3D Max, they can certainly pick up where they left off. Just little things. I mean, maybe it comes out a bit faster, but that door smoke is not necessarily the meta door smoke at the moment. Seems to be this one that lands on top of one of the doors, right? That is really quite solid. So it's just tiny little things, I think, that might point out that 3D Max are not quite as comfortable here as they would be on their home map of Inferno, for sure.
He's setting up. He's so lucky to still be alive. He was setting up to bank that nade round and to set up for the smoke as well, but I mean, the lurk smoke comes down, so he's given that quote-unquote luxury. This is not a bad spot for 3D Max in terms of a mid to B split. The only issue is there's 3 players towards B. Liquid seems to have read this really well.
Yeah, strong setup. 3D Max, though. Listen, they can break them apart at the best of times. Nice find onto that main prong of the attack, and now Ultimate smells this rat moving around for a bit more. And they're not going to expect Nerds here. Surely not, right? As there was heavy mid presence there. No, they will check their angles. The FAMAS comes in, traded quickly, and somehow we're in a 2-on-2. How did we ever get here? It felt like Liquid had the upper hand the whole way through this, but a full retake going to be required. They are pretty far away. They're going to lack the information. The one thing they do have now is that HP to try and get this done.
That 180 by Gravity on the second kill, that actually could single-handedly win them the round. He picks up the util, but doesn't make noise on scooping up the AK. Time is ticking. Shuhei, what a shot. All on the shoulders of Maka. He's won rounds them time and time again, but this won't be one of them. Elige spots him from bricks. He maybe had 2 play time, but it wasn't enough. Liquid, what a round to take us on. What a recovery. Back in towards the B side. One of the statistically hardest sites to retake in the competitive map pool right now. They make it work, and it's a one-round game.
Yeah, kind of wild. I think we're starting to see this shift in the comfortability. 3D Max move on to the attacking side, and they perhaps struggle to figure out how to build around rather than letting the kills come to them. Time will tell. Time will most certainly tell, but that felt like it should have been somewhat closer. Molotov's decent, though.
Yeah. That smoke did not go where it was intended.
Yep.
He's just on top of the roof by long, but not in long. But who cares? We're popping him towards B at pace. And Ultimate and Nerds will find the 2 to open things up.
3D Max ahead of their smoke as they try and keep that pace up. It does cost them 2 players, but it nets them the bomb plant. Will the sacrifice be too heavy here? Or can they pull off the unlikely round is the big question. Player looks set to go. We got 3 in the tunnels. Kind of wild. One unchecked angle could be the death of them. They're trying to send a lurker out here, potentially. Body finds Naf on the window, kissing in the smoke here. However, it will be the kill that goes the way of Liquid. They've moved through. What is going on? If this molly lands well enough, but I don't think it will. It's not fast enough at all. And it didn't even burn him. He was in the one protected corner to get that defuse going. I mean, you see what happens as well. It could have really gone their way, but it took too long, and then it also didn't land. So Liquid even things up.
There's a few things that, if they had gone right, could have made that round stick. But at the very least, you know, Maka makes it expensive and scoops up an AK on top of it. One less thing to invest into, I guess. But this game's tied. Liquid are looking a lot better now, a lot more in this game. Alicia spotted 1. Smart call not to fight, and as he re-aggressed in towards lower, with the support of Shuhei, they find the opening double again. Another round in which they do so, and Lucky, good for 1, but only, leaves it all on the shoulders of the AWPer. Maka has to pull off now a 1v4 clutch, and there's the first.
Where have 3D Max gone? The T side, not really left all that much for us to be excited about. A close 2-on-2 is the best that we've had. But other than that, Liquid have been driving this ship. Maka, you got the right idea, my friend, but he doesn't have the patience to hold the angle. There is indeed someone on the flank, but not quite the right flank. Not sure if he is conceding here. He's not moved from this spot for quite some time.
Yeah.
So we might be in with a little wait here.
I don't think he can recover the bomb. I just don't think there's any real feasible world. He understands this. Hold this position for the next 3 seconds and it's a kill. No, he's and ahhing and doubting himself. And that'll be at the cost of the AWP. Thankfully, there is residual cash. Gravity's got 7k, so they can get an AWP back in play. But this is such a good streak coming through from Liquid after what was, ultimately a really poor first half. They just didn't look confident in themselves at all. They're looking revitalized as 3D Max call for their first pause.
It was 8-2. You know, it could have been a very, very one-sided affair. And Liquid just managed to find this energy right at the tail end, particularly Shuhei, who, if I'm not mistaken, he had that 3-piece and then the round after also found the entry. Yeah. So really high impact from him for a couple of rounds to just bail Liquid out. And they've not stopped winning since. 3D Max, this is one of their issues for me, right? They play with such high energy, such high intensity. They seem to have a really great playbook at the moment, for sure, which is something that they've definitely worked on. But a lot of it is instinctual. A lot of it moves quickly, which sometimes can be good for this calculated aggression or the retakes, right? They don't have to wait around. They don't have to talk about what they're going to do. And this is one of the benefits of same language Counter-Strike as well. But it seems sometimes they just get a bit panicked and that positive energy turns into like a bit of a paranoia, a bit of a nervousness.
Yes,
a bit of a jittery kind of style, and it does seem to have happened here and not been recovered. And they're fully in the flow. Where's the timeout? You know, like let's have a moment here, folks.
Yeah. Let's see what 3D Max do. They've just come off the back of their first tactical pause. So what is the coach, gonna do to, I guess, bring things back in their play? I mean, it's been a while since we've seen 3D Max look good. Nothing in this second half thus far, and it might continue all the same. Nerds, he's got the right idea. Lucky's lurking in that smoke. And a flash over by Elise and Shuhei into the fray as he finds one before falling. But that's enough. That's all he needed. Exorcise. He'll catch Elise on the smoke break and a molly down to stop the boxer's jump. So they've got the sight. It's a loose term, as they're close enough to make life really difficult. A stick on towards the plant, but Maka, he is so low. It feels like this round bangs on the shoulders of Exorcise, and this fighting towards Long. The timing eludes him, but the flash is a warning sign of where they're coming from. 1 for 1. Maka posted with the AWP against Ultimate. Both are low. It's who can hit that shot. Ultimate, right idea, but he can't hit it. A second time of asking, he does. A flick up and a find by Ultimate. What a round. Roland from Poland clutches it out for Liquid as they find double digits.
Absolutely massive. I mean, it felt like Maka had the angle, had the discipline, like you say. Crazy stuff. And I mean, he was low as well.
Yeah.
Maybe could have been a pistol argument, but they don't rightly know that. So close. 2 quick shots from Ultimate. Cannot miss them. Absolutely cannot miss those shots. And he delivers. A man that comes under a lot of scrutiny on this Liquid side.
Got to be said as well, his recovery, he came in towards his half 3 and 8. He's 11 and 9 now, right? That is such a good recovery from Ultimate. He looked a lot better, but Shuhei loses his head so quickly. So they're getting in towards Long, and they're stepping up the tempo a little bit, but there's not many chances left for 3D Max.
The riposte here from 3D Max as they will grab that entry, and now it leaves a lot of question marks, right? Is there 5 people behind that smoke? Is there 1? Is there none? They have to do a lot of guesswork here on the CT end. It does seem like that bomb is going to bail out and move towards B, which slightly weaker defended at the moment, but still shaping up to be a pretty good hit. Flash up middle, just having a little look, not much on the end of it. Naf gets somewhat caught, does well to even get 1, honestly. They have slipped a player through. Maybe it has been seen. Seems to be eyes on lower quite quickly. Yeah, care lower certainly called, and it works out nicely. 3D Max back with a vengeance, and they close that gap themselves. Liquid not quite out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, exactly. I think the second NAF falls, that round is basically done. It's numbers advantage, post-plant on towards the B site. You just call it a day. So finally a round to work with. It was 8-4 at the half, and this is the first time we've seen 3D Max get on the board since that halfway point. And well, in that time, Liquid have got 6 rounds in a row. So they've finally broken the streak from the CT side, but this is not a nice spot to be in, really. I mean, yes, it's all well and good that 3D Max have got a round on the board, but they need to do a lot more to convince me that they're still in this map. It has to be the first of a few.
As we like to say, a deceivingly close scoreline. Depends how you want to break the game down, but
yeah, it doesn't feel close, right? In terms of like the momentum and the swing, and I think for Liquid, they just looked so much better. A lot of protocols going right. I think just in general, a real small thing, well, I say small thing, but a really important thing is they're just winning every opening duel, more or less. That's the first time in a long time that they lose it because Shuhei falls towards Long.
It's true, but you see what happens if 3D Max can create it, then suddenly the round really swings in their favor. Ultimate doing well. As he remains strong, moving up quickly as well for a positional change. So 3D Max, they try something similar to the previous round. Small change in the fact that they send pretty much the entire team, but maybe an overstep from Body trying to find that entry. Nobody around to cleanly trade him. Cross smoke coming in here. break of said smoke. 3D Max not dedicating just yet. They've got a player at middle. Are they relying on him to do something? It would seem they just take a moment before moving into the site itself. Feels weirdly calm here, considering how important this round is. Ultimate hanging around the smoke. Oh, surely gets caught. It's a tag from him, meanwhile. Shuhei also goes down. Now Lucky activates.
No, it's
They're so ready. They're so ready. Surely, oh, Lucky's indeed lucky to get away with that kill. It looks good from here, though. Elige finds his frag. Gravity, the only one left. The bomb hasn't even been planted. I think they maybe think that he's gone for some kind of a bail. They give him so much space to get away with that plant, to be honest with you. So now he has the run of the mill. A lot of options available in terms of how he could play this one out, and he will creep in. He will clear short, and this is the one angle where there's nobody home. So if he keeps going here, could find out that info, could really confuse them, but he's not fast enough, and they catch him in the side. Team Liquid moving up to 11, and a great response.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's sort of one of those positions for Gravity when you're so low in that spot, and you're also trying to go undetected. Where do you actually play from? He plants safe, so it means that it really actually limits his options. If he planted for short, he can play short and kind of stick up into there, but he was sort of scaling over towards that position to play short, but the bomb wouldn't have been planted for him, and he really could have taken fights, so there was not many options for the youngster to work with. It's so good to see Liquid just immediately get a response. We kind of saw in towards that first half how much they struggled to find consistency and find responses off the back of 3D Max success, but this time, no issues. It's a good retake. Also, real good patience from Elige there. That round all really hinges on the fact that Naf can get out in towards long because Elige is stuck in CT. He doesn't want to overpeak, doesn't want to overfight. So it's well done. They played together really well. Showing a lot of that kind of synergy for Liquid that in the past has made them really, really difficult to deal with. I mean, I feel like they've been lacking it for a while now, but that's a lot better. A bit more of that cohesion that we want to see from this side. 2 rounds ahead of 3D Max, 2 rounds away from taking their map pick. And off the back of a lackluster start, that would be incredibly commendable by Liquid.
Oh, great spot here for Shuhei. They were expecting him, but he's still quicker to the draw. Should be able to get this one as well. He doesn't know how... Oh, low this player is. That flash nearly shafts him. But he will get away with it. 12 on the horizon. I mean, as simple as that for Liquid.
I don't see how you win this round if you're 3D Max. You are a complete known quantity, and you've lost a large part of the map. Nerds has Maka dead to rights. He can't transfer on towards XSCs, but it doesn't matter. The round's done. Body's left of it all to do in a 1 versus 4. And he should have absolutely no look in towards this one. And Elige makes sure of it. Liquid find 12. Map point on their map pick. What a spot to be in. It was 8-2 at one point. And we now find ourselves at 9-12. 3D Max have had 1 round since then at an 8-2 scoreline as we headed in towards round number 11. Unfortunately, it's been a big fall from grace for the French side, but it all has to be credit to Liquid. They look revitalized. They've really found their identity once again. And unfortunately, the buy's not exactly spectacular for 3D Max. Double AK, Galil, and a Mach 10, which has already hit the deck.
Fall from grace might be putting it lightly, to be honest, if Liquid can finish it here and now as well. 3D Max go out with a whimper, but Body has got other ideas. They just about make it across, and Body relentless, as he is known to do in this new look 3D Max. So an advantage given across. And now we'll see what you're really made of, Liquid. Can they hold it together, or is this the beginning of something a little wild? Body getting away with madness, to be completely frank. It is Elige that remains, and you know, the rounds have been close, so the money is important. He will save, and 3D Max not done just yet.
God, Body takes this round by the scruff of his neck. It's so scrappy, and it's actually one of those rounds as well that, you know, we always have to ask the question when teams are trying to recover, and is it replicable? No, absolutely not. He could win any one of those fights immediately, and the round's done. I mean, even just that first swing on towards Shuhei, it's such a good shot, but don't get me wrong, he could also just get absolutely clipped himself, and then there's no way they're scaling up in towards ramp there. So you ask that question, is it replicable? And it is one of those things of you have to ultimately say no, but But at this point, 3D Max, throw all the kind of statistic things out the window, right? We've got to play a little bit loose and fast. We've got to find ways to make Liquid uncomfortable. And so far, this default style of play where they're trying to change the tempos a little bit and make Liquid uneasy, it's not been working. So a quicker play like that where they just fly in towards the fights and they just sort of back themselves, I kind of like it. You've got nothing to lose at this point.
Nothing to lose, but everything to gain. Maka goes for a tag, doesn't quite land for him, but you can see immediately Liquid, the energy is just a little tentative, a little safer. Not as many early swings, not as much early utility as they want to save it for later on in the round. Really big moment here. If everyone goes down, there's no money for Liquid.
Oh! I mean, it's fine, but it just misses.
I mentioned it earlier, you know, we didn't really see it all that early. It seems like
he's throwing it too high.
Still working on it. We have seen a couple players miss that one.
Yeah,
though.
it is kind of, it's pixel perfect is one of those.
Oh, slow reaction from Elige, you know. He will go down. Ultimate's there to trade him at the very least, but T-side are going to like that depiction of the 1-for-1.
They call for a freeze. Under a minute to work with, back into the 4 versus 4. It's a double stack towards the B side. That's where they think 3D Max want to end. I mean, with Gravity Bomb on his back as well, a mid to B split really isn't out of the cards. A lot of this round feels like it's off the back of kind of Ultimate hit this first shot. That feels like it will come his way inevitably in a moment, but we're creeping towards that 30-second mark, and 3D Max have not done anything yet, so it's a full freeze, and there isn't too much of a reaction from Liquid. Oh, they hear this.
Shuhei has to find these. Thankfully, Maka did get one, so the numbers stay even, but they're going to go wildly aggressive to try and trade Shuhei. I mean, that is crazy. The bomb as well now is isolated and super low. Exorcist remains the only one. He's somehow in behind, and Shuhei closes it out with a 4K. Incredibly impactful rounds. Huge stuff, as Team Liquid will take Dust 2 against all of the odds.
Absolute god mode by Shuhei at the end there. Team Liquid getting it done on their pick of Dust 2. I think it's interesting the way that map played out. You know, it was looking so good for 3D Max until it didn't. They got off to a good start. They got 8 CT rounds. But you could see at the end of that first half, Liquid started to heat up, the confidence start to build. And around, that midway point or a little bit after, they just took a hold of the match and barely let go. Dust, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts are this. Before the game started, I said, Liquid, they're so bad. They're so back. And about midway through this first half, I was like, they're actually not. They're actually not back at all. To all of a sudden, they are indeed actually so back right now, because it was just a tough one. Let's be honest, Mally. Like, through the first 6 rounds, Team Liquid had 7 total frags to their name. I mean, just got completely rinsed. And it really honestly took heroics from the least man you would expect it to come from, Shuhei, to even get them some rounds on the board in the first half to make them competitive.
Liquid winning, what, 11 of the last 13 or so rounds there. I mean, that's just absurd. I mean, 3D Max started so hot. You could tell that they were just feeling themselves, that whatever they did to warm up worked out fantastically. They came into the game swinging, but as soon as Liquid recognized what was going on, as soon as they were able to read what 3D Max was trying to throw at them, there was great adaptations. And I feel like one thing that I'm noticing the more and more I watch Gravity is that I don't think he always gets ahead of the adjustments in a half that the opposing teams make. Like, when they realize, okay, we need to pressure 3D Max a little bit more, when Liquid says we're going to get in their faces, I feel like 3D Max almost just hope and pray that they're not going to get pushed. Like players like Lucky getting caught in tunnels just with a nade out, then he gets caught again as they re-swing him. The pushes towards top mid from Ultimate, from Nerds, working out every single time they go for them. 3D Max are so great once they get through their first 1-2 stages of a round. But if that first stage gets interrupted, which Liquid was willingly doing, then they are lost without a paddle.
Yeah, just to kind of build off of that, I think that the recipe for Liquid's comeback was really the combination of just how much freedom Nerds and Elige have as aggressive riflers on the CT side. They have a lot of faith in their anchor points, and they just throw you a lot of different looks, like whether it's aggressive cat, whether it's just holding a forward angle on cat, not quite pushing it, pushing lower tunnels. But then the other big thing is, you know, I'm going to give it to Ultimate. This guy was so mobile with the op throughout the game, just constantly getting picks all across the map. 3D Max, I don't think, really ever had a read on where it was going to come from. And so not only did he have early round impact, where he's just, changing his locations on where he's taking picks from, but he also had like a big clutch 1v1. That was huge as well in a late round scenario. So he really made his presence known and was a huge factor in their comeback as well.
Let's illustrate this point, which generally speaking is Liquid changed things up by taking a look at round 19. After their confidence had built a bit, they did a really sick mid push off spawn. I think it was Nerds and Ultimate going. Okay, we've got a... Yeah, so we're seeing this from the B side, but you can see the two players running up mid. It's Elige.
This is after Elige was spotted mid. I'm pretty sure he had to swing back down, so Body actually should have been ready for that pick. And really, it's just disruptive. Disruptive Counter-Strike is what you need to play against 3D Max in order to prevent those well-executed, well-oiled, well-drilled strategies. Like, if you let 3D Max just gather up in tunnels and throw all of the flashes, all of the smokes that they want to, they're just going to batter your guys with just perfect nade, perfect blinds. But if you're really just pushing them in and you don't even let them default, the round's over before it begins for them.
It's a great point. I mean, like 3D Max is really held in high regard because of their flash layering, how tight their utility usage is. And so like you said, if you knock their foundation out from underneath their feet before they can even get started, that's one of the best recipes to success. And I think one of the other nuances about that round that was really cool was Nerds is the first guy up middle, but he doesn't take the first angle. He actually just slides into like a kind of a hidden corner, and Elige takes the first peek on the guy that comes out long. So they think, oh, Elige is there. So when Elige backtracks to B tunnels and gets that kill, that's the only guy that they're worried about. They don't realize Nerds has been tucked in the subway the entire time. So it's just like little fine details like that that really help Liquid pounce.
Yeah, those fine details really paid off so much for Liquid. If we're to draw a contrast to yesterday for 3D Max on Dust 2, 3D Max weren't able to produce any big swing rounds, any sort of big moments when they were sort of going down and out. Why do you think that what was different today compared to yesterday, Maui, starting with you?
Well, the round that we showed and many of the cases that we had throughout this game, I mean, players like Naf just being able to read those details we're mentioning, because they get those little inklings of a feeling. A guy's throwing a nade, there's a setup. All of the experience that these Liquid players have from playing the best teams in the world repeatedly, from Elige and Naf having nightmares of Astralis, Prime Astralis, just defeating them through those layer defaults, they've learned from their mistakes. They don't allow the opposing team that has the great execute to get into their setup. And I'd say that for 3D Max, it's just that toe-to-toe, they're just trying to think about, how do I execute the plan that we've gone over in a dry server run, as opposed to how do I make sure I survive. And I just feel like this is the one thing, when Mako was the in-game leader, this was also really what undid a lot of the great 3D Max rounds, is just aggression. That's kind of why 3D Max have been sort of these gatekeepers of the top 10, but very rarely able to break higher, because once they start facing elite teams with elite players, the elite players in opposition to them are so frequently just disrupting all those little finely drilled plans that 3D Max want to enact.
Before we look ahead to map 2 Nuke, which is 3D Max's pick, we just had Naf's highlights up on screen. Let's quickly touch upon the topic of Naf. He's perhaps in the modern age, or last year or couple of years of CS, been a bit overlooked for what he brings to the table. He's definitely been stepping up at this event. And what are your expectations with him, I guess, going into... Well, what did he firstly do well on Dust 2? Why do we want to highlight him, Dust?
I mean, I think Naf for a long time has been one of the pillars of this team. I mean, just being that anchor, being that lurker, just being that guy you kind of rely upon. Like, even if everything else was going wrong, Naf would kind of give you that stability. But he had the worst season of his career the first half of this year, and it looked like he might be out of the team. He thought he should be out of the team. He even said so publicly, like, yeah, I should probably get cut. I'm kind of expecting it. And it didn't happen. And whether that be because Liquid had faith in him, or maybe whether it be because Liquid couldn't find somebody else, in the right timing to make the move happen. Either way, Naf has come out fierce this second half of the season, and the last couple events he's played really well. And yeah, he's been great here. Again, just being that stable, B anchor on the CT side to kind of let the others kind of go for the free movement, and just doing his job cleaning up on the T side. He's definitely looked in better shape, and that's huge for Liquid.
One thing that I love about Naf is that he recognizes when a win condition needs to be created in a round. On the T side, one of the first T side rounds that Liquid found was their default messed up, they couldn't get anything going, and then Naf just kind of peeked into into the B bomb site, got one single entry, and it opened up the floodgates. At that point, Shuhei's able to mid-round so much better. He realizes that there's some pressure on the opposite side of the map, so he has a lot more to work with. It's kind of like what Rops does for Vitality right now, where he's going to just get that one little incision in the mid-round, and then it just changes the entire outlook of the round. Yes, he's overlooked because it's not like he's getting a triple kill entry almost ever, but if he's able to just hold on to his side of the map, get that single impactful kill, it's worth its weight in gold. And really, on the narrative side for NAF, I mean, this dude was, for the last 3 years, a top 30 player in the world, which is so overlooked in our community because you always think about that HLTV top 20, but HLTV themselves said this guy's in the top 30. He didn't make our official list, but he was definitely in consideration for all 3 years from 2022, 23, and 24. So one bad season wasn't enough for Liquid to say everything you've built for us needs to be taken out and we need to cut you. So I'm glad they kept with him.
Absolutely big shout out to NAF. That being said, let's look ahead now to map number 2, Nuke. 3D Max's pick. How do 3D Max turn things around here? We've seen even if they get a strong start, they don't necessarily continue that momentum. So beyond just having a strong start, what do these guys need to do on that T side, Dust?
Yeah, what I've really been liking about 3D Max lately, you know, they've won 9 of their last 11 games on Nuke, and a lot of it has come off the back that their T sides have been so strong. They've been winning like 6 or more T rounds in all of their victories, and they've been doing so against top-level teams. And I think one of the biggest things is obviously Gravity coming in as a new IGL has found ways to just really kind of make some of their faster-paced plays a little bit more efficient. We all know this team is very good at their utility sets, you know, their different, you know, varied strategies, and they're just very efficient in how they're implementing them. So I think that's the big thing is they're on a map they're very comfortable on, and also their CT changes have been really fruitful. Like moving body to ramp has been, I think, huge for them. It's kind of unlocked some of their other players a little bit also. So they definitely come in as the heavy favorite on this map, despite the loss on Dust 2 for sure.
When Gravity became the IGL, I feel like they still had the great playbook that Maka helped them outline when he was the in-game leader. But I find that if things do go badly, like we saw on Dust 2, if they get pushed in the default, Gravity has plan Bs. I feel like he's pivoting a lot faster in the mid-round to just say, okay, we've lost that ramp space, let's just do an A hit. Like, it doesn't need to be super complicated. He doesn't, sometimes maybe it feels like they're even skipping steps, but recognizing in the macro that we need to just use what we've got to the best of our ability, even if it's up against the odds.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to count Liquid totally out, though, if that's fair. You know, obviously we saw them win this map already, this tournament against Made Brazil. This is obviously a much different opponent, but what I've been liking from like a theory side, at least, to kind of keep an eye on is they have made Elige the main yard guy, so they're taking Nertz off of that. And I think that's helped out Nertz a lot on the T side in particular. Now he has a little bit more freedom to kind of slot in as a trader, not have to be the guy. And Elige is taking over this role and playing very well. I think when he was on FaZe, there was that whole complication of like, who's playing yard? Is it going to be, you know, Elige? Is it going to be Rain? And you know, Elige's CT side suffered because of it. He's playing phenomenal defense right now, as well as being a great lead attacker. So I think that even though 3D Max is the heavy favorite here, you'd be crazy not to say that. I think, you know, Liquid has shown some good theory on the map so far in their limited time together.
To close out our thoughts then, Dust, started with you. I think I know both of you are going to say 3D Max, but is there a chance 2-0 for Liquid here, Dust?
Liquid are back. I'm taking it.
Okay, 2-0 Liquid.
2-0, baby. I'm all in.
Maui, I'm going to ask you, but I know you're going to say 3D Max, but what's happening on Nuke? What's your prediction?
3D Max win, overtime.
Okay, through overtime.
It's going to be really close. The individuals from Liquid really showed up after those first 10 rounds of that warm-up period for them.
All right, well, Dust and Maui, thank you so much for your thoughts. Everybody at home, up next, it's map 2, Liquid versus 3D Max. If Liquid win out, they head to the grand finals. Do not go anywhere.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
excl.
Welcome back, beautiful people. We are here for map number 2 here of this first semi-final. Oh, I'm chomping at the bit to get into this one. The nuke comes out. We weren't necessarily expecting that from 3D Max. You always think they're going to lean towards Inferno, so gets pretty spicy here, of course, and unfortunately a flat showing from them on map number 1 in the end, but they did start off very well. So we've seen the ups and downs of both teams here. What are we going to get on Nuke?
Yeah, and of course, this is what they're playing for, that trophy there, but they need to get through this game to book their spot in towards the final. Liquid, an immaculate recovery. The first half looking pretty lackluster, but for 3D Max, just a little bit too telegraphed in that second, a little bit too simple and too easy for Liquid to break down. So they've given themselves a nice leg up in towards this series. Their map taken, and a bit of breathing room now into a map of Nuke in which 3D Max have pulled a bit of the curveball, but let's see whether that comes to benefit them. Of course, they'll be starting on that T side, Liquid on the CT side, an opportunity again for Liquid to really quite immediately put some pressure on towards 3D Max. You take a pistol at the gates here, you can start building in towards this CT side, and 3D Max could regress into that uncomfortable spot once again. So let's see. We're excited for this one as it gets underway.
Just shaping up in the lobby. Looking for a later burst, perhaps, 3D Max. They're just going to go barreling in. Not so sure how I feel about this. They've not really given enough away to make Team Liquid uncomfortable, but the Glocks closed the gap. For a second, I started to believe. However, Nerds comes in and destroys them with those Julies.
10 out of 10 for the backflip there as well, it has to be said, on Exorcist with the way he falls, but also 10 out of 10 in terms of the shutdown by Liquid. They just take the fights. They sort of say to the Max, you call a simple pistol, we will respond in kind. It's a good bit of height there, to be fair.
That's a crazy backflip, actually.
Simone Biles stuck the landing too. You gotta give a bit of credit. Liquid stuck that round to 3D Max. Like you were saying, it just seemed a little bit too simple, right? You know, we go for a very raw hit towards the A site. Not even loads of util around it, and Liquid just fight. And fight they do it well. We go back towards A for 3D Max, but they are met by Shuhei and the FAMAS.
Where are we going? They fake out the door move, just going through HUT, straight through a molly, and not really focusing the bomb plant. And unfortunately, it will cost them. 3D Max with a wild round there, just all over the place, trying to spread out, get into all the crevices, but nobody finds a kill. Nobody creates an open. But I think there was a window to force the bomb plant, get that return on investment, which surely should be like your primary objective there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it definitely is a very wild call as a whole, and a very well move. And I have to feel it for 3D Max. Despite this being really early in the map, it feels super desperate, right? It's a forced buy, and you've gone for the same exact hit that also really looks as lackluster. There was so many angles just that goes completely unchecked. Like, how are we not even looking rafters? Like, Shuhei gets the first kill out of heaven, no one looking there. So, crazy call, and a simple one. It's lucky he's going to find the first, though. At least the pistol's looking a little bit better in towards the third round of play. Ultimate, I think here, you need to fall back. You are a little bit isolated in that spot there. Get out of dodge, play the distance.
Elige tapping away, evens up the numbers. Spots another couple. That bullet is awfully close. The vignette close to his head. But Elige, brave of course, sticking around here. And you do expect Liquid to kind of come out on top of this one, right, as it has settled down a bit. But the Deagles always going to be capable. 3D Max also, by now I would have expected them to perhaps burst somewhere, but they have taken this one quite slowly.
Yeah. Two staying in towards heaven. You could really, if you want to, just drop a player in towards kind of backside of A. Oh, body. Nice shot on towards Shuhei. I mean, they kept giving opportunities for the Deagle. One of them's got a hit, and it does. But ultimately, this should be an absolute gallery of kills for him, and it is. Money made for the MP9 there, as he finds 3 in quick succession. And so do Liquid. A 3-0 start for them. Looking pretty damn comfortable out the gates. I haven't seen them break too much of a sweat here.
Some decent damage, I suppose, when you're on that minimal investment from 3D Max. Get some kill bonus back. Just keep Liquid on their toes. And you can see it's a weird sort of economic situation. You want to be nitpicky? I think Shuhei should have perhaps had an M4 dropped.
Sure.
But maybe he didn't ask. Some players are a little quiet about that kind of thing. Either way, we've got to pick up in pace here from the CT side in particular, trying to get their noses out of joint here. Elige creeping round. He's lost a teammate for this, but it does work out. Trade is there. However, 3D Max feel like a 4v4 could favor them.
It's a really good information play as well. He spots nobody else outside. He knows they've got to be trying to work the indoor position, hence why Shuhei rotates over here. He's going to fight through the flames. He is. Wrong call, because he'll go down to the molly. One tag keeps him slowed and keeps him in the flames. It's an unfortunate move from Shuhei. I think the second the molly comes down, you've got to fall away there, because they're now just waltzing towards this B site. I don't even know how, from this spot, if you're Liquid, how you retake this. You might even, if you don't get an early kill as the plant's coming down, you might even angle for the save.
Naf creeping up. Maka, meanwhile, big spot here from him. The off angle works for one, not quite the second, but you know, you continue to thin the numbers, do the damage. Nertz is off. Naf's kind of a bit deep here, so I don't know that he could necessarily risk the save, quote unquote. And you never know. The window's open.
Exit kills, right, are still really important. Gravity checks it. Fair play.
They must have heard him earlier on in the round.
Yeah.
Somewhere nearby.
He takes that molly that was on stairs, right? He ran in front. There was two down. He ran in front of one to kind of play in the gap of the two. So, yeah, you're probably right. You probably heard that tick and just were sort of aware of the possibility of that. But it's a nice round from 3D Max. Much better. I feel like, unfortunately, it's just one little mistake by Shuhei. Just sticking around a little too long over towards Ram. Molly comes down. I feel like you just give up that position, play full retake, play numbers, sort of level retake. But heat of the moment type stuff. Burns in the fire. So 3D Max, get on the board on the T side. And now we need to see something that really eluded them on the T side of Dust 2, which is not only getting on the board, but it's the consistency. They just could not get consecutive rounds at all. They couldn't change any momentum. 3D Max have got to do that pretty early in towards this game for them to really start building up that confidence again. They got completely shot in that second half of Dust 2.
Oh, dangerous here, Nerds. You can't really hear this coming as well. 3D Max have found both of their entries, and it's going to be an immediate capitulation. Retreat from Team Liquid. 3D Max opening up really nicely here on the T side once they've stabilized that economy, got some guns out themselves. So Liquid, listen, we saw two very early timeouts from them on Dust 2, and eventually it started working for them. So I think we're probably going to see some early timeouts here once again. Question of whether they actually get away with the save, because the hunt is on.
Yeah, if Ultimate actually stayed where he was for another second, he probably actually catches Mako, who's moving in towards heaven. But yeah, you're right. Looks like they might send a couple of feelers towards spawn. But for the most part, another simple round for 3D Max. Don't even take a point of damage from Liquid. It's two expert flashes and a little bit of a gamble to go through the smoke out of single door, but it works. This is the sort of position now where if you're Liquid, I actually wouldn't even mind attack pause. We're now understanding what the pace is looking like for 3D Max on these T sides, what the default kind of principles they're trying to set up are looking like as well. And I'm going to opt for it. They're going to buy straight back in. Let's see. Big thing is Ultimate keeping that AWP in play. It's the one thing that 3D Max haven't gone for yet, that T-side AWP. So he has the advantage at range.
Oh, Nerds going wild here. Will be punished. There's nobody around to trade. Maybe a bit quicker on the lobby crunch than his teammates were expecting. Elige only one outside. Obviously not going to be enough. Shuhei goes down. Wow, 3D Max just found the energy once again, found the successful approach. Lucky is holding for this. Doesn't get a kill, but he sees him.
Yeah.
They absolutely know about him. He catches another. It's just all over. It's all over. It's just far too easy. That's like a 30-second round. 3D Max only lose one player. Man, okay. If this is the kind of nuke we're going to get, we might just be going to 3.
Yeah, we spoke about this a little bit in the first half of Dos, when we were kind of saying it wasn't really at that point about protocols. It actually just came down to the raw aim, and that's what 3D Max had really kind of working for them. The individuals were just stepping up, and that's another sort of prime example. That's 2 back-to-back rounds where the call itself is ultimately really simple. It's a split A decision, but it's just so easy for 3D Max, right? You know, they come in through main, they win their fights, and Lucky does really well on the information plays, spotting that Nafa got in towards Hot. Ultimate was tunnel visioned in over towards Squeaky. It's a simple, simple round. 2 of them in a row for 3D Max, and that itself is a little bit more damning. Liquid go for a lobby crunch, but it's actually a really disjointed lobby crunch. We spoke about it. Nerds goes in so much earlier than the ramp guys. It's all well and good. If Nerds had gone in and died there, but the ramp guys are pushed at the same time, it actually probably works out quite well for them. They take that control, but he was so ahead of the curve.
He was. He was. So it does speak to a bit of discomfort, which is kind of my word of the series, really, as we get into these big arena matchups. Ultimate with a nice find. We've got Shuhei hidden away. Can't quite make it work. Exorcist looking good. Another player, it has to be said, that's been sort of freed up for the 3D Max side in this new strategical approach. Structure, I think, is the word that I was looking for there. So, yeah, looking good in this round at least.
Yeah, I really think he's been so revitalized as a player. He's the main one for me. Gravity, gonna get caught by the 5-7. I mean, we're at the point now where it is consolation kills. Body, nice reaction, nice find. Yeah, just consolation kills, really. Nurse the last man. They are going in his direction, but still, this should be next to impossible to convert, and that'll be the case. Lucky sees off the last, but it's 3 in the round for Exorcist as he cracked open the ramp position. And 3D Max claw back the lead. We always talk about it. 5 rounds T-side nuke, you'd be pretty happy with. And I feel like for 3D Max in the spot that they're in, especially with a little bit of a lackluster start, that would really go a long way for them. You get up to 5. If you can push for 6 as well, a lot of pressure being put on the shoulders of Liquid. Especially considering how that first map went. Liquid's T-side was pretty dire, right? They really didn't do a lot.
Elige, gets a great flash. But he can't do anything with it. Just hesitated, just paused for a moment. And it cost him the opportunity at least 1 kill, if not 2. So he will be kicking himself, but he's gained a lot of information. He gets some damage for his trouble. Maybe, just maybe, they're able to do something with it. What a smoke here, what a move.
My God,
on
Body.
The timing from Body, yeah, it was just as one dissipated, the other came up. He's actually going to push round in towards lockers. I thought maybe he'd go main, but not going to be the case. He's heard some footsteps.
Oh no!
Yikes. The panic gets the better of him. And rightfully so, he goes down. To be honest, you should be punished for that. So maybe a window now for Liquid.
We've all been there.
3D, we have. We absolutely have. 3D Max down below. Got a missed shot from Maka. It's not really letting up at this point. He has to find this close kill to give them the advantage, and a clean way in. Somehow he manages to get behind Nertz, who doesn't consider it at all. So I think with that, Liquid will move to save, and man alive, this is such an awkward round.
Yeah, that was very, very nearly very weird. Let's put it that way. Thankfully not to be. Lucky looking for a couple of last players just in case they're going for a late exit play, but yeah, not to be. Shelling up for the save over towards CT as 3D Max make it a 5th. And like we were saying, now we're pretty happy with this T-side fundamentally. 5 rounds on the T-side is a very workable score. But the way 3D Max are playing, it'd be hard to argue that they should stop there, right? They are looking a lot better now. And Liquid, there's quite a few gaps that are being exposed at the moment. Small thing, I mean, even that opening play, you got to feel for Elige there. He just takes half a step where he's like, oh, I'm not going to commit to the fight, maybe off the flash, just in case as an anti-player. That cost him a kill, cost him his life, and then all of outside control. And even though Body made a small mistake, it just goes unpunished because of the space they'd already taken.
Yes, that is kind of the key point of the round, really. I think perhaps because they lose their primary outside player, but it feels very strange. He got quite far.
Yes, yeah, he did.
He went down without a kill. But you feel like they'd be like, okay, there's a lot of presence outside. Maybe we should set someone downstairs just to be ready. for the eventuality, and yeah, there's a few issues with the Liquid setup. And they are being punished by 3D Max, who again, a map for them where they just keep it very simple, try and work a pick, and then go into these really crisp late round executes that they are so fond of. Okay, ultimate, advanced position, he finds an easy kill. So Liquid, for the first time in a while, have got themselves a comfortable opener.
He'd been waiting for that for a while as well. He was in hot early in the round, but he never actually made the push, which at the time was definitely the smart call. That re-aggression, perfectly timed. 45 seconds to work with here. Ultimate, right idea. Oh, I'm spotted, and that's enough for a kill as Lucky will hit the deck. They're starting to crumple here to the big green as Ultimate is making that ult sing so damn loud. He looks for more, and all 5 was on the cards, but it's shut down by Maka, but it still shouldn't make too much of a difference. Ultimate has taken this round by the reins and shut down any narrative about 3D Max making it a 6. There is no chance for Maka in this one. 15 seconds, he's tagged as well in a known quantity. And they crunch on his position. Well done by Ultimate. What a round by him.
Absolutely what they needed, right? Just when you are on the cusp of the dominant half, you need that individual to step up. As I mentioned on Dust 2, a player who is under a lot of pressure within this team, a lot of scrutiny for quite a while, cropped up out of nowhere, it felt like. I know that you in particular have been somewhat critical of scouting over the past couple of years, right? Yeah. Some of these players, but here in this series, he is stepping up to the plate when he's asked.
Speaking of, he's doing it again. This time he gets punished. They wait for it. excl still quickly and swiftly follow Ultimate in towards the grave on the trade, but still, they're now working their way in towards the A site. It all comes down to whether Shuhei can get a quick kill to allow Nerds up a vent.
Oh. Well, they grab a pause, and it does confuse Liquid. Pretty massively, actually. Body has thread the needle here. There was a Molotov tick. Oh, that makes all the difference. Shuhei was still around, and I think he now smells a rat over here. What is going on? What a weird game state this is. Gravity makes his way in. Oh, Shuhei has a decision to make. Doesn't quite want to send it just yet. They'll take their eyes off him, and he gets the low HP player. He might have hit a step below him as well. So all of a sudden, back into the round. Low HP bars for 3D Max really make this difficult. In comes the flash. Out goes Shuhei. Body is blind, and he is finished off. The trade is instantaneous. An AWP shot misses, however, and they will continue to close the gap. But Lucky keeps his cool, finds the important headshot, and 3D Max, in one of the strangest rounds we've seen on Nuke thus far, will answer back.
Yeah, honestly, I actually think Shuhei does quite well there. To be getting a 3rd kill in that kind of heaven rotate back in is not bad. It's just unfortunate that he should have isolated in that sense. It's a great flag to send them in, but it's just about not enough. They were just too deeply ingrained in towards that top site. So a response from 3D Max, and one which is most definitely needed by them. Put themselves in a really good spot. 6 rounds, T-side, exactly where you want to be. You know, you've built up more than enough in terms of foundations for the 3D Max side, and I think Liquid, they rightfully realize that they are in a bit of trouble. You buy back in towards this round, sure, off the back of this tack pause, but it is one of those situations where a lot of residual cash is used for this. If this falls flat, especially if they can't get anything in terms of kills, it's going to put you in a bad spot. That's crowd out here as well for the CS Asia Championship. Exactly what we want to see as we head in towards the semi-finals. All playing for that trophy tomorrow. You lose here, though, it's not the end of the road. 3rd place decide the match tomorrow, of course. So you're not done and dusted, but you'd like to be flying home with a bit of silverware.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think 3rd place deciders are a necessity in the current circuit. But it doesn't quite have the same feel to it. It doesn't quite have the same ring as a grand final opportunity. Naf traded instantly. Big damage done, however. The orb looking good. The flames sometimes can be difficult to deal with while scoped in, but he looks solid. Elige finding his, and 3D Max with one of their famous what the hell happened rounds as they all fall apart. Shots are missed all over the shop. My goodness, Team Liquid winning a lot of 1v1s in that. So 3D Max try and pick up the pace. It really does not work at all.
Yeah, exactly. I love the move there by Liquid. They really changed up the positions. We've seen that Elige has been taking actually a really kind of forward stance on how he wants to play outside control. Right? A lot of it's actually been about putting a lot of early pressure towards red. This time he sits in secret the entire time. He does really well just to change things up. Hence why Body is really questioning himself of where is he? Every time I've been taken outside control, I've always been tagged or naded or mollied. None of that's here. Where is this guy? And he just overlooks the last possible angle that Elige can play from. So it's a nice little variation, nice little change up. And yeah, 3D Max caught napping the same way in which Naf pushes Ram. They haven't done it for a while. The last time they did, they got massacred for it. This time, Naf finds the one perfect timing, and Body, by name and nature, hits the deck. So, down to 2, 3D Max of going out in this half of a bit of a whimper.
Hey. Rinse and repeat. It's what happened on Dust 2. So keep your eyes on this. Maybe this momentum shift going into the half. Swap is exactly what they need. Wow. It's been a while since I've seen a spam kill through HUT, you know. Solid find.
Poor Exorcise.
Gravity, though. Little crisp. He's got all 5. But he does have everything. All right, never mind. He's dead. Never mind. He's dead. 6 to 6.
We'll slow that one down right there.
You know, sometimes you like to build them up. We were talking about this earlier, weren't we? It's like, you know, you don't want to talk about it being over. What if he hits a clip, man?
Yeah.
But not today.
No, not at all. So, 3D Max, how do you respond from a spot like this? Because without a doubt, these guys, for the most part, vets, you know, have been around in the scene for a long, long time, being in situations like this, but they're going to see how akin the ending of the first half in map 1 and map 2 are, right? We've gone out of a whimper and we've actually given them the opportunity to look pretty good here. And we're now also seeing that Liquid's pistols are actually pretty solid. At 3D Max, they've always had this luxury throughout this tournament, and actually just recently in terms of since they made this sort of change in the calling system, that pistols have looked really good for them, but they haven't today. Liquid are looking very good, looking sharp. They're not really at times falling super, super flat. And we know how it happened towards the first map. So there's definitely got to be a little bit of a kind of a worry in the back of their mind at the very least. If we don't get this CT side started immediately, Liquid could start to snowball as they did in towards map 1. The only difference being is that the poor side that we saw from Liquid was the T side.
We're about to find out. Keeping it simple here as they break the door, moving straight in. Flash and a smoke, but the spam away here from Lucky finds one. Ecstasy's also chiming in. They've not managed to get those players down. They've not managed to get the bomb down either. So it has completely fallen flat. Body, meanwhile, takes this opportunity to push up the ramp. Shuhei has to delete him. The Julie's still alive, not quite finding those headshots. Naf also can't get it. So Body is keeping control. Elige on his own solo adventure here. Point and click, hopefully, if he plays his... He plays his cards right. Yeah, he did. That's why I took a moment.
See him look to the sky.
That's why I took a moment to just be like, for goodness sake. Yeah, like, you've made your own bet on that one, mate. But we all knew what was going to happen after that.
I'd love to see just that reaction from Elige again. It's just like, oh my god. It's like such a small mistake, but it's so costly. It's
We've had
so
a couple
costly.
moments in this series that are like that, where it's like, they're just like me for real, you know?
Yeah, exactly. It's just the look to the heavens of like, why did that have to happen? Because he's in a really good spot if he doesn't make noise there. Happens to the best of us. Proof that they are human. But 3D Max needed that CT pistol. Puts them now in a good little position. Mac for the first. He's up close as well, but he's got to reload. Thankfully, he's got coverage. Nice shot from Gravity. Hello. Only the low buy there, but you got to credit the quick aim. And a 2-round buffer built up to start off the half. This is the breathing room that 3D Max needed.
Indeed it is. Liquid then going to have to turn things around very, very quickly. And I don't know, man, it's not the best of starts to the half, right? I think they were also hoping to repeat the Dust 2 serendipity. But not happened thus far. Maybe with the guns in hand, they can make it work. 3D Max, though, in prime position to hit the double digits and start hammering this one home, take us to a third. Maui reckoned it would be close. Dust. Huh.
One of your mollies.
All right. Let's stop saying that. All right. I know where the map ends, to be fair, on Nuke. There was also a nade that kind of followed it up as well. Just a complete sideways lineup for sure.
Cooking the fishies in Cedar Creek. It's a bit of a weird spot now as well for 3D Max, because with that missed util, they don't really want to fight anymore there. They sort of have to quite reluctantly give it up. It's a bit of a weird spot. It's sort of like, for 3D Max, you're forced now to shell up, and it could work in favor of Lucky. The spam is close.
Oh, Nerds wants it. It's actually Shuhei that finds it. Important kill. Nerds is going to go unspotted, yeah, and he gets another. It's worked out very, very nicely there. Shuhei moves on high.
Oh!
Exorcist in for the double. They were not expecting him at all, right? They've taken out 2 players in Hell. It's like, surely there's nobody else around. Definitely can't be a guy up the ladder already. But Exorcist sells his teammates down the river, potentially, and it pays off. Oh, man. The catches onto Team Liquid here are just disastrous. It's going to be ultimate in the clutch. He's not expecting. Lucky in the hook. And Liquid, 5-on-3, slips through their fingers.
I think that round, you have to give all the credit to Exorcist. Those 2 kills in quick succession to Heaven win them the round, because it just gives them the advantage and the numbers. So well done from him. That 180 in particular, I mean, that's a monster kill from him. The reaction here is lovely, but it's just this reaction there, catching Nerds. Nerds, you have to punish that on the trade. And the fact that he can't, seals the deal. Oscar's naff to follow it up. Really, really well done. Krebian.
He's got a very cheeky smile. I love when Exorcist gets a moment. He's got a very, like, can't believe I did that kind of smile.
Exactly. Good outside presence really quickly here. And Tech9, they're just holding W, and they're going to get a lot of space.
It's true. The door, awkwardly, only one side of it blown up. But
I like
make
this.
It work. It looks decent. Oh, can't stop the cross. Maka doesn't drop the bomb either. Flasher's going to go in. He's trying desperately here to make something happen. Where's the cover? He just gets the plant in, luckily, but all the same, a kill that potentially shouldn't have happened. They do have the kit 1 available in the hands of Lucky, but he's not really near the bomb, so Maka going to tap and try and draw them out. Not quite going to work here. Molotov comes in. Naf, got to get a step on. He's in behind. Unfortunately, the kit on the bomb, and there's nobody around to stop it. Oh, Liquid, it just keeps getting worse and worse here. Some of these mistakes are really egregious.
Yeah.
3D Max hit double digits.
I think we're vastly approaching the point of no return, unfortunately, for Liquid. We're just not seeing anything on the T side. I will say, got to give them a little bit of kind of leeway. It's a Tech9 round, but it is the fact that you're actually in a decent spot, and there's a couple of, like you said, key errors, right? I think first and foremost, the fact that Mac is able to take that fight on towards the bomb planter for free, that should never happen. There should be another player somewhere near enough to at least stop that initial swing out, to get yourself into some sort of a post plan. And then it's the fact that the timing, the rotate idea is really nice, of this like late flank coming through. Let's try and, you know, retrace the steps that they did on the retake. But it's just the fact in which it was just too disjointed, too spaced out. So, yeah, it's key errors. I think you're absolutely spot on. And now we're at a point, like we said, right, no return is really on the cards. This buy round is make or break for Liquid. You lose this, and 3D Max are going to get map point.
Well, here we go. We'll see if Liquid have got anything left in the tank. The timeout comes in. A lot of utility here from both sides as you look at your mini-map. It's an absolute mess. There's probably more smoke There is free space. Maka, however, does not care. He finds the free space. He hits the shots. And he takes the dream of winning in 2 away from Liquid, surely. Break onto the smoke. I don't know that they necessarily looked in there, but Maka, dynamic here, has moved in. Trigger discipline. He's a little slow to react, but it works out well. They'll keep him coming. Body nearly finds it flawlessly. Not quite. The IGL of Liquid here to try and pull off the impossible. Doesn't look too bad from him thus far, but there's just so many to get through. Not going to happen. 3D Max. Hit number 11. This is just getting worse and worse, like I say. Team Liquid, unfortunately, just nothing on the T side. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully, there's some level of kind of residual cash for Liquid for the reinvestment, but they just look so checked out now. It's so loose in terms of the protocols by the C side, and there's just nothing in offer. They're still yet to get around here, but it's even getting to the point of bomb plants, especially these gun rounds. I don't really care about a bomb plant in a Tech 9 round, right? It's kind of a gimmicky round as a whole, but it's the fact that they can barely get to bomb plants in gun rounds. Like, they can barely get control of a site. That's the thing that's killing this Liquid side, and, well, Shuhei, first 2 fall, not what you want to see.
Ultimate, though, has managed to get in. Maka with another great position here, so a really solid few rounds on this AWP from him. He feels like he's everywhere, you know? There's nowhere that is safe. 3 remain for Liquid. Last chance Saloon. Body is down below, ready for this B hit. Gonna take the peek, well timed. It's just so easy. It's just so easy, man. Running rings around them at the moment. And now we have Inferno on the cards next, unless there's
spoke about it.
Heroic comeback. I don't think it's going to happen for Liquid here on Nuke. Really scary prospect.
All on the shoulders of Naf and Nerds. I'm not going to discount them just yet, but Naf's on a very, very slow map. 5 and 9. If ever there was a time for him to find that extra edge that we've been missing, it would be now, but it's not going to be. Body in down below, making life difficult. Time is ticking. He holds down mouse 1, and that'll be at the cost of his life. So Nerds thrust into a 1 versus 2, but Maka's so nearby. That supporting element as Nerds will fall 12-6. And at one point, there was a nice little bit of back and forth, call and response in this map. But as this second half has progressed, there's only been one team in it, 12-6.
Are Liquid capable of anything else here? Just a bit of confidence moving into map number 3, I suppose. As I mentioned in the previous, it's a scary prospect to look at what is next up on the docket. And now the sort of risk that you've taken, the money where your mouth is moment, is going to come into play, and maybe a little prematurely, he says. They've made some kills happen here. Maka. Oh! The vent, he's so blind. But maybe the no-scope is enough. Maybe the no-scope is enough. How is Body not traded out here? Naf will get it. Body does not read him, does not see him. Oh, and Liquid will survive it. It is the classic. Once 3D Max hit 12, they let a round slip, but it was very, very close.
God, Naf, that was so close. The fact that it's actually gone into the 1 versus 1, it's just a gun barrel that blocks. 12-7. Finally get around on T side. That's the positive news. But a long old road to recovery. So let's see. Galil in play for Shuhei and Nerds. 2 premium rifles, 2 Galils. The AWP of ultimate. But you find this round, if you're Liquid, you break the econ of 3D Max, so you can at least sort of see a bit of a pathway. I mean, sure, very, very long road to recovery, but baby steps.
Hey, we like to give them the benefit of the doubt and build up the hype. We'll see if they can deliver for us. Body round this corner. Actually, give it up. So they are happy to just fully concede the ramp area, which I think Liquid will be a bit confused by. And they now have a decision themselves.
in terms of what they want to do. Player posted down below. Gravity, meanwhile, pushing outside, and he might just get the catch. The timing is not bad here. They give it a halfway check, but he's on the way. There's no one posted up watching this. Oh, he does eventually get both. He's dropped that bomb as well. Nearly taken down by the AWP there, you feel, but enough has surely been done. Lucky finding another, and this begins the end. Elige alone by himself does get the double spray down here, but Gravity makes quick work of him. 3D Max with the 13-7 are going to take us to a third. So well played, and Liquid never get going on that T side.
GG to 3D Max. They win their map pick of Nuke off that wonderful Gravity flank from outside. Let's react to that straight away. How was he able to thread the needle there, Dust? What was the read?
Yeah, I just think that Liquid was struggling to find any sort of semblance of T-side nature in this game in general. You know, it felt like they just were really lost in a lot of these T rounds, just were not as polished as you'd hope they were to be. Somewhat understandable. You know, you can only work on your map pool so much with a new 5, but the reality is that 3D Max is going to come in heavy-handed, and, you know, really, I think Liquid's main win condition was to get a super hot start on CT and really carry that through. While they got a good start, they were not able to carry it through the rest of the half.
Yeah, Maui, leading on from that, why do you think it was that Liquid weren't able to have a stronger CT side?
The CT side from Liquid, they tried everything they could. I felt like you saw a lot of individual plays carry them. I think Ultimate had a moment. I think Elige had his moments. Good aggression from them overall. They kept up the same disruptive nature that we saw to be extremely effective on Dust 2 as they tried to thwart or stave away the 3D Max offense. But you could only do so much because on Nuke, there's just simply put, it has to be set up. If you're going to push into lobby, if you're going to try to push and flank outside, you need good utility, great flashes that are going to get your guys easier kills because there's just too many strong angles for T-side defaulters to stand from. You had people like Lucky waiting in the door, waiting for people like Nerds to try to push, and it's just easier. So I don't think Liquid could really go back to the well as easily when it came to that defense. And yeah, that T-side, I mean, they just didn't have as deep of a playbook as you need for a map like Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you on the CT side. It's like, you know, Nerds pushing Suki Hall, but not paying bond to all the appropriate angles as he came out, giving up a free kill. You had Shuhei trying to do a little bit too much at ramp on a couple of rounds, getting caught, even like burned to a Molotov one round inside Turnpike. So it's just a couple of those things where, yeah, you kind of applaud the theory behind wanting to still be aggressive and disruptive and kind of, you know, relive that success you had on Dust 2 playing that defensive play style. But 3D Max is just such a polished team on Nuke that they had all the appropriate protocols to deal with those moves and then just kind of flow through the rest of the game appropriately on defense to close out.
Lucky, Maka, and Exorcist all with 16 frags. It was Lucky that just about had the highest ADR, but if we are to turn our attention and focus in on Maka, love the way his AWP was looking across Nuke. He seemed to find some impact there. Maui, thoughts on Maka across Nuke?
Great rifling on the T side. In fact, there was a moment in the first half where Lucky just stared at an AWP, probably asking Lucky or asking Maka, should I pick this up for you? But Maka just stuck with the rifle. And I mean, Dust was highlighting in the pregame to the whole BO3 about Maka's rifling on that side of things. And yeah, it's been great. I mean, Lucky himself was fantastic. Like I said, he really controlled this lobby super well. But yeah, no, Maka, as you wanted to bring him up on the CT side, Paula, I mean, his opping was just dynamic. It was moving around. He was feeling himself maybe too much at times, just kind of walking into angles. But I honestly, I couldn't complain about what he did. I mean, his ramp holds when he was there outside, opping behind the big CT red, all of that was just, it was just great stuff. Highlights after highlights.
Yeah, indeed. And Dust, what a turnaround for Lucky considering his performance in map 1. Great to see him enjoying his freedom on Nuke. What changed for Lucky? Why was he able to feel himself so much better on that second map?
That's an interesting one. I mean, again, I think that, you know, with him being like that lobby player in the first half on the T side, just being able to kind of anticipate some of the Liquid aggression and be able to handle that effectively, you know, it's just kind of the muscle memory of understanding how to play that zone, how to hold his ground, and kind of understanding what things he has to look out for. And then I think defensively, you know, he's just kind of been able to gel with all the other changes that have kind of happened. They moved a lot of personnel around defensively lately where he's kind of remained somewhat constant with what he's doing and has been very effective. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just kind of Lucky. This guy Sky was like their most stable player last year, in my opinion. And I think he had a good start to 2025 as well. It's just he kind of dipped off since then, but he still has that capacity to be a good role player.
Guys, let's sort of recap and set the scene now for map number 3. And correct me if how I put this is wrong, but Dust 2, solid by Liquid, 13-10. I think that's a solid scoreline. The momentum has shifted quite a bit now, 13-7 in favor of 3D Max. And we're going into Inferno, which you both said is maybe a bit of a slip up in the veto for Liquid. What are the expectations going into Inferno?
I mean, the expectation is that 3D Max will once again come in as the favorite. I mean, you can't really deny the success that they have had on Inferno throughout the course of this year and just throughout the course of this season in particular. I mean, they've won 12 of their last 15 games, and they have just kind of really taken their Inferno to the next level, in my opinion, Mally. I think when Gravity came into the team, I think particularly on the T side, they've always been known as like being able to do the basics correct, like, you know, push and pull rotations, you know, split pressure plays. But ever since Gravity started calling for them, they've had so many more added, like fast-paced executes that are just so crisp, and it's really kind of carried over like some of the utility usage and some things we praised them for in other maps. They've been able to now add that to their game on Inferno, and I think it's just made them one of the strongest T-side teams in Inferno, period, in my opinion.
Yeah, again, I mean, I feel like the 3D Max T-side is the staples are all there. You have your BXX, but it's the variety within those that I have just been loving, because I myself, if I see a really good execute from 3D Max, I actually very frequently will download their demos in particular, because I know they think about all their nade usage at such a high level, because it's really what supplements the fact that they don't really have a superstar player that's supposed to be taking space, that's on the entries. Like, I rate Body pretty highly, but he isn't a leash, so you need to have good utility to set him up. But then when I really dive into the details and I look at the flashes that they use to help Body or Lucky take space towards Banana, it's a variety of things. They're throwing high ones over them, they're throwing deep flashes against the wall, and when they do their BXX, it's not the same flash every time. They have like 4 entry flashes that they like to try to get that first player in. So if you think you're in a spot that's anti-flash versus the last time 3D Max played Inferno, they might throw 1, 2, 3 different flashes. So there's nowhere that feels truly safe when you're backed up into a bomb site, and Liquid, they're going to have to face that reality.
Yeah, I mean, they just have so much depth. You're absolutely right. The one thing I will say that's kind of going for Liquid is they have been good on Inferno lately, and they've already played it and beat 2 pretty good Inferno teams this tournament already. I think that Elish has been kind of a natural fit. You know, he's basically gone 1-for-1 in Twist's role, so no one else has really had to change a whole lot. They seem to have the basics down, and I think they have something that 3D Max doesn't have, is like when they just gather and go, they have so much more like firepower to be able to entry and trade and just give you those fast-paced, scrappy plays that can really just kind of scramble teams. The one thing I'm concerned about, though, is like Nertz has kind of been a little bit off lately, and in particular with him being like their banana player on both sides of the map, I've seen him just feed a little bit too much defensively. I've seen him really struggle to have the same impact on the attack that he's used to having, and I think that's something that Body can expose, who in himself is a very good player on that position on the map.
So going into Inferno, sort of generally agreed that 3D Max are at least somewhat the slight favorites. If we keep that in mind, what do we want to see from Liquid? Do we want to see that Liquid that started to grow in Dust 2, where they found that confidence and kind of in line with what you were just suggesting, Dust, where they're a bit more dynamic, believing in themselves and playing with confidence?
I think what I want to see from Liquid is, again, yeah, bring the same pacey play that you're known for and do so decisively, but there is a fine line when you overextend a little bit too much. And I do think there's been times where Shuhei has been guilty of maybe giving up a little bit too much, trying to peek through smokes he doesn't need to, you know, maybe not taking just, the 1-for-1, you know, putting yourself in a 4-and-4 and just playing off of that, trying to go for like a little bit too much when you still have a lot of time left on the clock. I think Nertz just needs to, you know, just maybe let the game come to him a little bit more. I think he's tried to force the issue a little bit too much as well in their most recent Inferno loss. So it's just about tightening up a little bit. I think they had the right personnel and the right roles to do well here. It's just about not going for too much.
I think there is a saving grace, though. I really liked what Naf has been bringing on this map. I mean, like we were talking about, the first season of this year was disastrous for him as an individual, but he's really found his form again. I watched back how he's played at this tournament on Inferno, and he's so much more, he's much smoother. He's holding space incredibly well. If teams are trying to push him in the halls, he's really just meeting that head on, able to get free kills, maintain space. It allows Shuhei to mid-round so much better because he's holding that space. Again, I would relate it to probably like Rops on Vitality, where it's just he's so safe in that position that it would really take multiple players from 3D Max to actually unearth him. So I think that's a little bit of a second option. If the banana takes aren't really working, you're probably going to have to depend on Naf, who's controlling that A side of the map for them.
All right, gentlemen, thank you as always so much for your thoughts. Final question, which will be our first team heading to the Grand Finals, Dust.
Unfortunately, my heart says Liquid, but my brain tells me it's 3D Max.
Maui?
Yeah.
3D Max, overtime.
Again?
He's tried it again.
In overtime.
He's
3D
gone
Max
double
in
rock.
overtime.
He's thrown double rock and rock, paper, scissors. He's done
All
the
right.
classic.
Well, I love it. And everybody, this one is going to be ready to go very soon. Third and final map between 3D Max and Liquid. It's going to be Inferno. And yes, the winner will head to the grand final. Do not go anywhere.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
Stop.
Well, here we go. The long game that we were promised absolutely delivers thus far. Again, it's been some one-sided maps, but excitement remains high. We have to decide our first grand finalist here, of course. I think everyone was a bit hopeful for Liquid to do better there on Nuke, and for a time, they were, but it just fell off completely into that second half. So very, very excited to get into this one. The Inferno, should they have let it get through? What's going to happen here? Have they done miles of prep? We're about to find out.
You know the saying, all good best of threes are decided on Inferno is the narrative. It's just the issue is the narrative here, right? This is the map that we actually sort of predicted 3D Max would pick into. It's been such a strong part of their map pool. It's been a map in which they've been using to punish a lot of teams, especially on this kind of rise that they've been having recently. I think this is a mistake by Liquid. I don't think they should let this through. I don't think they should have let this go to a map 3 of Inferno. I think it's hard to imagine a world now in which 3D Max don't win this, from my opinion.
Yeah, I would probably agree, to be honest with you. They really do feel like one of the more solid Inferno teams in the world, and they kind of have been for a good while. The desk obviously singing their praises of the variation, the creativity that they have on this map, and they are a team that maybe see the light with Inferno, where a lot of other teams are like, oh, it's just the same thing, you know, it's just a rinse and repeat every time. They have those little tweaks in the execute that can really make a difference, maybe the ghost of existence, so to speak, in that sense.
Yeah, exactly. I think one thing that, for me, I absolutely adore with 3D Max is just how they approach the T side on this map. I think at times, a lot of teams play a very stale T side on Inferno. I love the way that 3D Max approach it. And they're going to be going in towards that T side on the second half as well, which might be a bit of a benefit to them. Let's see. We're going to kickstart our map number 3 to see who will be going towards the grand finals here. This semifinals already delivered 2 bountiful maps, and we're seeing whether this one can follow suit as well. It's Team Liquid who start on that T side, 3D Max on the CT side. And we're waiting to see maybe whether we get a little bit more out of Liquid.
Indeed. Oh, man, okay. Listen, this is how it starts. The double nade. They got 4 on B. 3D Max back with a vengeance here into map number 3, and really looking good. A great start. Glock picked up by Body here. You know, they're just...
I love it. Close range.
Moving into those instincts again, and I think it's something that they were perhaps missing on that first map. So we'll see here. Team Liquid. Gotta be careful. Can't lose another name. Body up close on the Glock mode. Not going to be expected. The perfect weapon for it. He will eventually go down. Lucky has to drop back. But again, there's another player ready and waiting for this attack. And rotations are going to take a while. They're slow to move, it feels like. But all the same, 3D Max, it looks good.
Don't need to peek from Nubox. Maka, this angle's so strong because of the crossfire. Oh, what a shot by Maka. Clips him out of the sky. It's duck hunting, and he is finding all the shots. Maka does so well there. They were starting to really crunch on that positioning towards Nubox, and under the pressure, he does not falter. 3D Max start well, but you already brought it up, mate. I mean, just a double nade and banana, the quad stack. I mean, this is what 3D Max do. It's why we worried about this being where the veto heads. They've got a lot of little gimmicks, little protocols that work really well for them. And Liquid, it just feels like this is going to be an uphill battle all the way throughout. They need to find 110% here if they want a chance of taking this map for me.
Again, the utility is very difficult to deal with. Just about making away alive, not unscathed though. Oh man, and a stray bullet there landing through to take Shuhei down low. So, you know, you don't expect too much out of this round, but it looks like it will be easy pickings for 3D Max. Maybe some money to be made for this MP9 up close as well. Ideal for your AWPer. They're on the way. They're on the way. They're going to go straight into him. It's a question of whether he goes down early, whether he gets to grind some meat, make some money. Oh, he's actually having the kills stolen away, so maybe not a chance to make some money, but they will survive things cleanly here. Just Nerds remains.
Yeah, not expecting a lot. Let's be completely frank. If he can get a consolation kill, that'd be nice. Loose terms there. I mean, at this point, there is no world in which anything is found that really makes up for this round. You're really hoping that you could maybe get a bomb plant on a round like this. You just stick as a pack, but there it's a mowdown in towards mid. Exercise. Really nice round for him. 3 kills to his name. Simple stuff. 3D Max find a second. But it wasn't a buy. So this is where we really take stock in a round. We don't really care too much about that round number 2. It's this round here. This is the true indicator of what Liquid have got up their sleeve and whether we should be as concerned as we've maybe built up a bit on the desk and, of course, ourselves here on the cast of letting this Inferno come through. First gun round coming in. Premium rifles across the board, bar Shuhei in towards the Galil, but he opts for a little bit more util.
Yeah, if we are to assume things that make sense, right? The Occam's razor kind of argument of this, Liquid should have done a good degree of preparation for this map coming into this matchup. It absolutely has to come through in the series somewhere, right? Given where the permas fall and given how good 3D Max have been at this tournament. Let's even just look at it through that kind of microscope. So you would assume that Liquid have got set strat look. Gravity loses his head with an overstep, and certainly some lackadaisical moves there from 3D Max on the B-bomb site. I think that might just be a save, even though it is a bonus. But yeah, you got a guy just sort of jumping, coughing while there's no smoke down. The other guy's out in the open. Overconfident, maybe even a little arrogant from 3D Max.
It really, really is a beautiful double entry, especially that kind of opening kill. Shuhei's is very important to guarantee the side, but it's Nerds, right? That first kill is everything. He had to hit a really hard shot to give them a bit of space to kind of scale up forward in towards the site, and he does. And Nerds on the lurk, going to find one of his own as well. Exorcist going to try and make it a bit expensive, which at the very least he is. And like you were saying, it's a bonus round, so it's not the end of the world losing this, but I think the main thing for Liquid, don't drop any more bodies now. Make sure that 3 stay alive. It's great that you found a round, but you've still got a lot you need to do to build up on this T side. But like we said, right, that's the round that we actually take stock in, and it's a good round. Nice execute. Thought the util usage towards top car was really good. It actually forces both of them back off the site and both of them to kind of retract and shell up. That's the kill that really makes or breaks that round, though, from Nerds. He gets an opener, but he clears a really difficult angle to clear as they were peeking and dry.
Looking good on the replays as well. So we shall see here. Liquid. Really well done. I think the start of the maps have been very, very streaky from both teams. So the fact that they're able to make themselves known early. Ecstasy, speaking of beautiful aggression, man advantage, and exactly what 3D Max do, right? They will get in your face after a loss around the shot. Somehow misses from Maka. And they live to fight another day.
I brought it up last time we saw the Inferno, but I love the way Maka approaches the CT side. He's so confident, he's so fluid, he adapts on the fly, he rotates between positions. He's such a fun AWPer to watch on this map. I think at times his T-side can struggle a little bit, but talking with Maui a bit about it yesterday, and he was telling, you know, statistically it's got better since Gravity's taken over the system. So signs are looking like they've got a bit of an uptick for him. But yeah, I love his CT side. He's so fun to watch. When he really gets going as well, he goes in a bit of a heater, he backs himself so much. I mean, we even saw it then, right? He's so confident to stay on the corner, take the fight. Gets very unfortunate that it doesn't work, but we'll see. They're now going back to B. An opener as well as Nerds again sent into the fray. Nice adaptation there from Gravity, just making life a little difficult on the cross. Numbers favor 3D Max on the retake, and they are quick on the flank.
Bomb plant being punched in, but they are crunched very quickly here, as you mentioned. Ooh, slim window to get through there. Ultimate's in a weird spot here. He manages to find one. He's not ready for the second. And they make quick work of it. Liquid caught out in the open. Does seem like there's a real lack of discipline in this game thus far. It's been a pretty chaotic series creeping into Inferno.
Yeah, that's a really good retake, by the way. You know, a 4 versus 3 in the retake, you only take 1 casualty coming through. It's a bit of a clinic from 3D Max. They're able to really dissect what Liquid are doing in the post plant. Good signs, really good signs. And even off the back of that post plant as well, money's still a little frail for Liquid, so they might not really even buy in towards this next round. That's where making the previous a bit expensive. It's good.
No.
He did get off that defuse a couple of times, but Gravity's happy. That's what we want to see. Open play for Ultimate on the T side, a double AK, and then a double Tech 9. So it's a disjointed investment, but a full buy nonetheless for Liquid. I was sort of assuming they go half buy here, full buy next with the AWP, but they're going to go full buy here, which is So risky. And Nerds gets a taste of his own medicine. He's had 2 entries back-to-back towards B. This time, he's the first to fall.
Quickly moving up A, though. I mean, it's a decent position. Unfortunately, just running into the AWP is the last thing that you wanted. excl with a crisp find above the cart, although it's more of a van these days. 2 on 5, probably just going to save the strong weaponry here.
Yeah, I think so.
But to your point at the buy, I think it is just a case of evening up the econ across the board.
Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, you're
Makes
super
it
valid.
easier, especially like earlier on in a game, you just don't want that in your head.
I just always assume in a spot like that, right, you go here or AK, a little bit of a half fire around it, leave enough cash for the AWP in towards the following round. But yeah, I think you're right. It's just about resetting it. The only issue is, look how expensive this round is now becoming. It's a great shot from Elige, but an immediate trade, and the AWP will get recovered too. So a tough spot now, if you're being completely honest, for Liquid. Full buy, fallen flat. 3D Max have extended the lead now to 3 rounds. There's a nice little bit of breathing room, and you've now got no money to work with. Liverpool fan, that's my go. That's my boy. We're winning the league again this season. As 3D Max are like, they're going to win this match. They're looking great.
There you go.
You never walk alone.
Nice segue. Back into the game here, of course. I could maybe name like 5 teams in the Premier League. So, you know, I'm not really your guy. That's a little low, maybe like 8. Anyway.
I live or die Liverpool.
Of course. But yeah, a difficult one for sure. At 3D Max, again, starting to streak ahead. I thought Liquid would maybe keep things competitive. And it's not just the fact that there is this 3-round lead. You know, a chunk of that comes off the back of the pistol. There are some dodgy economic decisions that are made, potentially. We understand the logic, but when it doesn't work out, it doesn't look great. And the rounds as well, relatively decisive from 3D Max for the most part, apart from the 1 lost round. So we have another early timeout from Liquid. It's kind of interesting, the approach from both of these teams. 3D Max in the flow. They like to work on their instincts. Liquid much more structured, perhaps. But this is what you get. Gravity through the smoke. Wins the round single-handedly. A bit of assistance from the boys, but there is no real worry here for the Frenchman.
Yeah, Gravity makes it look effortless as well. Holding down mouse on a turret just inside of that smoke. Really, really well done.
Hey, I like it.
Thrown. And, you know, we're in a spot now where we've got to start asking some serious questions for Liquid. Again, it's a no-buy round, so we don't want to take too much stock in it, but we're getting to the point now where small things like trades are ineffective, spacing's a little bit ineffective, bomb plants are kind of elusive at the moment, right? And this is where you get to a point of this rinse and repeat cycle. Sure, we've got loss bonus built up, but you want the bomb plants to at least give you a following buy each and every round, and we're not even there yet. So 3D Max, they are looking really good at the moment on this CT side. It doesn't look like it's that big of a lead, but it feels like it in terms of momentum. But no, it's a nice opener.
Big find. They have to be able to do something with it, however, and very, very loose rotations here. And by loose, I mean quick. The flashes are good. Oh, noise being made. Shuhei was already in. Gravity has to reveal himself for that trade as well. And they get ahead of themselves. It worked nicely for Gravity in the previous round. Everybody wants a piece of the CT smoke push. Doesn't work here. Liquid a bit more prepared for it after being punished so heavily in the previous round, actually.
Yeah, it's a very risky call, I think, ultimately, because they're swinging dry through smokes, but it works, right? It's not around, again, I always propose the question in spots like this, is it replicable? No, I don't think so, but it's good, right? You need a tempo shift. You need to kind of deny a bit of this conditioning that I think was set up, right? Sure. I think with 3D Max, it got to a point where they had figured out that we can play quite aggressive towards Banana in the early round because they go for a later round execute, and that's when we'll fall back. We'll also stock up our util, and you can even see in a couple of instances there, 3D Max are a bit surprised by the pace. So it's nice that Liquid have thrown that in. It keeps the 3D Max side on their toes, and it's a round in which they can build upon. But they still got to find more holistic approaches to winning these rounds. It's just not a round that you can do time and time again. But it's good to get something on the board. It still feels, though, momentum-wise, it's pretty one-sided on that CT. But if we can start chaining a few together, get a little bit of a snowball going, any sort of foundation towards this T side, then we're okay.
Elige. Barreling in. Oh, the nade is massive over here. Body trying to do something with it. He's just spraying wildly. Gets one, he's traded. They're not able to help him out very much. So I think they'll kind of take that Liquid, gain the banana control, but look how low they are, right? This could certainly come into play later on in the round. It seems to be a slow encroachment towards the B-bomb site. Just getting more and more playing room here. Maka, trained in. Oh, not quick enough. He survives. Meanwhile, utility coming round. A swing from Gravity. Dry again. It's got to be frustrating for Team Liquid to be on the back of, as these swings are just nonsensical at times, but they managed to get away with them.
It's kind of weird. You can see Gravity sort of and ahhing about how to play that, because the molly comes down, but he stays open. I like it. It's a nice shot from Ultimate, and look at the scale now in towards A. Because they left the player lurking over here, Leisha's got a lot of space, information, and room to work with. If he gives it a shot, this round swings so heavily in favor of Team Liquid now. I think 3D Max have got to save, and it looks like they are.
Really well done, whether it's communicated or just keeping your, your head up, your gun up.
Yeah.
It's that player down middle that I think could have really caught them off guard.
Exactly.
Elige maybe heard him running, perhaps, if he started running early. Difficult to say without the full breadth of the round, but it's Elige that really makes that. It's only one kill for him, but it's so much info, so much cut-off.
Yeah. That ultimate kill is so important as well. He catches that, like, early rotate player, which is what gives them a bit of that confidence of, actually, we should go back towards A now. If you're sending a player deep down banana, there's got to be another player somewhere backed over there. And then at that point, you start to figure out where the stack is lent. And then it was lent towards B. The small information players do well. Liquid find a third, but it's a back-to-back round, which is the thing that makes it most important. This deficit slowly but surely being chipped away at. And a bit of a make-or-break situation in the, I guess, the early part of this half for 3D Max, where we finally got them to a point where econs run dry, right? They've got a buyout here. You lose a round again, and Liquid can start seriously pulling away on towards his T side, start seriously chaining rounds together. And at that point, you start to feel a little bit of a problem arising. So I do wonder how 3D Max want to play this. They've been trying to go quite aggro in towards banana, and it's very 50-50 in whether Body's winning this first fight. I wouldn't mind them playing a little bit more standoffish, and this time they actually do.
Nerds. Up on the boost tip. They're thinking about it. That's one flash. Is there another to come off the back of it? Maybe. Maybe. Molotov. Oh, the swing. Shuhei is ahead of it. The preemptive strike, perhaps. Looking for a little bit more as well. Maka, meanwhile, catching Naf on the lurk this time around. Oh, man. Wacky moment here. Lucky moves through. The flash is good to create some space for him. Damage is big on these remaining Liquid players as well, so does not feel likely here, Neo.
Really don't know what Shuhei was doing there. That's on his own.
There's a bit of that.
It's a wild thing. And do you know what? There's been questions about that, actually, for a while now for Liquid. It feels like, I don't want to call it like overconfidence for Shuhei, but he takes a lot of fights that they really, I'm left kind of question marking a little bit, and that's sort of one of them. It's such a strange move to do on your own. No ult or no support, no numbers in that fight, and it just gives up what felt like is a decent opportunity for Liquid. It's a nice shot from Nerds, I'll give him that, but it's a pure contact play by 3D Max. They're reacting, so they don't even really care about giving up one. Really nice response coming through. Still, quite a few question marks from Liquid in that one, but I love, again, the approach from 3D Max. Like I said, I wanted them to play it just a little bit more standoffish, a little bit more passive, and they do that. That's the kill I'm referencing, that Shuhei move. He's trying to move through the smokes, but it was, yeah, it just didn't work out.
Is it all too common? A question that might be raised.
Yeah.
Post-tournament, post-series, perhaps. Maka.
Feels like he needs to rein himself in. You know what I mean?
Maybe. It's tough to say, you know, obviously there's a few IGLs that have that sort of approach. Carrigan maybe is the most notable at times.
Sure.
But yeah, it's confusing when we have all that information. You're like, what is running through this guy's head? But then, as like objective viewers of the game, we perhaps lack the belief, you know, and that's one of the big things that a pro player obviously has to have, is the belief in their play, the belief in their mechanics to get the job done.
Yeah, 3D Max had a bit of belief in this round, finishing towards A, and how wrong they were. They gamble sacked all 4 over there immediately. It may seem like a very rogue call, but I actually understand it. Right, you've lost the opening fight over towards the A site, but you do just make a split 50-50 call of we've not got the numbers here, and if they do execute, if we play a normal 2-2 split, we're actually not going to win the round, or the chances are quite small. So let's bolster up, let's stick together. It's a complete coin flip, and unfortunately, the coin just doesn't land in their favor this time. It's one of those rounds where it's all about hindsight. In hindsight here, we're saying, okay, it was a bad gamble stack, but on the flip side, if they'd gone towards A, that would have been a bloodbath and most likely very unexpected by Liquid. And if it had gone out well, we'd be sitting here, you know, lumping on the praise for Gravity, saying, love that call, bold move, yada, yada. So it happens. Liquid. Nice move to re-aggress in towards Banana, though. And just, I guess, a bit of committing, saying, all right, let's just go for this, right? We've got the numbers here. We're already built up in towards top car. That's what we're going for. I can't really fault 3D Max, right? In that situation, to go for a gamble call, I think it is the right move.
Yeah.
It's a bit of Inferno coded as well. Very gamble heavy, very save heavy, right? And that's sort of how you have to play a lot of these CT sides. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. When we saw them the other day when they were dominant on this map, a lot of gamble calls that were really quite successful. And in hindsight, we're saying, that's a fantastic map. It's just one that doesn't work out.
I mean, sometimes you wish you would see more of that from top
yeah.
teams, to be fair, right? It's like you've lost an early kill, and then you just play one guy on B. Like, obviously, he's going to get clapped by, like, a full X.
Yeah,
it's not really going to do anything for you. You know, you're banking on him having, like, the 1 in 1,000 round or whatever to get, like, 3 kills and live. So,
you know, it's one of those, if you're being pedantic, maybe you could say leave 1 deep CT on B and 3A in that situation, right? And then stock them up with you two. Give them, you know, 2 or 3 smokes, 1 molly, a nade or something like that, right? And then maybe he can, like, slow time for the rotation, but ultimately it's so unlikely, right? They're not going to care about the smoke. They're just going to pop through it anyway. So it happens. It's what it is. We go again, round number 11, the penultimate of the half. And Liquid are starting to make something out of this T side at the very least.
3D Max recognize that, though. They take a timeout, so they are looking to shut it down. Lovely deep nade.
Oh, poor Nerds.
Indeed, really solid. He is softened up for the latter stages of this round, and still brave to peek in and line up the utility. Moving quick here, R3D Max. The Molotov doesn't go out, actually. And then there was one kind of in front of it, so a bit of a rarity to see that in CS2. No one on the other side to capitalize, but some small ticks done here. Maka.
He knows.
Timing so important. Will find the angle, will find the shot. Info picked up, gonna get another as well. Oh, imagine. Doesn't quite land it, but all the same, he's done so much for this round, looking to do a little bit more. Was he on the screen? He was round the corner, surely. Shuhei is slamming his desk. Ultimate, meanwhile, gets the first for Liquid, and all of a sudden, the 5-on-2 may well create a bomb plant, but I think the round itself is out of the question here.
It's just a clinic, isn't it, really, from Maka? He's just toying as well, poking that barrel around. He knows. He also just doesn't need to fight here. There's no need at all. Look at him. He's playing with his food as he keeps showing the barrel around the corner. It's so annoying to deal with. It's like a cat with a feather on a string, right? You can't take your eyes off it. Distracted all the way to the end. It comes back to what I was saying a bit earlier. I love watching Maka on these CT sides. He's so confident. He believes 100% of the time, I am the best player in this 50-50. I will win this fight. And when he plays at that and it works, it's such a joy to watch. Really, really good. But also at the same time, he's not overconfident, right? He could have so easily... Yeah, love it. He could have so easily have, you know, swung again, especially when he spots him over towards the barrel. He could have gone for that refight, the refight. He didn't need to. It's not this sort of over audacious approach that some people do get when they start getting out of a bit of a heater. 3 kills, you want to fight, you want to go for the ace.
Whoa. Oh. Maka again. Oh, it's the dink on the 5-7, just out of the range. Just out of the range for that instant headshot. This is not looking too good. A creeped angle as well for Ultimate that he might be able to get away with. Body is slowly... No! Oh my god, he does get the kill.
How's he got out?
Oh my goodness. And yeah, there was a nade in hand for Lucky, which is a bit awkward. Meanwhile, Gravity's having his own game over here. Slowly walking up. No info for him to really work with. The nade to finish off Lucky as well. Gravity reveals his location, so surely they're able to take him. Elige, confident, and rightly so. So Liquid will find that final round. It's the small buffer that can all be nullified by this upcoming pistol.
Yeah, it's actually a really nice round from Liquid to finish it off. I mean, we've had this now across all 3 maps where Liquid finish the half on a strong note at the very least, and they give themselves some level of something to work with in towards the second. But we go back to kind of what we've seen so far in this tournament, and for 3D Max, their T sides have been relentless. And I'm sure, without a doubt, that Liquid know this, especially letting this map go towards the third. They've obviously must have some level of preparation, but we saw just how brutal they can make CT sides for teams. 3D Max, they'll play consistent pressure rounds. I mean, they had like a streak, it was like 9 rounds in a row streak, and 7 of them were just B hits back to back. And they were taking fights in the first 10 seconds, taking top car control in the first 15, right? They make life horrible to play. So for these Banana players, they've got quite the task ahead of them. And we'll see whether they can find anything to work with. Crowd out here, of course, they're being treated to some beautiful Counter-Strike here in our first semi-final of the day. Of course, we have another to follow. Legacy taking on Heroic in that one.
Who you got?
I'm going Heroic. I'm here. I'm all here for the Hades Masterclass. Best player in the groups as well. Highest rated player so far in the tournament. I'm all here for the Hades show. Stand-in buff. But I do like what I've been seeing from Legacy. I mean, Legacy beat 3D Max, and it was a good series. So yeah, I think it's gonna be like a bit of a crazy one, a bit of a barn burner. But I'm going Heroic in that one. I'm going to lean with Hades.
I'd agree. And I do agree it is going to be a wild ride. This has also been a wild ride, and it's not quite over just yet. Don't know if we want to get off just yet either. Naf up close on those Julies. Gravity, though, is the one to watch. The P250 gets involved. Bomb plant coming in. You maybe look at this, and it's like, you might as well just keep the head armor, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's like, there's not much of a chance to break in, so really big deal for 3D Max. Not only did they get it, they walk straight into kind of the perfect setup to deal with them and still win.
Yeah.
So really looking good.
I mean, that is the definition of a textbook 3D Max round on the T side. We'll bring this up so many times throughout the C side as 3D Max start to scale into it, but it's this pack play. That's what they do so often. It's just, let's all stick together, let's just pay for the trades. We know that basically in 9 times out of 10 on an execute, we're going to have the numbers advantage if we just stick as basically a full 5. They do this a lot, and they'll do this a lot in towards their gun rounds as well. But it's a really good pistol. It's a really nicely worked one. I don't think Nerds realizes his shoulders peering around the corner. Body, surely you swing for the fight. He'll die, but Ecstasy still trade. So you're happy with that. Dooley's picked up. He did have a P250, but he opts for the Doolies anyway. And 3D Max, once again, start well. We will get the bonus, or the force buy, may I say, out for Liquid. It's quite a big call, right? The force buy. Statistically, doesn't go too favorably on a seat side when you lose the pistol. If they lose here, 3D Max find 9. And the 10th is also a bit of a gift because your money's broken. So dangerous waters that Team Liquid find themselves swimming in.
Early util out here. 3D Max feigning banana control, feigning the fact that they might be deep in banana. Meanwhile, they're actually out long, which is kind of perfect because Naf can't really hear them with his position. So yeah, he gets completely blindsided. What the hell's going on? 4 on B, and they might just pull away and take this save into next, to be honest with you. Like, they lack just so much, control and information, and there's the pivot. They will indeed save it, so... Strange game state. The hunt is on. Some money to be made for this Mac 10, but all the same, 3D Max secure yet another round.
Yeah. Maka goes looking in for one. It's only a Mac 10 drop, not the end of the world. As long as the AKs stay in play and aren't gifted over, doesn't really matter all too much. It's it's a really, really easy call by 3D Max. You just go back-to-back towards the A site, but you know that you have better firepower heading towards the A site. Ultimate, the chance at exits, and he gets one, in all fairness. So at least something here. They are trying to make things a bit more awkward for Liquid in towards the next round as they... Oh, she's going to use this buy once again, of course. But this is a... Yeah, it's a healthy lead now, right? For 3D Max, 9-5. You're 4 rounds ahead. You're 4 rounds away from booking your spot in towards that grand final. Time's ticking, Liquid. And this is crunch time in this map, in this series. And it continues to add to the notion that we brought up and the Des brought up as well of why did we go Inferno? Because I'm still yet to see any signs of why.
It's kind of true. It is kind of true. CT side's going to have to get off the ground quickly, but it's not going to happen just yet. There is still some scariness into this one, and Liquid are becoming very predictable. 4 on B in the previous round. Now 4 on A after it was hit quickly. And 3D Max have just got the absolute run of the roost here. Oh, Nerds is unlucky. The break just spreads to his smoke. I like the idea. It doesn't quite work. FAMAS going to get involved. Flash is strong. Onto the AK now as well for Shuhei. So suddenly there is a way back into this round. He's doing a T-execute while they're taking the site, apparently. But all the same, this is a very, very strange one to deal with once again. There's no kit available. There is just this one recovered Molotov in towards New Box. Perfect. MP9 gets it done at range. We might be on. Gravity trying to be the hero here as he takes a forward stance. Meanwhile, Lucky's on high. Gravity keeps him coming and Lucky finds his. Oh, and it's just the pace of it all. The aggression, the intensity of it all is so damn good from 3D Max. But they managed to keep their heads in all that.
Yeah, a bit of chaos, bit of carnage. 3D Max coming out on top, and that's all that matters. If you can make those really scrappy rounds work for you, it goes a long, long way. I thought this move by Shuhei was really good. I think he then doubts himself about how quickly he wants to play it. I think patience is the right call, but unfortunately, they just can't hit their shots. Gravity, I think, does so well. He's actually stuck in a really awkward position. He can't cross the dark, but he also at the same time is mollied out a new box, and in the open, really fares quite well. Ultimate, very lucky to stay alive there in that opening engagement. Tagged down to less than half. 10-5 is the scoreline. Liquid are running out of chances. They are running out of time here.
But yeah, I feel like that's where a player like Gravity really thrives. You know, just an opportunity to show himself Matador in front of the bull kind of thing and really play it as close to the wire. And it's also where he can pop off when he's playing very, very well.
Yeah.
As he is here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. One of those players that is just so confident. Not only now, of course, in his calling style, but just in his individual ability. Early util set by Liquid and 3D Max. Really smart approach, by the way. They just play super standoffish. And look at this by XSCs. He's gone loud about it. And in a way, he's now this decoy. He's this sort of warning system that they have to be really worried about on this flank. Shuhei, he's going to be clear. What a swing by Body. And Maka will find his own. That's the B site open. And they can now leave XSCs to catch all the rotates. Liquid, you have to save. You cannot give this one a look in. And they already know it as they stay ingrained towards the A site. That move by XSCs is genius. He purposefully goes super loud about it to draw attention away and change the setup for Liquid. They actually have to play with that notion of we cannot be open to CT now, which you normally would be if you want to play up towards close in water or somewhere around pillar. Well done, 3D Max found 11. Liquid are being pulled apart. This B site, this is exactly what we saw the other day. We spoke about it. 9 rounds in a row by 3D Max when they really get going, and it's all B hits. And it doesn't matter how many players you put here, they will still absolutely decimate you.
Listen, man, without the crazy comeback on Dust 2, this is a really actually 3D Max-sided series. So they took their eyes off the ball there. I think it is safe to say they've not really done that since. And they've had a very, very good run of things, particularly moving into like the second half of the maps, right? They just managed to find a crazy injection.
If you talk about it, we've 4 out of 6 halves. So we had the 6-all. We had the recovery, of course, from Liquid. They're the 2 halves, which are actually
8-4.
okay. 8-4, yeah. We had like what was, you know, as a whole, so an 8-4 and a 6-all. And the other 4 halves have been whitewashed, absolute massacres. So it is, you're spot on. If you just take out that one comeback, right, which credit to them was a really, really good resurgence from Liquid, it's actually been a really one-sided game, all things considered. I don't see a change anytime soon. Liquid, there's been next to nothing on offer for this map as a whole, and especially in this second half. It was 7-5 half. Look where we're at. 11 now on the board for 3D Max. And potentially the last hurrah here, especially financially speaking. The full buy-in, they got a bit of residual cash, but you lose this, you're in a lot of trouble. It's map and series point for 3D Max. Body. Oh my.
Keeps them coming. I like the nade idea. I didn't think he was really going to pan out into anything, but Body has smashed them. Still have Shuhei here. He gets smoked off. He's just trying to buy a bit of space. He only had 8 bullets to his name, though, so he can't really slow them down all that much. The flash going to come in. They're so expectant of it, though.
Yeah.
They were egging it on.
Yeah.
They weren't rushing the bomb plant. They were ready for that move, and it's Liquid to save once again.
They were so ready for it. They're 2 players playing anti-flash. The water player and one of the banana guys. So really, really well done. They know every page of this Liquid strat book at the moment, and none of it phases them. Doesn't matter what Liquid are throwing at them. Nothing's sticking.
It's that moment in the Matrix where Neo figures it out.
Did I?
Yeah, you were in that.
Yeah, I was, yeah. Named
But,
after
you know,
it,
where
as I've
it all
been
just-
told 1,000 times in my life.
Yeah, of course. It all just slows down, you know, and he figures it out. I think that's kind of how 3D Max are playing.
Yeah.
See, because I say Neo, which is what?
Which is correct.
Right.
Yeah. For
But
those
written
who...
down.
Yeah. The average person will see Neo and they will call me Neo. And I don't correct them because I don't really care, to be honest. But my mom will say it's Neo. It's not Neo. But...
Yeah. We gotta look that up. There might be a convergence of like when the movie came out and.
No, it's actually just like a really common name in South Africa.
Right, okay,
like,
okay.
It's pretty common. It's like a unisex name as well, so there's a lot of girls call it too.
Gotcha.
But I was born like a month after it, so it's pretty
There's something in
unfortunate.
there.
It's pretty
There's
unfortunate.
something in there, mate.
It's pretty unfortunate. I've heard it all my life. Are you named after? No, I'm not. I'm not.
Gets a bit annoying at a certain point. You know, I'm sure, you know, early on it's like, yeah, that's cool, isn't it? You know, I'm in a movie, but
yeah, no.
After 20 years of that.
3D Max, map and series point for them now. And my God, I mean, what a showing here on Inferno. It has been a clinic nearly all the way throughout. And Liquid, what can they do now? Is there anything left in the locker? Can they find a second win to recover? We'll have to wait and see. A missed shot by Ultimate. But Body this time not as clinical on the entries. He was great last round. Ultimate, you've got to hit that shot. A miss and a swing. A find from Gravity, and in the flames, Shuhei forced back. This could be all crumbling at the seams right here, right now. 3 versus 3, and there's no surprises that 3D Max go back towards B. They've had so much success here, Scrib, that why not do it again?
Oh, the break on the smoke. I mean, he might have been better off just sort of spraying through. There was a flash in there that maybe scares him off as well. A quick boost up here, but Elige gets nervous, misses his opportunity. There is one found in that smoke to give the numbers advantage across the Team Liquid, but they have to do something with this. Absolutely need to win this. Nice find from Naf. It's all going to be on Exorcist. There's a couple low HP members. He keeps his cool for 2 behind the pillar, looking strong, but Naf will drop him, and Liquid survive just about.
You could see it. You could feel that clutch there. He had the right idea. He'd worked it all out. He just needed that crosshair to be rightly placed, but he couldn't quite find it. Oh, Liquid survived by the skin of their teeth in this map series and semi-final. Not done just yet. We go again. Liquid, I want to say get a little lucky, but it's actually not bad in the retake. I'll give him credit. Right, Shuhei finds a very important one. Puts us into a spot where they're still breathing for now. There's still a little life left in. We asked that second wind, and that could be the start of it. It's just a fact that for 3D Max, they're just not going to be phased at all. They're in such a comfortable spot that their confidence is not going to get knocked in any way.
Really solid nade there onto Lucky to kick things off. Oh, forcing something at mid, but it doesn't work. Trade of damage, but Liquid with the lead here. We've seen them pull off a pretty crazy comeback, not under these kinds of parameters, but they have hit the numbers that they would need here. But it's a very different beast, isn't it? When you look at that score at the top, you got that klaxon at the start of the round that reminds you of where you are. So we'll see if they can keep it together for 6 in a row.
I think it's important that Liquid have found Exorcist early. He's just so influential in a lot of these rounds. I think especially in terms of giving them space to work with. But Body, he's been the main one who's been quite relentless, at least in towards B, but it's Gravity and Lucky who both drop as Shuhei lines them up in a bit of a slow map from him, but now's the time, but he goes ahead of the flash. So Buddy was blinded, but it was after he'd already got the kill.
Maka contacting, spots a barrel. The one kill is not going to be enough. Body, meanwhile, can he get anything done? The answer is no. Elige with a vertical change makes it happen.
Okay. So now we actually do have a bit of a breather. Money is broke over towards 3D Max. You probably have to take a little bit of a step back in terms of the investment this round. Upgraded pistols, bit of util. They can maybe hero AK it if they wanted to. I don't think it's worth it, to be perfectly honest. Just full reset. Looks like Lucky will keep enough money on deck if Maka wants the AWP next round. I don't actually know if they'll go for it, though. I do like what they've been doing just with the rifles across the board. But, yeah, a bit of a reset round here. So, at least Liquid showing finally a bit of oomph on the CT side, but it just is the question, is it too little too late?
We're about to find out. And we'll see as well if 3D Max have got anything in their back pocket. Nerds with a well-timed spray. Flash comes in, but yeah, look, he's just so blind. No one around to support him. So they've done well here. They've done well here to stem the tide. 3D Max don't find anything, and they're so unconvinced they're actually just going to back off. So 5-on-3 with now no utility and just the Tech 9's definitely not going to happen.
Yeah, and the immediate 2 kills that come towards B, it felt like the pretty standard thing for 3D Max to do there is just go for a B rush, which has been pretty good for them in the gun rounds, but nice kind of stand-up approach by Nerds. It's that first kill as well, the spam, just getting both Lucky and Body out the way. I mean, Body's the real threat when it comes towards the early rounds for 3D Max. Nullifying him. Pretty important. Heading back towards A, we're going to pop out a Balk, it seems. The bomb is going to be late coming through short. We've made noise here, Maka, so you may as well go. But they just walk straight into the casket. Such an easy round. Barely any damage dealt. 2 points on towards Nerds is as good as it gets for 3D Max in that one. So a complete shutdown, which is, I mean, it's a positive sign, right? I mean, at least we now have proof in the pudding that they can do it.
4 more to go. And all to play for here for Team Liquid, looking to stay alive and get that grand final spot here at the CS Asia Championships 2025. No mean feat for the team that are certainly capable. Oh, Lucky going to take a fair bit of damage, but he does survive the early nadage. Looking to find this first frag. If he plays his cards right, nade doesn't quite land. And he will back off, so B seems to be a no-go for 3D Max.
I think it is a smart move from them as well. Because of the early presence, I just don't think it's worthwhile trying to chance your way through that. They're going to try and pop in towards top mid, and in all fairness, they've got good control. They're broken open the smoke. Ecstasy spotting towards Boiler. It is keeping attention drawn here, and Elige, you are so fortunate to get out of there alive.
Oh,
I say that.
Yeah, you spoke a bit too, only a little bit too soon.
Oh, Nerds. I don't like that move. He was the B anchor. He was the last remaining pillar. Shuei's going to rotate over, but he's walking straight in towards the back. This could be curtains here in the map and the series. 2 remainers, Ultimate and Naf. I've got a retake at a man disadvantage. This is a brutal position for them. I think this one's done here. 3D Max, they go back to basics. A late move towards that B site, and Liquid just couldn't respond in time. Nerds caught in the open. Ultimate caught by Lucky, and it's all on the shoulders of Nafly. A 1 versus 4 to bail them out here and to deny 3D Max going to the finals. But he can't. The quick trade and the find is 3D Max, who booked their spot in towards the grand final.
They do indeed, Neo. We thought 3D Max had an edge going into this third and final map of Inferno, but turns out that slight edge was a massive blade cutting Team Liquid in half, sending them to the third place decider. Commiserations to Team Liquid. Congratulations to 3D Max. Duff, what are your initial reactions coming out of this matchup? Look how happy the 3D Maxes are.
Yeah, I mean, 3D Max were the better team today. I mean, that's just very blatantly obvious. They certainly look like an Inferno team that we've been seeing all year. You know, a team that's very diverse, a team that has a deep playbook, a team that understands the fundamentals, but also can mix in some crafty plays to stay ahead of the opposition. Where meanwhile, Liquid, you know, on the one hand, commendable that they wound up with 5 T rounds in the first half despite losing Pistol and having a cold start, but at the same time, they just felt a little bit one note to me, Maui. It was all about like brute forcing B-bomb side. If that didn't work, I just didn't really see very many adjustments or any other tactics they really tried to throw out there. I mean, I would have expected more out of this team considering the in-game leadership and support staff that they have.
I feel like the series was told in terms of the story map to map. Dust 2 showed that Liquid had excellent individuals that were able to push 3D Max in terms of the making sure that they're actually executing their structure out throughout the rounds. Nuke showed that 3D Max just was so much further ahead tactically speaking, and Inferno another great map to equalize the playing ground, and then 3D Max at the end. I think actually we got a little bit of both, that they had some good teamwork, they had some good map control, but you know, they were actually running some pretty repetitive plays themselves, 3D Max. I mean, a lot of the wins that they had on the T side were basically off the back of just getting banana control, running into that B bomb site. And yeah, they kind of had that pack mentality too. They just also were able to hit that second gear. When Liquid started fighting back towards the tail end of this match, it was with a nice bracket take where Exorcist was able to put so much pressure on Elige, taking him out. And then it really just had Liquid scratching their head. So they showed an extra dimension, whereas Liquid were more so a one-note team.
How important, though, was it, however, that 3D Max got both of the pistols? This could have been a different Inferno had that not happened, Dust.
Yeah, I agree. Like, they had such a super hard counter on the first pistol, just like quadruple nade stacking banana. Like, you could just tell that the anti-stratting was there, and then also able to, as you said, come up with the one on the CT side. It gives you hot starts to both rounds. It puts Liquid on the back foot. And I think on a map that Liquid are already, you know, a little bit shallow on as far as what they bring to the table tactically, to put them back and take their economy away from them and then put them up against the ropes early made it even harder for them to find any comfort in the game. So just all in all, a dominant performance from 3D Max from start to finish.
Yeah, nonetheless, away from those pistols, Maui, sort of referencing one of the things that you brought up, we did see a bit of flexing of the playbook from 3D Max. Is it a performance you think they should be satisfied with, or do you think they need to raise their level going into the grand final?
I feel like this was the grand final for them. I hope that they don't consider it that and still show the same form that they did today tomorrow against whichever opponent they end up facing. But I don't think that 3D Max can rest on their laurels. The way that they lost Dust 2 in this series is one where they've got to ponder their default quite a bit. They got to think about ways of ensuring that they don't take early casualties in the rounds, and to their credit on Inferno and Nuke, they were able to right those wrongs. They were able in the default, able to stand up to the pressure of people like Nerds pushing down Banana, of Ultimate trying to find picks down middle. By basically just keeping their 5-man lineup intact for the first 35 seconds of the round, as opposed to what happened on Dust 2, they did a great job.
Maui, gotta cut you off there. Heading down onto the stage, we've got Jiang Bei, Dove, and Lucky.
所以想问 Exercise， 这个球对你来说是一个幸运物吗？它有什么特别的含义？
We noticed that you have this tennis ball on your table all the time. Is this your lucky charm?
Kinda, yes. Even if I get like angry, I just like squish them and it's good.
算是吧。如果我特别生气的时候，我就会狠狠的去捏这个球，就可以舒缓一些我的压力。
哦，原来是解压。那当然了 ，3D Max， 你们今天战胜了液体，而且讲道理，你们 CAC 一天都没落下，每天都在打比赛，以这样的方式进入到总决赛，什么感觉？
That was a clean game you played against Liquid, and looking back this CAC, you never missed a one-day matching day. You played every day, but walking into grand final in this way, how do you feel about this?
I feel like we deserve it because like we fight for it, obviously. And that's what we can be proud of. It's like, yeah, we fight for it, so yeah, we deserve it.
我觉得我们值得一张总决赛的门票，因为我们打起来我们其实非常努力，然后我们每一场比赛都用尽了我们的全力。我觉得我们越打越好，我们值得进入到这个总决赛。
没问题。那么也想问一下，今天整个 BO3 在地图上发生了一些事情。首先，第一张地图上2，你们开局打得非常好，上半场8比4，但是下半场又被对面打了9比2回来了。所以你觉得这张图你们是遇到了什么问题、什么麻烦？以你的第一视角跟我们说说。
Of course, you play really well throughout the whole tournament, but let's focus on this best of 3. The first map, at the first half round, you play really good, but they kind of come back in the second half of the map. What happened?
We couldn't figure out how they play, and I guess that's what they find. Like they were super aggressive, and we couldn't find our pace, I would say, and that's why they just wrecked us, and we didn't have money to be able to show our T side, I guess so.
我觉得 Liquid 他们在第一张图 Dust2 这张图里面打的其实非常好的，他们的打法非常的激进，然后他们攻击的也非常的强势。我们在打这张图的时候，有点找不到应对的对策，然后感觉是在战术的基本层面有一点跟不上了。然后我们在进攻方的时候，感觉经济特别的差，然后没有办法打出我们想打出的效果，所以最后没有办法就被他们翻了。
那当然，你们在结束了图1之后，经历了一个快速的调整。你们调整完之后，图2、图3都进入到了你们自己的状态。所以你会觉得图2、图3是源于这个胜利是源于你们的调整，还是就是单纯的地图比他们强？
But you adjust really fast after the break, map 1 break, and map 2 and map 3, you showed that your best form, you showed that 3D Max, how you play. Do you think this is because you adjust really fast, or you think you're just better at these 2 maps than Team Liquid?
Both of them, I would say. We were more prepared on the 2 last maps, because like it was kind of a surprise pick for us, those 2, so we couldn't adjust the game from the past. And for Nuke and Inferno, yeah, it's our best map by far, so we just play our game, I would say, and that's what's worked for us the most. So yeah, I would say it's map dependent, to be honest.
他一开始说，其实我觉得这2种因素都有吧，调整的比较快，或者我们这2张图是我们的强图。然后他说，像核子危机和小镇这2张图是，后来他说着说着就变成这2张图是我们 3D Max 一直以来的强图。最终他觉得还是我们好像是这2张图打得更好一点，确实是我们图池的方面赢下来了。
太好了，那么我也邀请各位再一次把掌声送给 3D Max 好吗？他们进入到了明天的总决赛，也将会和下一场 BO3 的胜者会有一个 BO5，能否在上海取得最后一座冠军奖杯？我相信明天的比赛意义非凡。我们再次感谢 X 赛参加我们的赛后采访。接下来的时间我们交还给分析席。
Thank you, Zhangbei. Dove, great to hear from Xyz. Not lucky there. Tennis ball meta. What's going on with that?
It was nice little
sort of
stress
a lucky
ball.
Stress ball,
Yeah.
lucky charm. I'm a big fan personally, Dust.
Yeah, squeezing balls is always nice. Go ahead.
Maui, over to you in the studio.
Yeah, but yeah, Dust. I understand what you do in your free time. Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, sometimes you got to take out your frustrations. So obviously,
Guys, how about we move it on to an actual topic? Felt they deserve the W and proud they fought for it. I think that's a fair assessment. They did have to fight, Dust.
Indeed, they did. I mean, obviously, when you suffer a comeback loss from Liquid on Dust2, where you were in firm control of the game and you have to kind of put that to the side and focus up the next 2 matches, they did that very well. I mean, again, they proved time and time again that, short of that second half comeback, they were the better team the entire series. I mean, just deeper tactically, more on the same page, more layers to how they were playing, just had more versatility throughout the series, and also more consistent firepower throughout the series as well.
Maui, I think real honesty there from Ecstasy, saying they just simply couldn't figure out Liquid on that second half of Dust2. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
It's really the only half of CS that Liquid played today that was just dominant. For 3D Max, I mean, I feel like they were just reeling more or less from everything on Dust2, but I feel like it's the one map throughout this entire tournament, and even though they've had a good record on Dust2 lately, I still feel like it's one where the really skilled teams can just punish them because Liquid were just flying up mid, they were just pushing every single extremity possible whenever they felt like it was the right timing, and 3D Max, they had a hard time collecting themselves, but really, the map 1-2 reset is probably one of the most commendable aspects of this series in their favor.
To go back to one of our original pre-match points, we noted in the veto letting Inferno slip through, perhaps quite a large mistake for Liquid. And Exorcist himself said, we were most prepared for those last 2 maps, pretty much only had to play our own game. And I guess that is, again, another fair assessment by him. Dust, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a tough one when you're Liquid and you permaban overpass and you can't really play train, so you kind of have to get rid of that as well. But it's going to open yourself up to allow 3D Max to get in maps that are strong for them. I do think that, like, reflecting on it, when we were kind of going through the pick ban, I think that Liquid could have picked Ancient instead of Dust2. And that maybe would have allowed Dust 2 to come in as a third map because they could maybe ban a different map second rotation or something like that. But I still think it ultimately would have still been up to 3D Max, like whether or not, because Liquid still bans Train second phase, I think, no matter what. And so, you know, it'd be up to 3D Max whether or not they let Inferno or Dust 2 through. So
it might have been the same veto. I mean, it might have been a similar veto. The only difference would have been you get Ancient instead of Dust. Possibly would have just been the same second and third map.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Maui, let's stay on board with you because you've mentioned this. This 3D Max playbook multiple times over the course of the tournament, and we have a good round to highlight it, the very final round where Elige got completely nuked with utility.
I mean, the whole strategy here is one where 3D Max were trying to shift up what they were doing. So many of the rounds preceding this one were all about B hits, B hits, B hits. This time around, they sort of let the dust settle towards the banana side. They actually were able to pressure Elige. And I mean, we're seeing the kills fly by right now, but really the Elige moment, the kill there was off of the back of taking bracket control. Elige and Liquid broke the arch side smoke so that they had info. But then 3D Max recognized that Elige and Liquid had info that, oh, there's nobody bracket. And so that's what I feel like is one of those little differences between Maka 3D Max versus Gravity 3D Max, is that they realize, oh, the other team actually tried to counter what we did, so we need to hunt him down to make sure like that is not a hollow effort, that we took bracket, but then we vacated. So I love that Exorcist chased him down. I love that they decided in that moment, like you could see them peeling away from bracket. But then the fact that he went for it, it showed killer instinct and it showed actually playing to win instead of just saying, oh, let's just run the play. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, also to be clear, we saw just that final nade in that clip. But before then, there was another nade and a molly, I think, as well.
Yeah, they use a lot.
Yeah, I mean, they knew that Elige was inside closet whenever he, you know, had the nade smoke pop, so they incendiaried him, forced him out, and then they know that he has to go arch to get away with low HP, and then they just throw a nade right on top of him. And it's just those added layers of utility usage and, you know, manipulation of rotations that Liquid just frankly didn't have. Like, frankly, again, they were very one-note. I think they lacked a lot strategically, in my opinion, where 3D Max, they've already prided themselves on how they layer their utility, how they space, how they scale together, and you know the ultimate winner in this was the team that had better strategy, and it was 3D Max.
Yeah, Liquid right now are playing almost like they have to put a band-aid on every single situation with individuals. If an individual realizes, oh, we've lost map control, well, now it's suddenly all up to Elige to try to fight back for bracket, and that's only good some of the time. Like individuals can lift you up in various moments, but it can't be your entire game plan throughout an entire series. It's why Dust 2, when Nerds and Elige are able to push up, you know, they can do God's work, but over the course of maps like Nuke, maps like Inferno, you need to be ahead in terms of macro, and 3D Max definitely had that today.
Guys, looking ahead, so 3D Max will play either Heroic or Legacy in the Grand Final. Dust, just some general thoughts on possible matchups there and where 3D Max are at in that Grand Final.
Yeah, I mean, I think no matter who comes through, 3D Max should be the champions of this event. I mean, I think getting past Liquid was huge for them. I think
now he's getting excited.
Yeah, I think that they also they got knocked down in the lower bracket pretty early in the group stage and grinded their way back to this point and have looked the superior team to anybody else I've watched this tournament, just as far as their overall performance. So, yeah, I think they're going to be the champions of this event no matter who comes through the bottom.
This is a good point, actually. If I'm not mistaken, I'm not going to scan through my notes right now, but it was Legacy that 3D Max lost to earlier. So,
in the groups, yeah.
Interesting dynamic there, Maui.
It's one that they have to obviously look back at pretty carefully. I'm going to be, if Legacy make it through that other semifinal, I'll be taking a really closer look at that as well. I feel like that was, I mean, Legacy was the perfectly built team to counter 3D Max because they love aggressive plays. Like, they really try to make something happen first 45 seconds. They actually have well ironed out openers too, like lots of kind of gimmicky flash smoke setups, like double pushes in ways that you wouldn't expect. It caught 3D Max off guard. Like, they probably looked at their demos before that match, but still just facing it in person the first time is tough. But I feel like the gimmicks run out for Legacy, whereas 3D Max start to finish have way more diversity, and then now they can retool their playbook. So I'm glad that they had that first time matchup.
Gentlemen, as always, thank you for your thoughts. All right, everybody at home, we have our first grand finalists here at the CS Asia Championships 2025. They are 3D Max, and we'll find out very shortly who they will be playing, Heroic or Legacy. When we'll be back with Richard Lewis, Prof, and Vendetta. Do not go anywhere. It's going to be a lot of fun.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
伙计们，区域安全，该动手了。什么声音？我好像听到了动静。
集合，该我们出手了，咱们给他们来个出生入死。来吧！你这手感，无人能敌。他们简直不堪一击，小心点，还有一个。
一切都如计划所料。出发，出发！都是我们的，快撤！就是这样，就是这样。
兄弟，现在麻烦大了。炸弹哪儿去了？跟我来。
老哥，真是潇洒。没有什么能够阻挡。
来吧，看我们的！
他们要干掉我了！不要，不要！好美啊！
目标已击毙，确认区域安全。别忘了还有个炸弹要处理。行动！出发！来吧，任务开始了。发现目标。干得漂亮！嘘，我好像听到敌人的声音了。
准备安炸弹了！嗨，我们成功了，走吧！让他们见识见识谁才是老大！
你看到炸弹了吗？我去炸弹那儿。七零八落的，快拆弹！完了完了，来不及了！今天还回得去吗？
Yeah, welcome back to the CS Asia Championships for 2025. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Joining me now, we have the highest IQ panel ever, right? We've got Vendetta, a veteran of the scene, a former Norwegian player, super smart, knows everything. And we got Professor, one half of HLTV, the man who invented 3.0 late at night, like Da Vinci sat there. How can I boost Munacy? How can I boost Munacy? They're here for what will be awesome, the next semi-final.
I'm happy to be the Jesus of HLTV and take all the hate for all of the crimes we have committed, if that is necessary. So I'll say thank you for this introduction.
Anything that just insulates Nero from like more tweets. Right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Willing to die for his sins.
Indeed. That's what we do. Why don't we take a look at what's already happened today? We've got the brackets. We'll share some thoughts about what we were watching in the green room. Team Liquid kind of fell at the last hurdle in a very liquid way.
Yeah.
It's 3D Max.
I mean, honestly, expected result, if I'm completely honest. You know, they did get the first map for them, but other than that, the map pool, the veto, the way it came out, 3D Max was, in my opinion, set up for success there.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by the fact that we've seen 3D Max, obviously, through most of this tournament, obviously, on our broadcast, and they just seem to be getting away with Nuke, Inferno. every single time. Which I mean, they're super happy about it, obviously. So it's going to be interesting to see them in a finals where they have to play, best of 5, to see if that, the glooming errors in their map pool is actually going to be exposed or not.
And of course, I mean, you haven't seen the last team that they will be playing tomorrow in that third place.
I'm sure they're super excited about that.
Yeah,
one.
no, you could see the enthusiasm just radiating out.
I mean, even after that loss, Shui was smiling. I don't know why exactly. We had some different speculation.
It's over soon.
Maybe it's over soon. For someone, it will be over at some point. Not for us. We'll have to watch them again tomorrow. There's some glimmer of hope for Liquid, but I think they are definitely also hoping to get a title here to start off this new campaign with the Liege on the right foot. I think this is a bit not disappointing as FaZe, but a bit underwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give them a pass for this one again because my bar for Liquid was pretty much on the floor. So for them to make it to semis, they actually, they kind of won their group in that sense, made it to a direct semifinals, and they do get a rough draw going up against 3D Max. So I can kind of forgive them for getting knocked out now, but. I do want to see, obviously, better results pretty quickly from that team. And I do think they are on the right track with getting a Liege back. That seems to make more sense with the makeup of players that they have. I think it's going to be a very, very good thing for Nerds, over the course of time.
Well, we'll see how it all pans out. We'll get a little bit of an inkling. I mean, as I said, Liquid, they just need some time now. Some time in the kitchen, get cooking. We'll see how they go. But for now, we turn our attention to the other semi-final. Bit of a surprise one. We've got
safe to say.
Heroic versus Legacy. I want to talk about Heroic first up, I think, because we haven't really had a lot of opportunity to do so, and yet they've quietly been beavering away on that side of the bracket. We haven't really seen him. They've got Nilo finally coming out.
Yeah.
He's actually performing, and I like Heroic as an organization historically. I think they've done a very good job of min-maxing. Kind of been a more financially successful GamerLegion in that sense. And they've scouted talent, been able to sell it on for high prices in the current CS market. So what have you made of them, Prof?
I mean, I think in that light, the thing that is not so great is that they missed a major, right? So they're coming into this tournament as a team that has something to prove, but then again, they are playing with a stand-in for a player that's not a full-time player anyway, Alcaran, who's the upper on loan from Spirit. So it is a turbulent period, a continuation of a turbulent year in terms of like roster changes that they had. Me and Vendetta were talking before. We couldn't really agree on the number of players because it's so many. Was it 14? Was it 16? Was it 18?
Yeah,
with the coaches since January, in any way or capacity, there's been 18 people involved in Heroic wearing the Heroic jersey. That's actually insane. That's insane.
That is. I mean, I will say they've been under a little bit of pressure in the sense that they've kind of had to sell and let people go. But yeah, when you don't have that continuity, it is hard to find your form.
It very much is, and with all of that in mind, it is kind of surprising and impressive that they've made it to a semifinals here. And I do like the fact that even with all the back and forth that you had in terms of players coming in and out, that you do see, I guess, at least one instance in Nilo, a player you expect to do well because obviously he was fantastic prior to being bought by Heroic. Him kind of being able to push through all the chaos that's going on and perform at a high level when needed the most, because I think that gives a bit of reassurance to not only his teammates, but Heroic and kind of their belief in the project as well.
Yeah, I mean, Nilo is quite an interesting player. Obviously, he had this weird situation where he came into the team at the start of the year, but then took some personal time off and then didn't play for.
Well, he was
6 months.
immediately benched. Yeah,
I mean,
he barely finished his signature and he was on the bench.
Yeah, I mean, from what I know, he definitely was supposed to play, and then Tanir came in as a replacement because that's the player that they can find, and then they were like, okay, this guy is actually really sick. So, you take your time, Nilo. We'll see. We'll find some time for you to come back. Obviously, Tanir went to Spirit, so he's now on the roster again. I mean, he was touted. He was a huge potential, like bold prediction by Hunter and a few of these, like
future
top
of Swedish counters.
Yeah, I mean, he was kind of touted as that, and I do know that he had some talks with like G2 and like interviews with Taz and stuff like that. That's kind of the teams that were looking at this guy. He didn't end up going there. He also wanted to like finish school and all of these things. And then his Heroic start was kind of rough, but now he's at this tournament, he's playing to the potential of what we expected this guy to be.
Yeah, it's nice to see, though, because, again, you've had a bit of a story with up-and-coming Swedish players who have their careers take a little bit of an odd turn, to put it mildly.
Which one? I can't even think of one, if I'm completely honest.
Starts with J, ends with Owl, and didn't really have a happy ending.
Joel, okay.
Yeah, and then you also had, like, Chazi and players like that. So you have had a couple of like exciting players that you look to and think like this is going to be the next one. Now we're going to have usher in a new era of Swedish players who are going to do it finally. And Nilo kind of got off to a rough start as well in that he was obviously the standout player in Young Ninjas. He's the only player from Young Ninjas who doesn't get a chance at playing for the main team somehow, even though he's clearly the superior player.
They're just a really well-run org.
I mean, yeah, you might say that. And then everything goes a little bit quiet, and then obviously like his start to heroic doesn't really go as planned, and you kind of think to yourself like, how many hurdles does he have to jump over, and how much adversity he's going to have to face, and it would be easy for a young player to kind of just fold under all of that. So I'm very, very happy to see that he's finally been able to kind of rise to the occasion, because he deserves it. Like, he has the talent.
And just while we're still on heroic, let's get into the AWPA conversation. Obviously, Hades, we had a bit of a weird situation with Hades, because I think Hades is definitely good enough to be on like a tier 1 team, right? I think that's
yes, definition of tier 1.5.
Yeah,
1
and a bit,
1.1. Towards the bottom of tier 1.
Yeah, but
for sure.
And like when he stood in for G2 ahead of them getting in some Pius and Saw, I didn't think he looked all that bad until like the very last series where it kind of like, it got away from him and he publicly apologized. He didn't need to. He did a pretty good job. He was standing in. Now, obviously, we've got him as a stand-in here. I think he's really overperforming, if anything, actually, statistically speaking. And so there's this question, and, he said there is a potential that, like, he could be a permanent addition, right?
Yeah, and I think it'd be silly for Heroic not to consider it. Yeah. Like, given how he's playing right now and obviously meshing with the players, and there you have the quote on the screen, right, about his actual team, the X Inner Circle lineup, which is obviously that they'd like to stick together, but I guess, in a situation like that, it's understandable if people accept.
I wonder who he's talking about when he says if someone gets it.
I mean, could be anyone.
I mean, Krasnal was also at this tournament. He was playing for the Bait guys, right? So
he did well as well.
He is also a talent that's pretty good. They had they played in a bunch of teams, Monty also together. I think Hades and also Heroic kind of have this similar story of being journeymen in some ways. A lot of changes all the time. Hades, I think, whenever he would leave a team, it wouldn't really be like, this guy is garbage. It's always like, we have a better option, or we want to get to the next level, and it's kind of understandable. He got into ENCE as a stand-in originally back then when he came in for Alu, who was benched, and then they were, okay, this guy's kind of good as a stand-in, sign him. He goes, he stays on ENCE. He goes, through different periods. When Sun Pius comes in, it's like, okay, we have an opportunity to get a really, really good guy. Then he goes to 9, again, has some good performances, back to ENCE for another stint. He gets benched for Poddy. I still don't understand that move. I still don't think anyone's really too impressed with that guy. But he's a young Finnish talent from the academy, maybe cheaper. And now he went to Monty, IGL'd in Monty, had all of these crazy teams, and he has been consistently really good. So I think this is like a pretty good opportunity for him. He's proving that he's worthy of this shot, and if he continues to play like he has been playing, I don't see why he wouldn't be a permanent addition to Heroic.
Yeah, no, I guess like the one worry I have for Hades is that he comes off as a little bit of a 3-month merchant in the sense that he'll, as you said, go into a team, do really well, and be like an immediate spark plug for that side and improve their results and obviously make them stronger. And then it kind of tapers off, which is, I mean, not too surprising, because obviously like people will look into you. Maybe you become more part of a system that the team is already playing, so you don't necessarily have that same amount of, I guess, explosiveness or uncertainty or like surprise moment to your opponents. But it is a little bit like worrying that I haven't seen him, let's say, like for a year, just be like super solid, because we know his top level is mega high.
Yeah, I feel like there's something about like his mentality that is keeping him from being on that level to maximizing fulfilling his potential. I also think in some of the big games when he was in ENCE and when they're playing playoffs, it felt like he had a bit of like doubt in himself, maybe lack of confidence, that like stupid confidence you need to have to be a superstar player. I think he lacks that. He's maybe like too self-aware. You know, he knows he's a 109 rated opper, and when it comes, you know, push to shove, he doesn't believe that he can just own a simple on the other side or whatever. So maybe through Heroic, they can build him up to become that. He's still super young. I think there is potential.
Yeah, and 3.0 might give him a boost.
Yeah, well, I'll check in. I'll check in the back.
If you just see if you can adjust,
remove some clutches and stuff like that. You
know? We can talk about Legacy as well. Obviously, their opponents today had a great run through this tournament. It's got to be said. They've been super fun to watch. Really had to dig deep to be here against FUT, which they were kind of the breakout team of this event. But Legacy put them away, and now they've got one eye on the final. Been really enjoying this team. In particular, Nissim, who I think has had a bit of a revelatory tournament.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Again, for so long, whenever you would speak of Legacy, it would be just Dumao, Lotto. Everyone else is just like filler. Maybe they have a good performance.
Supporting cast.
Exactly. Very much supporting cast, background dancer, if you will. So for Nissim to actually be a bit of a standout in so many of the series that Legacy have had, obviously fantastic sign for Legacy as a whole, because again, you have more strings to play off of. I think it should build confidence within the squad as well to see that somebody else is consistently stepping up that you might not have expected as well. So I think it's been essential for them, and it has been a massive part as to why they've made it to semifinals in the first place.
Yeah, and he does it from these roles, like kind of, you know, extremity roles, anchoring and stuff like that, which is impressive in itself. You know, doing a mini ROPS, you know, bringing that kind of approach to the team when usually it would be Dumao, maybe Lux opening up stuff, and the success would hinge on that. But now it is Lato more than Dumao in that duo, and then Nissim also either finding his own openings or closing out rounds.
Yeah.
I mean, I just like the fact that he's what I would call a low maintenance role player. Like he doesn't get much stuff done for him in terms of like setups from other teammates, etc. But he's still able to actually have significant impact. And you don't really find too many of those players. Usually you just have them like kind of middling, going through the motion of a game, and you know, being there when you go as a group towards the site and whatnot. But he's actually able to have significant impact by kind of doing his own thing, which is really cool.
Yeah, just where do we think the ceiling is overall for them, though? Because, you know, a lot of people obviously going to pay attention to, you know, Furia. Then we've had MIBR. People were kind of a little bit excited that the Brazilian teams have been going international. Didn't work out for MIBR here, and I think overall, just while we got the walkouts coming, I think Legacy have looked like really, really solid. I think they are actually an exciting team, and I think they can kick on from here, I think.
Yeah. Again, this is absolutely something that should instill confidence in them. Whether or not it's going to be like this edition of Legacy that kind of breaks through the mold and eventually becomes an established team at, let's say, like tier 1.5, and always is like a nuisance to play against, I'm not quite sure. Again, I feel very confident about, I guess, let's say the trio of Dumao, Lotto, and Nissim.
Yeah.
And I think Lux obviously has definite impact. You know, it's hard to find players who can be as aggressive as he is, you know, and still get somewhat decent results. I think the bigger weak point for them is probably opping, but
well, do you remember when Brazil had like great oppers?
All oppers, yeah.
Remember that?
Right? If they could turn back the time
20 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, I'm always living 20 years ago.
I mean,
those were the good times.
I mean, like, think about this team. If you had like Henny from 8 years ago type of thing in this squad, then all of a sudden you're like, Legacy are like a really hot team.
Yeah.
But it's just like, I don't know where the offers have gone, because this is not like an exclusively Brazilian issue, the fact that they have like lacking offers on a lot of their teams. It just seems to be like a Counter-Strike issue at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the forums, we're talking about HLT, the forums are saying NQZ to Legacy, you know, save him from pain, save him from the pain that is playing on pain recently since the major.
I'd like it as a move. Here's what I was going to say, though. I don't think Sadson's necessarily done anything wrong.
Yeah.
He's solid.
Yeah. But if you want to take the step up, right, you need something better than solid.
It's just like the game finishes and he didn't do anything bad, he didn't do anything good. You kind of didn't really notice him on the map, which is...
Yeah, but then he has like, 16 kills.
Yeah, and rating... 0-9.
Yeah, 0-9. HLTV 3.0.
I will give him, credit for one thing, which is the last series that they had, obviously in the quarterfinals. He became like pretty. He had big moments from Pit on Inferno with an op, funnily enough, that actually helped spur them through. So
I mean, I will say in this matchup, I think Hades is going to be the best AWPer on the server.
I agree.
That's fair to say, you know.
Without a doubt there. I mean, this, I don't know if you should go back to Heroic, but this is a lineup that has a lot of potential. All these players have something to them, even like Youngster. I think when he's on his game, can be very dangerous. I think about like the A-bomb site on Mirage, him and excl when they're on point, it is quite a good duo, but then you also have excl sometimes floundering on that same position, you know, when the confidence isn't there, when he starts, you know, very slow, that can be a difficult thing for him to be influential in the roles that he's playing, you know?
Yeah, I think consistency is kind of the name of the game for Heroic, and trying to find it, because he said a lot of these players have very high ceilings, but they also have very, very low floors. And I think xCloud and Youngster are kind of two prime examples of that. We've seen it, like Youngster's had massive games, for example, in EPL and so on. xCloud, last time they played against Legacy at Fissure, he was having a great series, but you don't know if it's a one-off or if it's like a map-dependent thing, if it's gonna completely collapse from a map too, which is why I like the fact that TYLOO has been good so far for a majority of the games.
Yeah.
Hades has been a consistent factor. So maybe you have room for them to kind of fluctuate between great.
Also, the problem with xCloud is if he becomes consistent, he'll just have to go to Aurora, so they have to find a new player. So that's the part.
I feel like Heroic could just like, how many more players do you have to sell? Like, I mean, you must be sat on a dragon hoard of gold right now from like all the players.
Smaugs, the secret CEO.
Yeah, and it just keeps going. But yeah, this is the problem a lot of these teams have. It's like, you go out there, you scout the talent, it gets poached. Not to worry, we can scout some more talent. You get it, it gets poached. Eventually, you are gonna run out of options. For now, let's hear from Legacy.
Lux 又来我们的赛前采访了，马上将会是你们和 Heroic 在近1个月内的第2次交手，是否做好了再次给他们迎头一击的准备？
Lux, upcoming next is your game against Heroic within a month, second time in a month. Are you ready to hit them head on?
Yeah, for sure. We are pretty excited to be here to play on this tournament in this arena. Hope to be a great match, mostly because of this lovely crowd.
当然了，我们现在在这个场馆打比赛，大家都非常的开心。我和我的兄弟们都准备好了，我们上场的时候感受到现场的观众朋友们的氛围和热情，在这里能够给大家能够接收到大家的支持，当然没问题。
所以你会觉得今天的这一场是战术博弈、头脑碰撞，还是状态枪法、能力比拼
Do you think it's a battle of brain and tactics, or it's just pure aim and firepower?
I think it's both. We have a similar age. Like this is a match of young players, so everybody thinks more like sharp aim and stuff like that. But I think both teams really structured, so it will be a match of equilibrium, you know.
我觉得两方面都有吧，因为我们两支队伍的平均年龄都差不多，我们都是非常年轻的两支队伍，然后我们的战术打法其实也都非常的完整。那今天这场比赛，两边就是不光有火力的切磋，同样也有大脑的风暴。
太好了，那各位再一次把掌声送给 Legacy 好吗？祝你们好运 ，Lux。
All the disappointed FaZe fans. Like, I got some bad news for you guys. They're not coming.
Tomorrow's the final. FaZe are playing, right? They're playing tomorrow, right?
They're doing like a final boss.
When the final finishes, then FaZe come out.
Like he even did a double dip, right? He had a TYLOO jersey, but was phasing up, and like none of it really worked out.
Listen, you gotta hedge your bets. I get it.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. I mean, look, I think that was a really interesting question. You know, you've seen Legacy. They are kind of considered to be a bit more of like Smash Mouth, Counter-Strike, momentum-based team, but there is structure there. You know, they do have to do what they do, and you can see here. This is what Lux was saying. That they're raising their game, elevating their level.
Yeah, I mean, this is the results of them going to the major. I mean, the whole story was actually crazy. The whole Bestia conversation, the visa issues, then Legacy coming in a last-minute replacement, stage 3, progressing to stage 2, to stage 1, 2, 3. Actually, it's the other way around. But anyway, they came one map away from the playoffs of the major. After that, they're like, okay, now we're a good team. Now we have to be like on this level all the time. We can't make these mistakes. Brought that into the new season, and things were apparently, from what he's saying, the vibes in the team were falling apart.
Yeah, and now we'll go over to Heroic.
他们是一支韧性非常强的队伍，且你们上个月输给了他们，所以准备好复仇了吗
They've known for their resilience. I know last time you fought each other, you lost, but are you ready to revenge?
Of course. We have Hades now who will full carry us.
当然，我们现在有 Hades 了，我们可以打得更好。
太好了，那当然，赛前垃圾话仍然是一个传统环节。我想请你用最大声告诉他们，因为你是队伍当中声音最大的那一个。待会儿 Legacy 他们会在对局里面面对的将是什么？
Everyone says you're the loudest in the team. Is that true? And you know, trash talk pre-match is very classic. If there's only one sentence that you're gonna warn them, what you gonna say?
Ooh, that's a hard one. I don't know if I'm the loudest in the team, but expect unexpected.
Well, 我其实不太确定我是队伍里最大声的那一个，但是我们就打着看吧。
好吧，那祝你们好运 ，Youngstar， 我们对局里见，希望待会儿的碰撞如你所愿。
Koi, expect the unexpected. I'll turn our attention to the veto. Is it going to be unexpected or is it going to be the expected?
I'm not sure exactly. Okay, so Legacy banned Overpass first. I think
we had differing opinions.
I wasn't sure about this because they played Train a bit. Okay, Heroic are banning Train, so this is actually turning out much better for Legacy than what I had in my mind. I was seeing Overpass as the first pick for Heroic, but
this surprises me. So again, last time they played, the maps were Dust 2, Mirage, and Nuke, and obviously we're not going to have that coming through. Actually, are they just throwing us for a loop all the way? Ancient from Heroic, I did not expect either. Again, I could have seen them going...
There you go, expect the unexpected.
Yeah.
We did.
You were told, man.
Yeah, so Heroic banning out Nuke afterwards, that's okay. Entirely fine. I guess
Mirage Decider?
Inferno is in Decider, yeah.
Okay.
Because I think that makes sense from Legacy's point of view. I'm sure Heroic would have hoped to have Mirage there as a decider, potentially. But this is a very different makeup than the best of 3 series they had last month.
Absolutely had no idea what was happening for this veto, I'm going to say.
The Ancient pick seems very odd for me with Heroic. I would have loved to see them go into a map that I say like historically know Hades to be strong on. Like they picked Nuke last time they played versus Legacy. They lost the map, but again, you get Hades in there. He's a fantastic all player out in Yard. I think that could have been a good boost for you. I think generally you just have a very solid makeup of players that should suit the map.
Yeah.
So was surprised to see that not going that direction, then not seeing them pick into Mirage necessarily either. Also kind of curious, but I'm all for it. Like, I'm happy to be surprised here and kind of happy to sit here a little bit confused as to what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing with a stand-in, and they're also kind of changing the map pool. Inferno was a map that, like, Saw teams didn't play in the past. Now Saw is out of the team. Tobis is the new coach, and they're introducing it a bit. And in my head, I was like, no, there's no way they're going to be playing Inferno. But then you look at the results. They lost to 3D Max and then smashed Fnatic and Astralis on it. So maybe their Inferno is low-key good.
Better, yeah.
But
tough in a Legacy, though.
With how, exactly that. And with how Hades has been playing, I kind of want an AWPing map. I want an app where he can run around and do stuff, and he doesn't need to adjust to the team too much. The team can adjust to him. So we also saw Youngster giving shout-outs to Hades. He said he didn't say last time, but he said this time we have Hades, so we're going to win. Kind of like throwing shade on Alcaran, who was there last time. I'm not sure on purpose, by accident, but he kind of did it.
Yeah.
He did it, I didn't do it. I'm just calling it out.
It's his words, his words. No, I was curious about that as well. I guess Hades did play quite a bit of Ancient with Monty and so on, so it's not like it's unfamiliar territory by any means. But yeah, I agree. It's not what I consider to be the AWP map by any means, right? I think it's a lot more close quarters than maybe a lot of AWPers are comfortable with. You don't get to play around the mid area and kind of have open fields.
Yeah,
just
they played Ancient against FUT earlier in the tournament,
also
and it was a game that they had a good scoreline, maybe like a 13-7 or something, 13-8 at the end. But it was a game that could have been much closer. I think FUT, we saw how dangerous they can be. They beat FaZe on that map, right? I think Heroic, they're decent, but that game was not Nilo being on his top game, Youngster, excl, Hades as well. Like, everyone individually was really performing, and they need to continue that here. I think that's kind of the story of the whole series for me. Is we know what to expect from Legacy, but not really what to expect from Heroic.
Well, let's turn our attention to the first map. I think we got about just a little over 2.5 minutes before we should be getting into the action. So let's set it up. What are the key matchups here?
I mean, for me, it's Well, really, again, I feel like a broken record every time I talk about Legacy because it is Dumao and Lotto because they kind of run the show in so many ways. But that really is like, again, can you actually, you know what? Can Heroic do what FUT managed to do versus Legacy? Yes, I'm aware that FUT didn't actually manage to win this series versus Legacy, but they did a great job of actually making Legacy play non-Legacy CS. Like slower tempo, not being able to be as smash mouth as you mentioned. And I think that's going to be key for Heroic. And what I've seen out of Heroic so far, you know, the little they've played with Hades, they don't necessarily need to be that disruptive, etc. They've been good at playing far back and into sites and playing off of each other. So we'll see if they can actually muster and like set up a solid defense against the aggressive Brazilians.
Right. Well, this is it. It is time for the semi-final. Take it away, Henry G and Dinko.
Thank you very much, Richard. The scene is set for the semis. We've got Heroic versus Legacy, Dust 2, the battleground to kick things off. And it's going to be a heavy, long setup on the CT side, Henry, with 3 players already here for Heroic.
Yeah, I love kicking these sort of games off on Dust 2. A Rock'em Sock'em map. We know that Heroic got a stand in here, nothing to lose. Kind of exceeding expectations already in the semi-final. Got a berth here straight from the group stages, and we'll see if they can find this pistol round victory. excl with that Turkish aim, ready to take battle here towards short. It's going to be Nilo going down first, but they will exchange a couple of kills.
Yeah, Dumao and LNZ going blow for blow. Is LNZ holding on? Another great shot from his USP. In fact, it is 3, as Dumao is suddenly a 1v2 ahead of him. He knows where LNZ is. The damage has been done to the in-game leader of Heroic, who waits around the corner. Oh my god, what a pistol, dude. What is that?
Okay.
That last headshot is ridiculous.
Line is stepping up there. That is massive. 4 kills found and a solid, sure hold. It looked for a second the Legacy had everything going in their favor until the in-game leader turns up. And Dumao left in the 2 versus 1. And
this one.
Look at this. Beautiful little shot. Yeah, no bomb planted as well there.
It's that breathe easy. It's that no strip. Extra headshots, extra air.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, you might have noticed we've got an arena full of the crowd today as well. Semi-finals time. Yeah, this is it. We're going to try and bring you some hype, the beans. As we get into round number 2, it's going to be the 4 spy. Mid to B smoke being set up by Sadzin. Be looking to step up with his AWP today. In my opinion, he's been a little bit underwhelming this tournament.
Yeah,
I think I agree with the desk. I feel like Brazil's got a massive problem with AWP players right now. And maybe that's a problem in CS2 in general. But here we go. Mid to B attempt coming through, and excl looking way too comfortable. 1.5 kills to kick things off, receives no damage. And it looks like they'll be absolutely fine. Oh, Linus, he's in the zone right now.
Yeah, he's feeling it. Long push coming around the back of Dumao. And now the triple push through the lower tunnels. Going to be coming out. LNZ waiting for it. And he's just going to wait up towards top mid. Hits the pause button. excl going to be smoked out, so can't help his teammate. Severed off from it. LNZ's now left out to dry. And he's going to get overwhelmed. Yeah, couldn't handle the pressure of 3 players.
That's all right, though. That's the MP9. There's not much they can do with that on the T side. 50 seconds remaining. Sending over some flashes towards long just to show a bit of presence, I suppose, as they get ready to make their next move. 40 seconds remaining. CTs will smoke off towards short. 4 rifle players ready and waiting as the T side is segregated. We've got 1 towards double doors, 1 top of middle, 1 up a B. So I guess you go for a mid to B split here, then go just smoke off spawn, walk up and hope for the best. But I don't think they'll be finding much here at all.
Yeah, such limited time. 15 seconds as the bomb starts to arrive outside of that B site. We've got excl ready to take Lato out of the question, and now Lilo waiting down below the window, make sure that bomb will not be planted, and Nissim finished off at the end. So 2-0 start here for Heroic. No bomb plant for Legacy, no extra 4 spy coming up here, so should be a 3-0 lead for Heroic.
Yeah, it really should be. Quite a convincing round there against the 4 spy. It's always going to be difficult. Tech9's Kevlar and Util, but once again, no bomb planted. A couple of kills found, sure, but money will be restored for Heroic after facing this full eco. I say full eco. We've got 4 flashes. Are they just going to flash long? I guess that's all you really can do. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. See if Lato can be set up here.
Yeah, Lato straight out into the attack. Tech9 going to be good. A lot of damage done as well to LNZ, who retreats back to the bomb site. Needs to get away because this P250...
why did he take that route?
Yeah, that is a very dangerous route back to the bomb site. And Lux is going to take him, no problem. excl doubles up, though. Cleans up and makes sure that this one is now back in favor of Heroic in terms of numbers. But Nissim, does he get out through CT? He teammates gone, and TYLOO able to react in time. So it is 3-0 for Heroic. They lose a couple of players here.
Yeah, you've done well there on the eco. You've kept them modest on the CT side. The reinvestments have to come through. Purchasing out that utility as well. Money's still strong, and Hades, the #1 player in the group stages, as a stand-in. Kind of remarkable, really. He's got the AWP early. We haven't got a chance to commentate their games yet. I'm interested to see what kind of form he's bringing, what kind of play style as we get into the first gun round here. Sadzin will have his AWP as well, currently 0-3, but very early days, of course. We're on Dust 2 in the semi-finals. An unlikely matchup, considering the context of Heroic playing with stand-in. Haven't lost a game yet. Both these teams have played FUT, though, Dinko, and one of them really struggled. Heroic, on the other hand, put them to bed 13-6, 13-5. So it doesn't bode well for Legacy.
I suppose if you look at it that way, yeah. I think for Heroic, this event has been very surprising for them. I mean, they came off the back of losing out on major contention at the recent EPL.
True.
Had to play with a stand-in this competition. I'm sure they're surprised how well they're playing. Hades had his first opportunity to get a kill here in the semis, but unable to collect it. And in fact, he's lost a lot of his health in that retreat through the smoke spam.
Yeah, he really has. He's got to nullify his efforts. Won't be as explosive going forward, but potentially a nice little A execution. We've talked about this all tournament long, getting those waterfall smokes down, Molotoving towards the ramp, and that's the smoke I'm mentioning. Oh, they've actually timed it to perfection there, Dinko. So now their execution is absolutely wrecked.
Well, luckily the smokes are so big.
Okay, they had to deploy another.
Yeah, they get another one out here, but it's not looking too pretty at the moment because that dive down into CT caught by Hades. Can he get a follow-up kill? Flash goes in, stops the offer. Here comes Doom now, and protected by excl. Hades hops up, and Nissim all of a sudden left alone. It is an absolute shutdown of this T-side attack. It was looking good.
Hey, he can win this.
And they get crushed into a spawn. He's got 20 seconds to try and win it, Nissim. Looks pretty unlikely with TYLOO jumping up on the box, dropping Nissim and confirming a 4-0 start for Heroic.
Don't think that was the call, boys. Trying to isolate the AWP in towards spawn. A nice idea, I suppose, but your intention was to go towards that B bomb side. You're all just running in. excl jumping down through that smoke, gets a huge double kill, and Hades... yeah, team picks up a couple with the AWP in the end. Legacy starting to unravel at the seams here. Not a great start to their semi-final campaign. Maximum loss bonus will lead them to Tech9s and Kevlar once again. But yeah, Heroic. Everyone seems locked in. Everyone's having their moments. No one dropping off. Youngster, the only player that hasn't contributed too much just yet. Linus continues with his strong form. 7-2 right now. We'll find Lux towards the double doors. Speaking of which, we're going out through middle. It's going to be Hades once again. Yet the show is anything magnificent. But Youngster, there he is. He enters the semi-final with a triple kill.
We got to see Heroic play earlier this year out in Mongolia.
With Tanir, right?
With Tanir, obviously. Very big piece to that whole puzzle. But Heroic are capable of showing us they can make deep runs at events that are lacking the elite teams.
Yes, true.
And I think without Tanir, I'm interested to see how this team is going to perform.
Well, we're missing FaZe and now Liquid. It's been a strange one, this tournament.
Yeah, Liquid and FaZe, the two biggest names of the competition, and obviously being knocked out. Liquid today, FaZe in the group stages by FUT, as you mentioned. Heroic, you've got to feel like this is a great opportunity. Many people talking about Legacy potentially making a grand final. You're going up against Heroic with a stand-in. Not off to the best of starts, though, Henry, is it?
No, it's really not. Their map pick, you're 5-0 down. It's been a weird one. Like, I feel like that smoke getting cancelled towards short put them in a weird mindset of the strategy they were going to deploy. And then when they knew Hades was low, rushing him down in spawn, the round just gets out of control very quickly. I think they need to calm down, play their game, as it were, Dinka. We all love that expression. And actually
hit their shots.
Yeah, hit their shots, play their game, and they should be fine. Like, I think, like, considering they've got a stand-in, you should be the favorites going into this one. Hades, like I said, hasn't really set the server on fire as yet, but he's certainly willing to get involved. He's looking very dynamic, very fluid.
I liked his first round with AWP. You know, started towards B, didn't get the pick, took a lot of damage, but two nice shots in from CT spawn. And Sadzin, the offer for Legacy, is off to a 0-5 start here. He's also lost 60% of his... oh my goodness, his looks has gone down the Xbox quite easily. That's an elo. We've got Sadzin on 40 HP. as well. So, you know, the AWPer for Legacy already taking damage. He's got to try and step up here with a trade, especially with his teammate going down inside of mid.
Yeah, come on, lads. A rescue mission required here. Another 5-on-4 deficit. Nilo finding some decent form here. Took the start of the year out. Replaced by Tanir while he was finding himself, getting ready for when he was called upon. And now actually having a great showing here. 5-1. Nice opening pick. Fancy footwork there from Linus to get himself out of dodge and back toward the safety of the long pit. 30 seconds, so are they just going to be trying to go for another mid to B split? That's all they've really brought to the table so far, Dinko. Mid to B splits, and they have not worked out for them.
24 seconds left. Nilo waiting with the AK-47. A pool of players just around to that right side, and Nilo's going to get nothing. So Youngstar instead has to step up. He's going to play him behind the car. I like this boost from excl, and now the heavy lifting for Youngstar isn't as heavy. 8 seconds. Yeah, bomb goes in. Could have denied the bomb plant crossage. He's not going to do so. And Dumal's going to get a bomb plant, but Heroic still just dominated. I don't think they're going to care too much about that.
Oh, they didn't slow it down. They didn't play their own game, and they didn't hit their shots. It was a last-minute scramble once again with another
lot of problems right now, Henry.
Like, guys, just take it easy. Just to go through the protocols. Like, just let's smoke mid-doors. Let's get up short. Let's push them back. Let's not try and do anything too crazy here. You've got 15 seconds when you're committing to a mid to B. Like, what is going on?
9-2 right now on Linus, 9-2 on XCloud. Everyone from Heroic is handling the pace that Legacy are throwing at them.
Yesterday, they were flustered, to say the very least, against FUT. You remember Lux was having to say at the end of every round, everyone calm down, calm down.
Yeah.
They do not look calm right now. This is not a team I've seen before. They look out of their depth. They are floundering here in the semi-final.
Yeah, 6-0 down already. Second timeout used, going into round 7. Yeah, it ends up being a really poor start here to the semifinals for the side of Legacy. Heroic loving this right now. This is Legacy's map pick in the series as well. Dust 2. Up next is Ancient.
Yeah, a bit of a curveball there from Heroic as well. I don't think Legacy are expecting that to be played today. So we're going to go for a set piece out of spawn. It's going to be Sadsin deploying the door smoke. Could do window from there as well, but I think he's only got one smoke. And it's going to try and explode in towards B. Might as well present these sort of ideas at this point. The defaults aren't working. The mid to B splits haven't done anything. Youngster, he's going to be set up for a couple of kills, but Nilo might beat him to the punch. He's going to get 2, and it's an absolute slaughter.
Damn, bro. That's out of a timeout as well.
Yeah, that's all you've got. After the timeout, that's it. One smoke at doors and run through the CT smoke. That's your big play.
Well, Legacy scraping the bottom of the barrel now in the playbook already, and this round they don't even get a single kill.
And look at the setup on the CT side, the Royal Flush, the 4 AKs, the AWP.
Money swelling, scoreline building.
This feels like it's over already. Legacy just looks so flat. You take a timeout, that's what you've got. Just run the default. Like, give yourself enough time to actually execute, and don't mess up the smokes, and don't scramble to go mid to B at 10 seconds left. I would say those should be the notes from the coach right now. Let's do a nice delayed long take.
11 kills total for Legacy across 7 rounds played.
Yeah, this is rough. It's not my team. These aren't my boys. Legacy.
This is my Legacy.
They're normally very capable.
Another round where no one dies for Heroic.
Yeah.
Youngstar handing out the high fives, knowing that this is a really solid performance for Heroic. They're going to be riding a high from their group stage showing. And obviously kicking off the semifinals in this fashion is fantastic.
That was a force buy with no plan. So sure, you got the maximum loss bonus, but you're down to partials once again. So this is Desert Eagles. And Hero AK for Dumal. No one really stepping up as of yet. Let's see what they've got. Hades still not even being activated. #1 player in the tournament so far. That's still to come. So we'll see what they've got. At least slowing it down. Just don't lose anyone at the start of the round here. Let's go over the protocols. Here we go. This is the round I'm looking for, Dinko. Wait for the initial aggression. Bleed out some util, smoke double doors, and get short. Everything's going well so far.
Yeah, excl is trying to be disruptive. That grenade is so good. 47 HP on Dumao immediately.
First objective complete. Low is clear. Now we need to get short.
All right, moving up into short now. excl going to be playing on the ledge with more utility, ready to go. We'll delay and block them a little bit longer. excl worried about the mid push. Could be the idea here for Legacy again. You know, you don't... Once you get short, you don't have to commit to the A-bomb site, but they've got the short control, Henry.
This is what we're looking for. We've got time to work with now. Mid to B is not the worst call at this stage. You've got time to do it. But no one's in that B-bomb site. They are very aware of this possibility.
In fact, they're always setting up perfectly for it. Playing outside of the B site, looking down the ramp. Not worried about...
I think they finished
the tunnels, but now they're going to go back and check it. Youngstar's having a look, but it does look like it's going to be a catwalk execute. 20 seconds left to do so, to try and make it into this A-bomb site. And that player you've mentioned, Hades, ready to go with the AWP out from car. He's got his teammate here on the ramp. This is going to be so difficult to get that bomb across, guys.
They missed the smoke.
Oh, they just get shut down again. It's like you have one problem, you're going too fast, then you're going too slow.
And you missed the smoke again. So you see that massive gap? Hades doesn't even have to be used again. Like, lads.
It's a nightmare. Third timeout. This is literally a complete nightmare from Legacy. This has got us to feel so rough for them.
Everything was going so well, but then we find ourselves with 10 seconds left. A missed smoke on short. Huge gap, and no one makes it past the initial choke point. 8-0. Like, Heroic playing a great game. Don't get me wrong. But I don't think it's so good you can't even get close to a bomb site. Third tactical timeout. This is not the semi-final we wanted. They are getting absolutely battered out there. That was the partial buy. 8-4 still available. But that's the smoke I'm talking about there. It's supposed to be the avant-garde smoke. It's supposed to land on top of that boosted box.
Yeah, you're right. You missed it twice now.
So, just too easy. You're giving them the round.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a very comfortable environment for Legacy to play on right now. You know, not used to playing on the stage, and getting off to a start like this is rough. But Sadzin, at least, getting his first kill off the map.
Just make a decisive call now. Nothing too flashy. No fakes required. Let's just go in together.
Gathering up through short, letting Dumao lead the charge. Usually the hero of this team.
Here we go. I like this.
Yep, it's going to work out pretty well. Dumao does a lot of damage, getting rid of Nilo. excl, look how fast this is around the back. Oh,
yes,
he only gets the one kill. And this is able to turn, and Legacy are going to find themselves their first round victory.
There was a chance that he gets like 3 or 4 kills there. There was a world where excl just completely rugs them, but there we have it. The first round is found. They get the opening pick, and they are decisive. Just go towards A, nail the smokes, and the round lands in their favor. Finally, a bit of fortune here for Legacy. Things have already got out of hand, but we'll see if Youngster can do any more damage here. There's a kill. And Sadzin finding some form here. Those are his first 2 kills in the half. 2 and 8. Nice opening pick against Hades. And finally, they have arrived in the semi-final. Took them 9 rounds. The 8-4 is recoverable. We'll see if they can wake themselves up here. That was a round as well for Tech 9 on 1 player. 3 AKs in the AWP. Oh, they were considering some mid-aggression there. Nice little Molotov to deny it. 3 players in towards upper B. It's going to be Youngster to defend. They're going to be boosting above the smoke here. 3-man boost. Okay.
Yeah, try and get the AWP to peek into the platform over the smoke. Not really getting that chance as the smoke now fades away.
Be impressed if they can dismount silently. They can't.
Hades waits, blinded. Not going to be able to connect the shot at long. Dumao into the lower tunnels. Sadzin going to join him. Now takes up an angle to punish a peek if excl is to overstep. And he will overstep. That peek is somewhat punished with 15 health left on excl. He will still get away. Now the fight towards Nilo. As Doom out, creeps ever closer to this position, ready to fight the B ramp. Slips into the smoke. Sees the shoulder, goes into the peak. Important trade from Youngstar, but you've got to be worried about that B split. You got to be worried about the tunnels. And he turns around. Nissim's going to nail his chance. And now 35 seconds left as the bomb comes back for a B finish.
Good calls. Nice little backstab there from Nissim. Should be enough to win this round convincingly.
Yeah, that third timeout has done wonders. Finally getting into the game. Just something simplistic. All it took was an opening kill from the AWP, then a direct hit in towards the A bomb site. And just getting off the goose egg, getting around victory has changed things up here immediately for Legacy. There is still a world in which they can get 4 rounds out of this half. And considering how this started, that would be a damn miracle.
Yeah, things were looking very rough, but these last couple of rounds have been promising. Credit where it's due. Looking to hold on to the AK-47. In-game leader. Wanting to take some battles here. He's 11-3. There we have it. Second for Legacy. Heroic, though, have more than enough money for these last 2 rounds. Won't be a problem. Could even bring out a double orb setup if they wanted to here. To mix things up. Not going to do it. See if Legacy can build upon this now. The little they have, 8-4 feels like it's required to rebuild the morale. No damage on the cross. Sad's in. Should be able to get this kill, no problem. Opens things up. Gets himself the first. Could have got the second as well.
Yep. Hanging around looking for that follow-up still. Blinded, held back behind blue. Fire's going to go in and heat things up here. Sad's in. Luckily, he had a smoke available to maintain his life. Try and retreat. Now comes Youngstar. Look at this fight. That push through the tunnel. Some aggression and confidence are Heroic. It's going to result in Youngstar coming away with Dumao's life. So Heroic 1 player up before V3. And look how far away that bomb is from the 3 players that are committed down mid. You know, the player, Sadzin's going to go back and get the bomb from T-Spawn.
Yeah, he's on high alert. Really nice little excursion there from Youngstar. All that aggro going on towards double doors and long. Helps himself to a freebie in lower B. Mid on the clock. Bomb recovered. But in terms of util, they got 1 smoke between the 3 of them. Do you just do a lurk smoke? Or do you smoke double doors? Well, the CTs have. And I think we got a contact playing towards B here.
Yeah, Youngstar walking out towards car. 40 seconds on the clock. Strong position to take up here for Youngstar. Especially with the assistance of Nilo at the window. There's the first peek. Lux into the fight. Nice quick headshot there from Nilo. Very clean indeed. Okay, and he doesn't overcommit. He doesn't stay in the window. He doesn't allow the trade to come in. So Lato's in a 1v3. And a 9-2 scoreline's about to ring out here. I don't see a world in which he wins this.
Now they can swarm him.
Dude, it's just the fake steps forward every time. And LNC comes in from the tunnels, distracted by the noise being made towards the door, and it ends up being a 9th round for Heroic. Money is not great on a few plays here for Legacy. Luckily, they'll still get a decent enough buy, but they really need this 3rd round.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing there, considering they got the opening 5-on-4. It was Youngstar that made things very uncomfortable with the backstab. Trying to make their way towards B, just didn't have the util to work with, so a couple of Galils. Still have the Sads in AWPs, 3 and 9 right now, smoking down towards long early. And looks to be another B attack here. Do they dare go through that smoke? I wouldn't advise it. Trying the boost again.
Game from Youngstar into the tunnels. Let's send the nade on it. Nissan was already further away from that, so doesn't take the damage. He's going to go all the way back through spawn. And his teammates have got mid. Sadzin's waiting for that peek, but excl he's learned his lesson. about walking into the scope. He doesn't want to take that damage on board. And it could be another cat execute Henry, but there's all eyes on whether or not they're going to land the smoke this time.
It's the second smoke that's been the issue. I'm sure it will connect this time. Grenade certainly does. Softens them up for the M4s here. Going to try and find themselves some real estate in towards A. Dropping down is one.
Dumount, yep, diving down to his death. LNZ's got Lux. And this looks like it's going to be a 10-2 half on Dust 2 from Heroic. It has been nothing but dominance from the CT side of Heroic. And this is just so disappointing from Legacy. A mere 2 rounds picked up on the T side of their map pick. It is not the way you want to start the semifinals.
Yeah, you can say that again. Their map pick, and they get 2 rounds on the T side of Dust 2. And it wasn't like unlucky clutches or financial situations. It felt like they played themselves many, many times there. Focusing too much on the gimmicky plays. Like, seems like all they really had left in their arsenal was the triple boost in towards B. Did not work out. Got them nothing. Wasted a lot of time doing that. Mid to B splits were underwhelming. A executes were fumbled each and every time. Missed smokes. And yeah, no one really turning up in terms of the individuals. Sads in a couple of rounds they did get. Got some opening picks. But ultimately looking way out of their depth here in the semi-final. They looked weak against FUT, it has to be said. And like we mentioned, Heroic played that team earlier in the tournament, completely destroyed them 13-6 and 13-5. Legacy felt like they should have lost that game. Once again, this feels like there's no pressure. They barely breached the bomb site. This time going for more contact play, didn't even execute. And it's a very, very comfortable first half here.
Yeah, they're bringing the energy as well here, Heroic.
Yeah.
Knowing that this is surely going to be an opening map win on the semifinal. I mean, you know, you've got a follow-up map of Ancient. It's your map pick. Win Dust 2. If you close it out here with a pistol round, your chances of going to the grand final are massive. And Heroic will have hoped that they can make it to the grand final coming into this event, but I don't think it could be, you know, an expectation they would put upon themselves, given the fact that they're playing with a stand-in.
So it's going to be a long take here. All 5 players means you can't really fall back. You don't have map control elsewhere. You kind of need to get your skates on. They'll be smoking the crossover and flashing the A bomb site. It's going to be very simplistic. Dumount trying to... Oh, they're actually going for the short smoke, by the looks of things. Either way, they're going to try and lock them in. Dumount will do the half-long smoke. Just like this. They're already ahead of it, though. It does nothing for them, really.
Here comes the swing. Dumount into the open. It's going to be Satsin. 1 headshot, but Heroic have broken through the defenses. Immediately cut down by excl. And Heroic so convincingly into the A bomb site. You've got Lato and Nissim actually so far removed from any possibility of winning this right now. It has to take a mistake and some absolute blinders being landed from Legacy almost immediately to go for this, because they don't have a kit.
Chance.
They don't have a utility. And there's one of the kills here from Lato. He's taking damage on board. He's got a second locked in, but his teammate's gone, and they know exactly where Lato is on 2 HP. And with Nilo out long with a P250, he is suddenly the only player left. Lato doesn't know where he is. And the time is going to start ticking, and that bomb is planted just in the open of the site. And now he can be spotted. Nilo's not going to let this one go. Some great shooting here from Lato, especially that 3rd kill. But in the end, it will not matter. As 11-2 rings out for Heroic, there will be a force buy here from Legacy. Lose that, map's done.
Well, there we go. The protocols, the smoke that was supposed to delay Heroic making their way towards the A site came in way too late. Unfortunately, they were already ahead of it, hit their shots, swarmed the bomb site, 4 versus 2, 0 chance of retaking it. Good effort. You have to force buy here. The second round conversions can be very tricky. Removing the vision, though, of the scout player. Smoke down towards the mid-double doors. 3 players in towards upper. No real aggression from the CT side here. They've stacked long at the start. No rush, though. They will recalculate their position. It's going to be Nissim with the only M4. Opening things up. Good damage on the second as well. Might dissuade them from trying anything further towards this B bomb site. Well, that's the M4.
excl looking so sharp today. 18 kills, 4 deaths. Just an insane performance right now from excl. One of his 4 deaths was on that short flank where you could have got a multi-kill.
That would have been massive.
Yeah. We're just looking at a great performance right now from excl. LNZ. Dumal's dead. Hades able to get rid of him. We haven't even required Hades. And
They know that
it.
there's going to be multiple players towards B recovering that M4. And speaking of which, that M4 is now gone. Map point already, Dinko.
Yeah, map point on Legacy's map pick. 2 rounds collected for the Brazilians. This was it. This was their chance. This force buy was the best they had on the CT side.
And it started off quite promising. They got the opening kill. Might as well give it a look into Sadzin, but...
Look at the position from LNZ. He's still on the ledge. Flash comes in. He goes down, and Sadzin, yeah, you absolutely start to think about it, but that nade comes in and drops him. He took too much damage on the way. Nilo confirms the 1v1. And it doesn't matter how you win those rounds heroic at this point. You just need 1 round win. And you've got so many chances to do it, and this is probably their best chance because Legacy's money's in the bin. You're going to have a scout out for Sadzin, 5-7s, another scout for Lado. This is just going to be bitter disappointment for Legacy.
So underwhelming. Did not play their own game at all. Played themselves. First half was an absolute disaster. Second, not going much better, I'm afraid.
Worse, in fact, they won a round.
Yeah. Smoke doesn't quite hit the mark, but it looks like it's okay. Still serviceable to some extent.
Yeah, it doesn't rise up fully that. But not like you're getting a huge amount of information from it.
So this is where it should be coming to a crashing halt here for Legacy. A wake-up call in the first map. We'll have to bounce back on Ancient. But let's see if they can hold on. There's always a chance, I suppose.
Well, there's the push out into the open from the CT side. LNZ is going to get the opening kill.
2 players in towards B. But it's a scout and a 5-7.
Yep, should be quite easy to break apart here for Heroic. LNZ was the man to open up the proceedings for Heroic and set the tone
so
of what was to become dominance on Dust 2. And he is the man to open the final round as Dumao is left on 4 HP inside of CT spawn and broken by Hades. It is lackluster from Legacy. They lose their map pick, only winning 2 rounds. And right now, Heroic look destined for a grand final.
Lackluster is an understatement. Legacy, you've made Henry upset. He wasn't enjoying that at all. Crazy. I mean, we spent the pre-show building this up, talking about Legacy as a momentum-based team. The one thing you don't say about Legacy is it's super rare to see them start that flat.
Yeah, it's very, very rare. And it's not like it was forced from the side of Heroic either. It's not like Heroic were that aggressive, were that much up in their faces to kind of make it awkward for them. This is just... You saw on so many occasions, one of the things that worked great for them versus FUT was that catwalk take. And then you have 2 instances of the catwalk take from Legacy just not landing smokes.
Yeah.
Which is like, that's an unforced error. That's not something that should be happening. And yeah, it was a complete roller coaster.
So it just looks so easy. It's just one of those games you wish to have as a pro player. You win the pistol, you convert. First gun round, they fail to execute. Second gun round, they failed to execute again. You're already up 5-0. They used 2 tactical timeouts. Henry is losing his mind. I actually noted that down. At 5-0, he started losing his mind.
He went early.
Yeah, he was gone. But like he was right. He knew what was coming. He saw it. He saw the writings on the wall. At 8-0, 3 timeouts are out for Legacy. The coach did everything he could. They got 2 rounds. They had some chance, but they lost the pistol, and that's it. You know, this is a nightmare to analyze from an analyst here perspective. Because what can we say? Everything worked out. Hades didn't even have to have a good game.
True. Look, I'll tell you what we can say. I mean, maybe it's just a case of Heroic they found their stride now, and they are this good. They do have some young prospects that are ready to start delivering, Ben.
But everything is just like so weird, right? Because the last time Heroic played Dust 2, they lost 13-2 versus Fnatic. And usually you don't see LNZ being the first man to double figures on the side of Heroic. You don't see him being the one to kind of get things started. excl having a good match, that happens, I'd say, more often than LNZ sitting at 120 plus ADR.
I was telling you, LNZ is not that bad.
Yeah, no, again,
the stats lie. You know, he has the skill, but the team is just in shambles.
That's
the
it's
IGL,
the others that
18 people coming in and out. He doesn't know. He literally cue cards for who is on the team today. He needs to get a briefing every morning.
Just learned the name of the first guy.
And
now he's gone.
I think you set this up. Like XCloud's had this monster game. It's like, hello, Aurora.
They love a good dust too. You know, he can work in there. He is calling a lot. He's in active positions.
Yeah.
Who knows? You know, Major is being criticized a lot. They just get 5 fraggers on the team, run around because their tactics suck anyway.
Yeah, why not?
Well, yeah, when it all comes, push comes to shove, might as well try. But no, this is just basically everything that I didn't think would be the case for Heroic kind of came through, and it worked out brilliantly for them, because if they were to win, I would have expected it to be off of the back of a solid Hades performance, Nilo being basically a rock, and instead you have XCloud, LNZ, and Youngstar being the I guess the main characters.
We got a Dust 2 where the Oppers were invisible.
Yeah.
And that's normal for Sadzin, but, you know. On to the next point.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Take it away, guys.
It's
like the plus
like you're reading off a cue card. Next point. 3.0.
I guess, the one saving grace we have here is that it can't get any worse. Going into Ancient.
That's where we're going.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to grasp at straws here, right? Because, again, they could have picked Inferno. They could have gone with something that was so tried and true. But it seems like both teams have kind of gone like, oh, your last map on said map pick wasn't great. Like, Heroic lost 13-2 versus Fnatic. Ancient, not necessarily that great of a map for Legacy, historically speaking.
I think they have a five map loss streak on Ancient. Doesn't look that great, and the teams that they lost, they lost to G2, but also Astralis. Who's losing to Astralis these days? What's going on?
Yeah, true. I mean, we're setting up Ancient here, and just to be clear for everyone at home, in case you didn't realize that Dust 2 was Legacy's pick, and Ancient is Heroic's pick. It was a very interesting and strange veto, but now, I mean, I don't know. I think we're looking at a 2-0 conceivably.
It is. I mean, like, when you have to grasp at straws of like, well, typically Heroic have lost their map picks in this tournament. You're not really like basing things off of a lot of strong.
I mean, we
strong
can't
points.
base anything on Heroic. Like the amount of changes that they had, and now also playing with a stand-in, their form in general is pretty bad, right? So, what do we know about this team? I don't think they know about themselves. They're kind of learning as they go. And I'm also. I felt the first few games that they had, everyone's performing 80-90% of their potential, which is great, but is that sustainable? Is this going to be the thing moving forward that we're talking about? There were many reasons why these players could not perform to the greatest, to their full potential earlier in the year. Maybe it is, as you're saying, maybe this is the face of Heroic that we'll be seeing.
Well, I think, look, we've talked about this a little bit. There were a few stand-ins for various teams at this tournament. By the way, all the stand-ins seem to have had a mega time of things. I think it just loosens you up. And keep in mind as well, you've got a new coach in there that's trying to kind of like stamp his ideas on. Fill in really big shoes. Like, everybody knows how good Sora is. Very highly sought after, very highly respected. Sometimes you do just have to play fast and loose. And it works, if everyone's relaxed, hitting their shots. I mean, you would never have thought that was a stage game for Heroic there, with like relatively inexperienced players who've lacked that big stage experience in front of crowds.
They're in Mongolia, Misa Nomadic Masters.
Yeah,
I know.
As were you.
As me and
one of the survivors.
Some of the other people here, Dinko, Henry. Oh, let's not talk about that. Let's put that on the back burner, as some people do with the payments. Talking about that, moving on swiftly, they did well there. There was kind of a similar crowd to this event, I feel like. So they are getting some experience, but at the same time, that's a team that had Tanir and Sumpius and Saw on the lineup. It was a completely different combination.
True. We've got about a minute before break, so Ben, I'm going to ask you, is there a key to victory here for Legacy? Can they pull this back? Because obviously with Inferno in the distance, we know they're very good on that map. So what can they do on Ancient?
Again, I kind of hope to see them go back to it, because again, Dust 2, it's kind of off-brand for how they usually play, not as aggressive, not necessarily as in your face, and this was just a very flat version of them. So I hope we can actually see them play like themselves.
Felt very like spawn calls almost. Like, okay, this guy, don't do anything crazy. we're going to do an A execute. But one of the rounds that they actually won was they went kind of for a mid to B split, and then we saw Nissim on the flank,
with the lurk
just
through
lurking
yeah.
into B, getting the kill, and finishing off the round, giving the players a bit more freedom to play their own game, as they say.
And I want to see this on CT side as well. Like, I want to see Legacy be disruptive.
I'd like to see a CT side in general.
Yeah. I want to see them do like preactive moves to actually set themselves up to either get map information or at least like create space for potentially Nissim to push aggressively, you know, from the opposite side of the map and this kind of thing. But not let Heroic basically have too much space.
All right. Well, thanks a lot for your thoughts, guys. That's it. We're going to find out whether Legacy are going to be ancient history after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready? Counter-Strike!
伙计们，区域安全，该动手了。什么声音？我好像听到了动静。
集合，该我们出手了，咱们给他们来个出生入死，来吧！你这手感，无人能敌，他们简直不堪一击。小心点，还有一个。
一切都如计划所料。出发，出发！都是我们的，快撤！就是这样，就是这样。
兄弟，现在麻烦大了。炸弹哪儿去了？跟我来。
老哥，真是潇洒。没有什么能够阻挡。
来吧，看我们的！
他们要干掉我了！不要，不要！
目标已击毙，确认区域安全。别忘了还有个炸弹要处理。行动！出发！来吧，任务开始了。发现目标。干得漂亮！嘘，我好像听到敌人的声音了。
准备安炸弹了！嗨，我们成功了，走了！让他们见识见识谁才是老大！
你看到炸弹了吗？我去炸弹那儿。七零八落的，快拆弹！完了完了，来不及了！今天还回得去吗？ excl.
Hello, welcome back to the CS Asia Championships 2025. We're getting into the second map of the semi-final, and it could be a very quick semi-final because Legacy just got absolutely destroyed on their map pick.
Yeah, the analyst said I was losing my mind a bit, and I have to admit, I kind of was. I don't know, it feels like they're wasting my time, Dinko. You turn up with that level of performance.
They're not wasting much of it, to be fair. That was very quick.
Yeah, I want to see a bit more out of Legacy. I want to see us go to a third map because, yeah, it never really got going. That's your map pick, and that's the T side you bring to the table. Wake up, lads. Let's go. Bring me the pistols. See what they can do with it. It's going to be a T side star here for All Heroic. Bear in mind their pick, and we're going to see a B execute here. Smokes down towards short from Hades. Molotov as well. Available, a couple of flashbangs.
Hands off the mouse and keyboard right now.
And here we go.
At any point. Smoke is going to come up to short. Long smoke lands. Molotov forces the remaining CTs back behind it. And Heroic have actually got the B bomb site for the time being. But Dumao's actually going to move forward and see they're not committing into B.
Okay.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess they felt like the ramp smoke was too powerful for them.
But now you're going into plan B with no Kevlar on Hades and LNZ. There's going to be a donut push. Nissim going to get spotted. Youngstar puts him in a body bag. And now the commitment into a main from Sadsin's going to be spotted as well. And Heroic looking damn clean on these initial fights. We've got Lado trying to come back in and save the day, but he just can't do it. And Lux is now down on 4 HP.
Well, plan B into bomb site A has worked out very nicely indeed. Is low HP for Lux, and their bad luck continues, I'm afraid. Horrible run of form in the semi-finals so far. And yeah, Heroic just pulling the cord and getting themselves in towards that A bomb site after a full execution in towards B. Certainly put some rotations over, and Youngster have a nice little entry there. Managed to fire Sads in towards A main, and sure, they get a couple of kills in response, but it never felt like they were in a position to win this round. Scrambling in, low HP on the final player, job done. And I'm assuming a force buy in the second, and indeed we will see 5-7s across the board here. All the smokes they could ask for. Both players jump down in towards that donut area. It's going to be excl, though. Bit of a master of this position. So clean with the aim. See whether he can make light work of the pistols. Cave smoke is down for Nilo.
Heroic, if they cast his force by aside, a 3-0 lead is teed right up. Lux spotted at the back of Donut. Grenade's going to land right behind him. Hades going to win the opening fight of the round. Lux getting into the smoke, goes and rattles off a couple of shots. excl going to spam him down, and at this point, if you're Legacy, you should probably just save the 3 weapons you've got here.
Yeah, just desperate scenes again. I thought the play getting into the smoke was a nice maneuver. But spamming a 5-7, hoping for the best, I don't think that was the outcome.
I think it's because he blocked.
Yeah.
Like he ran in and blocked a player, so he knew that he likely had just been detected. But yeah, makes it easier for excl for sure.
If anything, yeah, just gives those position. I'd see if they miss the spam, try and duck and weave a little bit, see if you can capitalize on it, but either way, doesn't really matter all too much. We are going to see the MAC 10 going down, but that is about it. 4 players survive, 3 for the CTs. I'll take a MAC 10 into the next round, but 2-0 here. Off to another flying start. Should be 3-0. They can drop a 5-7 over to Nissim or Lux. They've got that MAC 10 as mentioned. I'll have to give it another go. Your opponent's map pick after losing 13-2 on your own. They've looked clumsy on the stage, to say the very least. Just about got past FUT yesterday in the quarterfinals. Another chance of glory here. They need. The thing is, they haven't won like a single round like this. Haven't stolen anything away. Haven't got any big clutches going in their favor. Dumao, that has not gone well. Okay, this could work out though. Lato's probably going to get one. No, LNZ aware of it. Dumao dropped towards heaven as well. And it's going to be excl. Good awareness. Looking for that push towards middle. Got to find Nissim. The nade should finish things off towards Lux. And, well, a comprehensive victory once again. They get 1 kill. That's pretty much all they've got. 3 kills in total after 3 rounds. But here comes the AWP. Sad's in. Was the reason they even got a couple of rounds on Dust 2. The whole team just seems kind of out of it right now. But early days here on Ancient Dinko. This will be indicative as to where it's going. Problem is now you've got all this momentum on the T side and a bonus round here. You can just call a set piece out of sport. You can just change up the pace straight away. And that's exactly what they're going for. We've got an A execution in the first gun round. You have got Sads in there with the AWP. Okay, that's actually pretty promising. He gets at least one here and can fall back. They might even call off the play. He definitely gets one. Okay.
It's just, you know, on the second time of asking Henry. And it's a shutdown for the rest of the riflers. It's Nissim and Lux coming into play. Satin off the big box. Another one. Off the ripper. He's got himself a triple. And Legacy going to get their first round on the board here in the defense.
I like the call from Heroic, but as mentioned, you get an AWP posted. It's the perfect counter. Did miss the first shot. Was worried for a second there, but the rifle to back him up. That was the bonus round dealt with. Need a lot more where that came from. AKs across the board for Heroic here. Decent utility as well. Probably back into a more default round. Work that mid control. Sad's in now. Finally, some wind in his sails. Can start moving around the map. Calling his plays. Heads over towards B. I think he's actually on the side itself. Behind default. Spam's not connecting, but LNZ takes a lot of nade damage at the start. Deep cave smoke slows things down. 4 players on the B side of the map here. excl going to be flashed out towards middle.
The patience here for Satsim. He's going to be burned and flashed away. Has to change up his spot as he retreats slightly. Ready to get going with this AWP scoped up. Goes into the attack again. Nilo this time dropped. 54 seconds as Heroic have lost the opening member. Maybe a lurk here from excl can become a very important piece to this because he's starting to investigate towards Donut. Could call his teammates back. Still 2 players in the A-bomb side right now, though. Where does excl decide to go with this one? Re-smoked and Donut now. Doesn't seem like the most tantalizing prospect of getting back to A with 30 seconds left, so I think we're just going to be seeing... Oh, it has to be a hard entry, and it's not, so that's it. I don't see how Heroic can actually do anything in this round.
No, there's going to be a save for sure. Youngstar will lock horns of Lux, gets that kill, but there's no time to really do anything with this.
I think it looks a little bit lost right now for Heroic. A timeout might not be a bad idea just to like recalibrate because that round felt like it went nowhere.
Oh, it's going to be 2 for Legacy. It's what we want to see from them. Slowing the round down, delaying their intentions. excl, like you said, trying to get that flank going, trying to get the backstab online, but they were very aware of it. Smoking him out, forcing him to play through the smoke, and then, yeah, as soon as he goes down with nothing, the round is over. So it might be a chance for a tactical timeout here. The money is running quite thin. 2 Tech-9s with the 3 saved AK-47. So we have got a pause, but maybe not tactical. This could be...
It looks like a tech issue. Well, we did lose FUT Esports yesterday, but we've got Tobiz. We're still in the Tobiz, Jason. Jason?
Jason.
Sorry about that, Henry. I can't even say I'm used to that.
Yeah, that's a really good point. We do have Tobiz, you're right.
That's a bit of a whoopsie.
I like what you did there. Didn't quite stick the landing, but
I'll call Jason Henry next week.
Okay, fair enough.
It's just he reminds me of a toe. That's just
yeah. No, it's fair enough. I can see what happened there. We are back into it. So, do we get a tactical as well? They are happy to proceed. 2 Tech-9s and the 3 AKs and double door smoke going down on the CT side gives you plenty of options if you want to get aggressive from the cave and the B ramp, but it's going to be 4 players. And Sad's in. Cuts them down to size even further. LNZ is dropped early on. That's towards A main. Went for the aggressive pick. And he's starting to come online here. Legacy looking like a stronger unit. Huge advantage now. excl will bring it back. Takes a ding for his troubles, but will find Lux.
Yeah, it's not looking great here. Heroic spread out again. We got 2 players down at the B doors. Hades still over towards A main, just being blocked out again just as he wanted to make his move forward. Yeah, the Utils just coming in at perfect times here. Every time Heroic look to move forward, there's just another smoke blocking them for a little bit longer, making things very uncomfortable. Very likely to be a tight game now, especially with that damage being done through the smoke. It's 3 HP left on Youngstar.
Just gonna have to walk through the smoke and hope for the best, I suppose. That's all he really can do. Not gonna work out for him whatsoever. And that should be round. Hades might have other ideas. 30 seconds. His teammate coming in from the donut position, but he is low. The pistol will finish things off. And that's a nice shot. A clutch attempt here.
Yeah, it was very quick to get that and maintains his health. That's the difference here for Nilo. If he is going to win this, he's got to do it up against the 2 heaviest hitters of Legacy. In Dumao and Lato. As they move forward, he sees both of them. Gets back into the donut. Lines up the flash for the peek into the open. Oh, needed that one. If he got that kill cleanly, could have been down to a 1v1. He could have played with a diffuser. But now the pressure is on Nilo. They're not actually sticking it. They're still moving forward, really trying to deal with the threat of Nilo, but he's doing very well at staying alive, but he just can't get any of these kills and eventually hunted down by Dumao. Nilo makes it uncomfortable for Legacy, but eventually it will be closed to tie up the scoreline 3-3.
Very good effort, has to be said there. Not bad from Nilo at all. If he gets 1 kill in that 2 versus 1, I dare say he wins it cleanly. excl did well to get him back into the round, but took too much damage on route. Speaking of damage, Youngstar getting naded down to 10 points of health, had to go through that smoke. Hades got the open up, but Sadzin looking much more comfortable here on Ancient. And Dumao to close things out. Gets Nilo in the end with a few seconds to spare. And they're starting to feel themselves now. The crowd are bloody loving it.
Yeah, finally some competition here in the semifinals. That first map of Dust 2 was flat. It was Heroic just destroying Legacy with no real fight whatsoever. Now, in fact, Legacy could head into the lead of the game because Heroic don't have enough for a full buy. So there's going to be some upgraded pistols. Tech 9's mainly coming out here with a little bit of Kevlar. Youngstar, the only player with a helmet. They know an AK at least is over there. And there's the smoke out towards red. So it's going to be a full commitment. An A-rush coming through on Tech 9 can be pretty effective, Henry.
Oh, it can be very effective. Let's see what they can make of it, though. It's going to be a fast approaching towards the A side. Nissan is there to deal with it, though. Through the smoke, we'll find a couple. excl fighting back. We'll get Lato in response here. Running out of bullets, and it's going to be a chance for Lux to close things out. Can't do it. The round's still on. Low HP for LNZ.
Dead.
Grenade will find him. You're dead on. As excl a chance here.
1v2 is doable with 1:20 seconds left.
Yeah, for sure.
Got an AK. It's got 1 flash. No Kevlar, though. Oh, he does. He has a helmet as well. My bad. My eyes deceive me. So he's going to play in the donut. He's got a real decent opportunity of this. Try and keep them guessing, make them a little bit paranoid. He's going to make his way ever closer to the A site. Out through donut. No one detecting him just yet, but Dumao's peek. Oh, looked like it was going to come through in a good timing, but Sad's in now. Looking to clear. excl gets into the corner just as the AWP took up the angle. And there's a quick shot. Goes into the swing. He really got himself close to that clutch. And that's going to be Sad's in to make sure it's a 4th round for Legacy.
Good try. The Legacy have officially arrived in the semi-final now. There's some beautiful play here. The double spray down with the M4. There's a ton of damage to the 3rd as well. Good reactive play. Lux making sure he's there to back him up. And sure, it's close, but never looked like they were going to lose it. AWP in a prime position. Shuts it down. And the streak continues. Oh, there it is, the catchphrase.
The catchphrase is out.
When they're screaming that, you know they're feeding themselves.
Here comes the quick mid-play here from Heroic, sending 2 players out. Lato peeking from cave. A lot of bullets and a good amount of damage. LNZ down to 28 HP. excl also joining him in the low 20s of health. Look at this push from Dumao. All the way up the B lane. You get involved in this fight against excl around the corner. Looking to finish off that low HP player. Well, the rest of Heroic get ready to go into the A play. It's Sadsim missing the first shot. Nissim not missing much. He's got himself 1 kill here on Nilo. Dumao did win that fight against excl to heaven, so that activates the quick retake attempt and rotations from Legacy. It doesn't even have to be a retake because the bomb hasn't been planted yet. Sadzin throws his body into the fight, loses his life. Tap on the deep to plant. Here comes Doomao, denies it, goes out again. Couldn't get the multi-kill as Hades will keep Heroic ahead. And Lato into a 1v2. It must be a retake now as that bomb is confirmed to go down.
Well, they don't know where he is. Got a smoke and a kit. Both players towards the donut. MIBR still one away here, but the trade will come through, you'd think. Not even going to get to that point, as it will be Heroic tying things up. We go 4-4. Breaking that streak, recovering the AWP as well.
Yeah, you can see the amount of damage that they've been doing to Legacy over the last few rounds, right? You had Nilo get it down to a 1v2. You had a 1v1 for excl in the last round. So even though Legacy have been winning these rounds, they've been sustaining heavy losses, and you can really see the effect of those deaths on the economy. They're down to 3 for mass immediately, and a huge, distinct lack of utility at this point for Legacy as well. And we know how important that early util is to block mid.
Well, thankfully, Sadzin has been the star of the show. We pointed out his tournament's been a little bit underwhelming. If he can find that same sort of impact at the start of this round, get an opening pick, upgrade a Famous to an AK, maybe they will be okay. They'll take a tactical pause at this point, and there's the Sadzin AWP, and yeah, he's going to have to go for an aggressive pick here once again. We've seen them been deploying that B double door smoke. Maybe it's an opportunity now to actually utilize it and push down and try and find an early pick, apply pressure early on. I agree with you, though. I don't think they can just sit back and hope the round lands in their favor. You don't have the firepower to deal with it. Sadzin is going to have to make something happen here, and we'll see what he's got up his sleeve at round number 9. Legacy actually looking pretty decent here in the second map. We are going to have early util from Hades. Looks like the cave smoke he's getting ready to line up, and indeed that's what it is. Red smoke goes down as well. excl loves working this mid area. So aggressive stance over towards A main. They'll park up one player. That's going to be Lato, 1 and 4 right now. And that's the play. The gimmick, the boost. Gets them the opener. It's exactly what they needed.
Here's Youngstar's turn, walking in towards Lato. The FAMAS is going to win it. Nilo only 1. And Legacy, it feels way too easy. They just get, look at the X's, you know, that 1 by 1 through the B ramp. Then the A main aggression works out for Legacy, and round's pretty much dead. excl could revive it. He's got a kill on Nissim. No longer has an element of surprise. They know exactly where he is, but can he help his teammate out? He's faking that smoke to make it seem like they might go for an A finish, but he's wrapping around the back of B, and Sadzin making steps, coming in towards the angle. Oh, really important shot coming through. You can see the hands off the mouse and keyboard there for excl. Frustrated he didn't get away with that one, and it puts Hades in the clutch. For the first time, he needs to step up in this semi-final, and Sadzin will deny, as look, he's getting loud. He's trying to get everybody fired up there in Shanghai as well.
Massive round. We noted the lack of firepower, the lack of utility going into that one. They needed Sadzin to find the opener. They make a great call, Denko. The boost, an off angle, aggressive in towards A main, hitting their shots. This is a revitalized Legacy. Sadzin, star of the show so far, gets himself 4 kills in the round. Absolutely massive. And money's broken as well. Heroic have to take just partial investment here, if you can call it that. It's more in the realms of an eco.
It is loud out there in Shanghai for this semi-final. Getting loud for Legacy. Finally showing us some fight. Heroic's T-side has looked pretty dire. You'd imagine they're going to do some better work on their CT side, Henry. Can be a little bit tough sometimes with the T side with the stand-in. You really have a fleshed out playbook. You know, most of the things you're trying are on the fly. And we've seen FaZe Clan really struggle with that throughout the competition. Legacy, I think their T side can be quite strong, especially if they have
here we
remainder
go.
of the rounds here.
Triple boost again.
We love a triple boost, don't we, around here? There we go. Hades sent up on top. Oh, yeah. That's how you like to see it happen. But Dumal then pushes down the B ramp and takes 2 right back.
Yeah. Still makes the round uncomfortable. excl has the AWP somehow.
Yeah, got the kill on Donut. Was able to pick it up. Here's the rotations. Needs a kill. excl's got it. Has excl just opened up the round entirely for Heroic? It seems like it, because that B bomb site is now vacant because they rotated off. They thought they might just barrel back into the A finish, but that is not the case. They're going into the B play.
Oh, they've made the perfect call here. They have no further util. CT's just smoked Donut as well, so you know at most there's one person here, but absolutely zero in terms of Legacy players. The boost, the flank from excl, the AWP kill, gets himself a double. Lato has to give it a look in, but they only have a single flashbang for this retake. Incredibly difficult. There's the flash. Orb shot doesn't connect. excl low, but there's a swing from Long. Gets the double from Youngstar. They needed that. A partial buy with almost zero utility. Creative boost. You don't see it too often. Normally that's an AWP going up there. The Desert Eagle, though, the hand cannon, gets the job done. Ruffles the feathers. Boom. And that's a shot from excl. Gets himself the AWP as well. He's the one that wins the round for sure. Youngstar to close it down. They had no utility on the retake. That is massive. Huge injection of cash for these last couple of rounds. And speaking of cash, Dingo, it's broken once again for Legacy. 5-7s. A couple of upgraded weapons here with the FAMAS and the MP9. But they are fully invested. This could be 7-5 very quickly. Hades runs the gauntlet towards the cave position. Smoked off, flash coming his way as well. Needs to be very careful. You can feel that pressure coming in. Bomb down outside the B doors for now. Nose are up against very little. Wanting to bleed out the CTs first. Get rid of that util. Leave them with nothing before you commit. The bomb's got to cross over towards heaven as well, though. That smoke will be dissipating. Need to be very careful here. CTs are in there, ready to fight. Nice Molotov. Pushes them back. Got a sound cue as well.
Taking their mid-control. 4 players ready to go. We've got Youngstar waiting for his time to strike out through A main. Nissim's going to maintain his position on that boost with the 5-7. Lux is blinded and panicking. Setting a few shots through that donut smoke, but there's been no call to go just yet for Heroic. They stay composed, but they're going to be walking into a 3-man setup on this A bomb site with a quick rotation of Lato, who's spotting out that red lurk. So this is the best chance for Legacy to win this round.
That smoke is massive. You kind of have to go through it, I suppose. You've got 20 seconds remaining. Flashes go over. And yeah, here we go. It's an absolute nightmare. They've given the round up.
Yep, that is a huge round to win for Legacy and a disaster really for Heroic, who just walk into a stack of pistols. It was pretty telegraphed exactly where they were going there, and Legacy were able to position themselves. Just have an extra piece of utility, block late into the round, and now Hades, they're going to hang on right to the bitter end, but he dies, and they lose the AWP. And that is a massive loss right at the end of the half here.
Back-to-back pistol victories. Heroic overcooked. Don't leave themselves enough time on the commitment there. Focusing all their efforts towards Donut as well. Didn't even go for a bit of a split through A main. They had positions towards Red Room. Could have really applied a bit more pressure, but as soon as they get smoked out, there's just no time. They've got to run through one by one. They try and flash over the top, but the CT's being so close to the 5-7s. Just mow them down. Lux has a field day there. And it's the final round of the half. Heroic felt like 7-5 was going to be theirs. But Legacy actually putting on a decent performance, much better than Dust 2. Warmed up, woken up. And they've got the advantages here in round number 12. 2 pistols for Heroic. excl being the star of the show. Got to be, I was about to say, removed early on there. How he recovers that, I'll never know.
Dude, excl has been a real nuisance in this mid area. I mean, it hasn't been a great T side from Heroic, but any opportunities that have been picked up, generally it's excl being involved in it. Pushing up in towards red. Dumao is just around the corner, and if excl looking for a follow-up, Dumao is going to prevent him from moving forward. So that 1 kill from excl is all they'll get from him in this round. Heroic going for the B finish at the half. Can they exit this first half with a tight game? It's Dumao going through, catching out Hades, grabbing the AK. That bomb plant is in. Legacy, though, still should be winning
Huge
this,
kill.
but Nilo, a huge kill indeed. Youngstar following up, and all of a sudden, Heroic have life in them at the end of this half. It is Satsim 1v2. Out to the AK, does not want to finish it with a sniper, and he finishes off Youngstar. It is LNZ to swing with confidence, and Heroic. It may feel like they've limped through this half, but somehow, some way, they have tied this game up.
It's the scrappiest round you're likely to see this tournament, but they get it done there. Narrowly missing out on the round. Much better showing, though, from Legacy. Showing some character, showing some guts. Opening plays going in their favor. The AWP actually connecting, finding the advantages at the start, what he's designed to do. Nissim with some fantastic A-holds as well, it has to be said. He fended them off Normally, a weakness on the map. You don't have much in terms of firepower. He manages to find multiple kills each and every time, condition them not to go A anymore. But there it is. A force buy at the end, obviously of round number 12. A couple of pistols in the mix, 3 AKs. Heroic just about tie things up here. Their map pick. Not looking as comfortable as Dust 2. And Legacy got a chance to take us to Inferno. Can they hold on? Feels like they need a bit of momentum on their side of the server, but we'll see what kind of pistol round they deploy. This was excl. Great open up. Gets taken down eventually. It was all a ruse. Like this play from Dumao to navigate the smokes and bring things back in their favor, but some fantastic deagle shots land. Youngster, LNZ working in tandem to get the round over the line. And we've got a B play, but looks at things here as well. 2 smokes for short and long, Molotov for Cubby and default. Could just be as simple as that. It's going to be Nissim deploying the util. LNZ wants nothing to do with it. Going to be getting himself down towards the bottom of the B ramp. 3 players towards cave. It's a smoke for long. LNZ's in trouble here.
There's a good shot from Lux. Needed to start the pistol like that. And remember, they have got a Molotov for the late round here as well. So once that bomb is planted, that Molotov will become a key piece towards the end of this round.
He's going to use it as a Valorant Molotov. They've got 2 of them, I think.
Yeah, the lineup for the boxes, yeah.
That's why Nissim's not moving.
And it's very effective because there's no kit available for Heroic and there's no smoke. So those Molotovs are going to be huge towards the end of the round here. Feels unlikely that Heroic are going to be able to win this round.
Won't even need them.
Yeah, won't need the Molotovs. It's all about headshots. And they just clean up, so you can hang on to that utility as well. Legacy going to win the pistol here to kick off the second half, and are back into the lead of the game. Well, interesting. Force buy is going to come up here for Heroic. Lose this round. Legacy are actually building a pretty solid case for themselves to get into the semi. I'm glad that they're playing like this, Henry, because it was very worrying after Dust 2.
Oh, they didn't even turn up to the server. It was very alarming, to say the least. Didn't look themselves, didn't look like a team. This is much better. Great pistol, good conversion, didn't even need the Molotovs. Looking to go towards A this time. Should be a guaranteed round. It's a B stack. You've got Hades over Deagle, you're already considering the save.
Yeah, I think yeah, exactly. The save call might be made soon, unless you can race back here and be disrupted before that bomb gets planted. Tossing a lurk smoke into the site. Lato. Oh god, he's lost that fight to Heaven. excl taking him down immediately. The bomb still has not been planted. They're buying time here for Heroic to allow those rotations to come in. And if they can deny the bomb plant, which they're not too far off doing, but they won't be able to do so. They've got kills though. Nilo with another one on the 5-7.
What's going on?
Yeah, Heroic are in a better position all of a sudden because Sadzin's on 16 HP. Bomb may be planted, but Heroic are swarming the site. There has to be mission recovery. And Dumao and Sadzin seem to have done that.
You'd like to think so. Way too uncomfortable considering how the round started for them, and it's going to be Youngstar. Oh, you might be considering another force buy here if you're on the CT side, considering you got 4 kills. They win the round, but a somewhat hollow victory there. You find a completely open A site, and no one's planting. Everyone's kind of panicking a bit as soon as that first 5-7 interaction comes through, and they are going to force buy again. You can see UMPs, MP9s. I don't mind this. It's a high-risk maneuver, but one that could pay dividends if they pull it off. 8-6. Lose this round, Heroic, you're in a lot of trouble. If you win it, though, you're right back in the driving seat. Nice nade, chips away at Lux. So you know they're not full eco, just by virtue of HEs at the start of the round here. No one firing off their bullets yet. Don't really want to spam too much. You don't want to give up the game plan too early. Nilo looking to bait in his 2 teammates here. Tempt them to push the smoke.
Now this cave setup can be very difficult to clear, but Lux gives it a good go.
Okay, now they know they're up against the SMGs.
Yeah, don't want to go into that trap, do you, with an AK? Don't want to go through that smoke. It is a death sentence. So now they start to move Dumao forward, but you can see Heroic start to realize that. Starting to clock on to the idea that Dumao could be pushing up through red. That could be a threat they have to worry about in the next few seconds here. They've even had another player, Sadson, rotate towards the donut, and the bomb is now dropping into middle. Dumao goes forward up into red. He has effectively taken down Nilo and now cuts off the safe avenue of approach back to a retake on A. But the bomb is going to be going to the B site for a finish. And LNZ still around inside of Cave.
Tricky position to flush out. But LNZ should be going down here.
Yeah, he will. Does a lot of damage. excl to get 1 kill, but that's not enough for Heroic to feel super comfortable about this. But the damage that they've done to the Cave player, or players, could really make this HE grenade effective that Hades has brought over. Oh, he uses it to default, though. Still good. Softening them up. Flashing towards Cave. Would take a big mistake as well here from Legacy. There's one from Youngstar. There's a UMP kill. And now Hades trying to figure out where the last player is. He doesn't have a lot of time. Eventually he's got to go back to that defuse. And Dumao's out towards ramp.
You're just going to bank it. He doesn't have a kit here.
Yeah. Well, Dumao's not going for it.
Thing is, you might be tempted to buy again. You're going to save a Khalil. You took all 5 players down. Lost bonus accumulating. So yeah, I think they almost certainly do buy again. They're getting tantalizingly close here. Keeping the money very limited. So Hades can even buy an AWP for himself, Dinko. He's got 5k. So he can drop that Khalil, go AWP. So yeah, they'll be buying once more. Tactical timeout. Things starting to get uncomfortable, but they're making the rounds very competitive. So there's the AWP. It's a weird start to the second half, but Heroic are definitely in it. A bit more firepower, actually a lot more firepower. They get an M4, Galil, AWP, and a couple of MP9s. Won't be able to say the same for Legacy. All 5 players go down there. Sure, they get an extra $3,500 per player, but it's going to be limited in terms of firepower or utility. Take your pick. So it's going to be Mac 10 for Sadzin. Galil's for Nissim and Dumao. A couple of AKs in the mix, so the util's pretty good, but the firepower's not great. Heroic need to win one of these rounds, though. A real war of attrition. Legacy on top so far, but very brittle. They'll be bottom of the barrel loss bonus if they give one of these rounds up with no money in reserve.
Yeah, that B-bomb site. It's going to be blocked for a little bit longer here with Heroic with that top ramp smoke, but Dumao once again back into his comfort position in the red room. This time, his teammates are actually mulling it out to clear it. Dumao's had to take a few steps back, and it's actually given timing for excl to walk back in. Dumao still wins the fight, though. Legacy so much more comfortable on the second map. You can see even willing to slow things down. Get into mid-round.
Okay.
Hades finally striking. It's going to be Dumao dead. Nissim.
Oh, that's crazy.
In the fight against Youngstar, who would have known that Dumao was the red play, so felt comfortable taking a step forward. Here go Legacy for a final B play.
They've got some nice space, though. The 2 smokes working out very nicely.
No.
HE even better. 3 versus 3 now. Advantage for Legacy, that's for sure. They've got a Molotov. CTs, they have got a kit. It's on the back of Nilo. Bear that in mind.
That's it. That's all the utility they have is a single flash here for Nilo. Yeah, you're right. Legacy look very favored to win this post plant. Lux boosted in Cave. Sadzin just waiting in the corner. There's going to be Lux with 1, and then looking for the second player. Nilo goes into the peak. Will not catch him.
Oh, man.
And Lato able to round it out, and it is huge. Legacy up to 10. Starting to get to the end of Ancient.
Well, they've definitely got that maximum loss bonus, but really have to win one of these 4 spies. Gonna have to go down to the partial now. Legacy, huge amount of open runway. It was Dumao to get the open up. Fair play to Youngstar. They, in fact, even got into the round with this kill. But then as soon as they were locked out of the bomb site, Youngstar removed. Nice little boost as well. Sadzin, Mac 10 towards that K position, comes out on top. And now things getting more and more desperate for Heroic. 10-6. Again, need one of these miracle rounds to be delivered. Flashbang, very effective. Hades can't do anything about it. And it's another opening 5-on-4 here. Inferno becoming more and more likely.
A shot from Sadzin. 22-9. What a map he's having. And in contrast, you know, we talk about Hades and the massive performance he's had at this event. Haven't seen anything from Hades in this semi-final yet that's made you go, wow.
Yeah, true.
Sadzin, though, terrible first map. Brilliant second.
Yeah, just had to wake up, it seems. I think they've got to use another tactical timeout here. Looks like Ancient might be done. Didn't get going on Dust 2 whatsoever, their map pick, but on their opponents, they're looking like a completely different team. Crowd are enjoying themselves as we see Heroic with a last-ditch attempt here. Still, Youngstar 3800 might have to just go down to M4 Kevlar. No util. I've got the Hades Orb, and Youngstar will be opting for the MP9 here. Still a world they bring this back. Bear in mind, no loss bonus built up. If they can find one clean round, break the finances, there is a world they can still do this.
All right, off they go again. Legacy for map points. Be one hell of a run if Heroic can come back into this map, and they're going to try and start with some elbow fights, but Dumao will deny. Wow. He's got himself a great start to the round with two. Youngstar having to fight back for Heroic, and has done an excellent job, in fact, at keeping the numbers even, but Sadzin forwards forward. Ooh. Okay, comfortable kill down on Youngstar inside the middle, and now LNZ starting to step up through CT spawn. Gets into the smoke. Sadzin looks ready, though. Look at this. He's got it. No problem. There's the kill. Lines it up. Takes his time. And Hades now 1v3. I just mentioned that last round, Henry. We haven't had to shout his name. We haven't had to be excited about anything that Hades has done in this semi-final. Maybe this is the moment. USP.
I don't think this is the one.
You know, I have to try. And Legacy in a situation now 12-6. It is very likely that they close out this map one-sidedly. Crazy to see Dust 2 be so one-sided. Heroic's favor, move on to Heroic's map pick, and see them kind of get dominated by Legacy all across the board.
Well, there we have it. Night and day from the first map. They're feeling it now. Sadzin lighting them up time and time again, but that round's all about Dumao. And it all comes down to this 6 in a row required. Or 6 opportunities for Legacy to put this one to bed. It's going to be an opening exchange. Certainly favors the T side, especially one that's under-equipped. excl, he's had his moments, that's for sure. 13-5. And a 4-3 advantage. Can they keep their head above water?
Generally, it looks like Legacy are just enjoying themselves now up on the stage. Sadzin with another kill added to his many. He's 25-9. In 19 rounds played, he's got 25 kills, 9 deaths. Incredible showing from him on this map. Man, it's going to be enough to take them over the line. It's just excl and LNZ left, and they're both over towards that B bomb site. Cut off by utility. It's going to be Legacy sprinting for the A finish. Bomb will be planted momentarily, and they have a bucket of utility still available.
Yep, no kits. Man advantage for Legacy. A lot of util. I think we're done here. 2 players, both coming from Donut.
Yeah, good strong setup here in the post plant, but Nissim actually going to be cut out. You've still got Sadzin, and he just is not missing on Ancient. Legacy were missing on Dust 2, but they show up in a big way here on Ancient. This series has to go to 3 to decide who is heading to the grand final.
Yes, we are going to get that 3rd map, and you have to ask yourself, guys on the panel, we were perplexed when we saw Ancient come up. I love a good gamble in a veto, but sometimes they don't pay off. And Heroic never really got started on that map. I mean, a lot of the set strats that they seem to have, they just fell apart very quickly, and it was kind of like a freestyle from that onwards.
Yeah, basically what, I guess, of the things planned, it was pistol round, anti-eco, and first buy round. That kind of went the, as planned, and after that, everything was a bit of a hectic chaos. So definitely not how Heroic saw this going, but again, with the gamble that they took in the veto, I guess we can't necessarily be that surprised either. Again, we thought it was a bit of an odd move, and it turns out to be the case as well. I think obviously you can look at how the first half closes out and think to yourself, like, this could have very easily been a case of, a couple of margins going the way of Heroic, and they're sitting with 2 or 3 extra rounds. But the same could be said, back in the favor of Legacy as well. So it was a bit of a hot mess to end the first half. But once we actually saw Legacy pick up their first pistol round of the series on that T side of Ancient, they just never really looked back. And it goes back to what we've talked about time and time again with this team. If they find momentum, they kind of run with it.
Yeah, I mean, the first half, what I saw from Heroic against FUT is kind of similar, but the player performance wasn't on the same level. Heroic individuals just weren't, closing out rounds, and then we saw the last 6 rounds of the half just being traded back and forth. I think that's where Heroic definitely needed to put their foot down, close out some of these anti-ecos. They lost 2 pretty handedly. It wasn't even close, right? And you want to have that momentum going into the CT side, because after the pistol, you're so far behind, and Legacy is just so fired up, and especially Sadzin, we have to give some props to.
Well, you reverse cast the cursed him.
Yeah.
You were like, Sadzin's just there, that's all he does.
Prof already made forum threads saying like minus Sadsin plus NQZ.
Yeah, I think that
was the thread that I referenced. It was my thread.
1.01 rating.
The guy did have FaceIt level 1 on his profile, so got me there.
Yeah.
But no, amazing game. 26 kills, 4 opening kills, and I think 8 multi kills. He was a standout player, starting from like the first gun round. Good rotation onto the A bomb site, anticipated the attack, got some kills there, and just started rolling.
Yeah, and it's really weird because it's Ancient.
Yeah.
So it's like combat AWPing on that is very much a skill that you either have or you don't. It's a lot of close proximity duels with a weapon.
Feels like that suits him better than anything. Like on Inferno, we saw him yesterday also in Pit. Like that was the spot where he got most of his work done.
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe this is the future for him. Maybe they need to start factoring this in so his repertoire can shine like this. But it's like Dinko said right at the end of the cast. He's just not missing. He didn't miss, at all.
I think it also helped that a lot of the T side from Heroic kind of felt telegraphed at times, which I think gives you a lot of calmness if you're an opper, like feeling like you can be trained on this angle. You don't have to be worried about anything strange happening, so you can fully focus on one thing and one thing only. And he did that well. Again, when given an opportunity, he stepped up, which is very much needed. So great bounce back for Legacy overall.
Yeah, there's that one highlight round from him where he got the 4K on a low buy. I don't know if you have it ready, but that was like a perfect combination of setting himself up early and also being aware of where the potential action is coming from. But yeah, here's a boost towards the CT B. Then we also have Heroic just going for individual plays. Sads in reposition, another easy kill. Now it's 120. Next fight, 25 seconds later, excl gets a kill. He's kind of trying to fake that he's going B, comes A. Sadzin's timer is perfect. He spots the guy, gets a kill here, because if he doesn't, that could spell disaster for Legacy. Anyway, this is the chaotic part of the game where they just started trading rounds, but we see how slow and easy these kills are. 20-25 seconds between firing a shot on the op.
Yeah, and as well, Heroic, they seem to have that over-reliance on, okay, I'm going to go kill that guy.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you don't win the 1v1, what happens next? And there wasn't really any continuity tactically throughout the rounds.
Yeah, and that is going to be one of my issues as well, like moving into a third map as well, that I have worries about the T side of Heroic in terms of just like how coherent they can be as a team. And like, the kind of plays to the fact that they have had a lot of different iterations playing together, so it's hard to mesh fully. But yeah, you can't necessarily rely, especially when you have players who are rather up and down in terms of performance. You can't rely on them, like you said, like just finding that 1v1 duel and opening things up for you every single time.
And I mean, also just for their T side, LNZ takes like 30% of the duels. We know he had a great first map, but he's not like he's not Donk, for example.
Yeah.
A budget Donk, a Blanc, if you will.
Perhaps. But then they need to have the trading and the spacing be on point and not do stuff like this where, one guy goes in and then Hades is holding an angle that's not gonna, there's no trade attempt, there's nothing. And they're just relying on kind of XCloud to be the X factor.
I love it.
Somewhere else.
Great.
On this.
Some of your best work there.
Top 3 for sure. Top 10 HLTV.
We'll set up Inferno then. This is my worry for Heroic. Legacy on Inferno, they're very hard to put away, and we saw that, and they can run over you too. They've beaten some of the top teams on this map.
I'll just throw one number and give it to Vendetta. 15 Infernos played for Legacy in the last 3 months, and 3 for Heroic.
Yeah, and I guess one thing that kind of, I guess, gives me a little bit hope for Heroic is that they play an extremely cookie-cutter CT side on Inferno. But by that, I mean they play 2 players towards B. They don't necessarily get too aggressive. They don't give anything away easy. And what we've seen from Legacy is that, again, they thrive off of people trying to actually fight them in mid-end. They like that. They want to get that early duel to create some space for themselves. It creates opportunities for Nissim to, sneak up towards A and find gaps in the defense. But Heroic aren't necessarily as willing to do that. I think they also, for how little they played the map, it seems like they have a pretty good understanding of how Nyla is supposed to rotate between sides. They oftentimes likes to double up on Arch side, which is not as common anymore as well. Like Hades and Nyla kind of just go about the way everyone on any given round, deciding on who plays there. So they have a quicker rotation over towards B, and they kind of mesh really well, and nobody really takes too many risks.
Yeah.
And obviously, if you can get into a good solid flow state and a team struggles to kind of break you down because they don't find openings, that's great. The obvious worry is obviously if you do get exposed and you kind of have Youngster, for instance, getting a little bit impatient and he gets picked off, that creates imbalances and whatnot.
I do like Nissim a lot on this map on the T side, lurking gaps, and I think with what you said, that could be a even bigger danger if they're doubling up on the Arch side and just leaving Youngster to battle out with Nissim. He find a lot of impact during this tournament, and I expect him to do so again here.
Yeah, and just before break, I mean, I will say Heroic could have... They've got the perfect form of preparation, I think, because if they go and watch what FUT did against them on this map, against Legacy, they will see they were just hitting their shots and kind of out-aiming them. And if you can do that on Inferno and get on those bomb sites, you can lock them down.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So Heroic definitely have quality players to do this. Again, we've seen that on the first map already, and that is a map where you definitely benefit from winning duels. Obviously it goes for any map, but Dust 2 specifically.
Deep analysis.
Yeah, exactly. No, but again, I just like the setup of not overcomplicated CT side from Heroic. The fact that they do also play site side a lot of the time. They don't necessarily have players in pool who get smoked out and then try to bomb rush through a smoke. We've seen so many situations of that in this tournament from other teams as well, where they kind of throw that desperate flash into pool and hope for the best, and that hasn't necessarily panned out all that often. So Heroic's defense just seems solid. It's nothing fancy, it's nothing spectacular, it's just good, and I think that could take them quite a bit of ways.
Well, we're going to find out, guys. Thanks a lot for your thoughts. So for one of these teams, it's a place in the final. For the other, a place in third place, the side of hell on Inferno.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello, welcome back to the CS Asia Championships 2025 live from Shanghai. Legacy have decided to show up, Henry, and now we're going to 3.
You love to see it, I suppose. Like, we wanted a good semi-final here. We've got 3D Max waiting in the wings, and one of these two teams has to make it through on Inferno. Legacy actually look revitalized. Sadzin especially dropping 25+ kills there. We wanted the orb to be activated, and activated he was. He was looking very impressive there. Dumao had his moments as well, and Heroic actually looked a little bit flat. So it does set us up for a perfect third map here.
Well, they have looked very flat. In fact, in Hades in particular, coming into this semi-final, a lot of excitement about him because of his group stage performance. We thought we would get to see that Hades continue, but he's gone a little bit quiet. Wasn't exactly required on Dust 2, and certainly wasn't the difference maker on Ancient. Maybe this is where we get to see that Hades that we've seen all tournament long.
I hope so. Let's see what he's got cooking up here. Can Hellboy climb out of the pits of hell? It will be an important recovery here.
And he's going down middle straight away. Hades to kick things off. Nissim finding that first for Legacy as Sadzin getting involved, looking to try and continue what a fantastic Ancient. It is Hades caught and blinded. Cut down by Lato, putting excl in a 1v3, now 1v2, but Lato finishes him off and Legacy have the pistol.
We've seen that a lot this tournament, these aggressive CT pistols. It's an old classic. This one doesn't really work out for them though. Heroic get a couple of kills, but it's a convincing finish there for Legacy. They go up 1-0 here. It looks like we'll be seeing a 4-spy. At least Hades has got the scouts. 5-7s to follow in suit as well. And it's going to be focusing on the SMGs and Galils. Got 1 AK for Lato. MP7 for Lux. Always a tricky round to navigate this one. Flashbangs available on the CT side. Going to be deploying a few of them. Nice grenades. Chip away at Sadzin. Down to 24 points of health. Perfectly positioned. CTs, after showing that presence, can actually rotate off B somewhat here. Leave excl alone. Linus feeling like he's getting a bit of pressure though. Comes back to help out.
Smoke going to be blocking B for the time being. Sending Mac 10 bullets flying through it as excl boosts his teammate up and crosses into the bomb site. Looking to maintain that crossfire. But Legacy don't need to commit into the B bomb site whatsoever. You can see them starting to backtrack away from Banana, thinking about establishing some control towards A. The most advanced player in the A defense is Youngstar, and he's up in the apartments. He's now retreating back to the balcony. As we go under 1 minute on the clock, he'll take up his position on the fence. And Legacy will start setting up nades, clearing out long side through that cubby. Making sure no one's hiding in Boiler with a 5-7. And eventually that A site is going to be wrapped upon. And Youngstar, he's the only player here. There's a 4-man stack towards the B bomb site. And with him going down, it is going to be a safe call for Heroic. Over on B, they'll hang on to their weapons. No point in throwing them away. And that's going to be a Legacy 2-0 start.
Looking rejuvenated on the second map. A flying start here on Inferno. They will save their pistols. Checking out the artwork. But nothing to really say apart from some 5-7s and the scout being brought over. Hades does have a helmet as well, so they'll get a second bite of the cherry going forward. The 5 players survive here for Legacy. No real reason to hunt. Let them keep their pistols. Don't risk offering over a Galil or an AK-47. Just making sure no one's there. Going to stay with the bomb until the last dying moments here, but it is going to be a very successful second round conversion. Looking for 3-0 here. Youngster goes down. That's the only player in the round. Nice grenade damage at the start, but that's all they really got going here. What have you made of 3D Max so far? Considering they're in the grand final. You feel like they're the favourites home against these two teams?
Yeah, 3Max have the deepest playbook in the competition for sure. They're a team that have started to improve a lot. They've played the most events recently.
Highest rated team here as well.
Highest rated team. I think they're just the best team here at this event. I think there have been scrappy moments, but that's just 3D Max.
Yeah, true.
They are definitely favorites going into the final against whoever makes it through this one.
Well, looking good for Legacy once again. A couple of opening frags for Lux. Yeah, it's a shame we don't get the headline acts in the form of Liquid and FaZe. Just like having that as the grand final, those two organizations with the storylines and them exchanging players recently.
Yeah.
I think that's the final everyone wanted, but...
it's the final everyone wanted for the storylines.
Yes, exactly.
But if you want high-quality Counter-Strike, 3D Max are the best team at the event, and I think Legacy probably versus 3D Max is actually the best game we could have. I think Heroic have great players, and you can see them get through a Dust 2. But I actually think Legacy are just a better team. So it should be a situation where Legacy 3D Max could actually be a pretty cool game of Counter-Strike if both teams show up. I do feel like that is going to be the final now, Henry.
Well, you might be onto something. Legacy are looking like their usual selves after a woeful showing on their map pick of Dust 2. 13-2, the T side was an abomination at times. But Ancient was much better. Bit of a gamble pick from Heroic to bring it into the Vita, go down 13-6. It's not 5 years ago.
Remember Counter-Strike games used to be that long?
I do. It was a more difficult time. It was, for a commentator especially, and I was like cursed with every single game that seemed to go overtime. A map could take an hour and a half, no problem. So I'm glad those days are behind us. I still feel like we need to adjust the overtime rules in CS2. Like the fact it can go on indefinitely doesn't sit well with me.
Or you just at a certain point, you're like, oh, that's enough, guys. Let's pack it up.
Yeah, when we get into like
Call
quarter
it
overtime,
tight.
sometimes
Let's move along.
This doesn't work.
We settle this with rock, paper, scissors, best of 3.
Zeus is only down middle. Maybe we do like you do aim map only for overtime. It changes up completely.
You send in your best player.
Yeah,
versus their
1v1,
best
first to
player.
10. So, let's see what's up with Hades. As you mentioned, not the best semi-final for him at all. We haven't got to commentate him up until this point, and being #1 player in the tournament, we're expecting a lot. Didn't have to do much, admittedly, on Dust 2. His teammates were dominating the server, especially in-game leader Linus as well, but Ancient Heroic definitely struggled, and there he is. Gets the opening pick, takes down Nissam. Nice work, they've got an advantage now. 3 players towards B. They're actually going to be fully sending it, they're committed heavily. A team kill comes in, it's messy, but it will do for now. That won't. Back to a 3-on-3. Grenade should finish him off.
It does. And now we've got Hades left in the library. All of his teammates.
The thing is, you know he got that mid pick at the start. You surely can just run in B, but...
They're coming back to A. They're giving him the only way to win this, and Hades hasn't reacted in time. He's been spotted as well. That bomb still in limbo. Do I want to even go? I'm going to take the safe route, go through the apartments. I've got a full minute left to do so. Hades now exiting library, taking damage on board, even more with that grenade. Not a huge amount, but some, as he now retreats. He's had enough. Hades doesn't even want to go for this anymore.
It's the right call. An unfortunate end to the round there. Opening pick goes in their favor. Managed to get the second as well towards Banana, but committed by virtue of the Molotov in the corner. A team kill comes through, taking heavy damage on Roots. A grenade kill, sure, but trades landing in favor of Legacy. Hades left, and position noted as well towards that library. Nothing he can do but save at 19 points of health, so 4-0. Very confident start here. Bonus round victory at the Galils. And an opening pick leads them to nothing, so they will have maximum loss bonus going forward. Hades will save the AWP. So you can drop an M4. Youngster could also drop as well, but looks things here as well. 3,600. So the buy is there, but it's maybe a tactical timeout sort of situation here. So Youngster needs to drop. Hades has to drop. They should be fine. They're not going to fully invest. I'm surprised at that. They could still drop 2 weapons, opting not to do it.
All right, well, most likely outcome now is a 5-0 start for Legacy. Heroic prioritizing, getting a perfect buy in the next round here. Hades has the AWP out. Saved over from the last. He even has enough money to get it out again in the next round. His loss bonus will hit its maximum. Legacy show a lot of presence and pressure at B early on. Causes Heroic to throw out utility, scares them a little bit. And then Legacy go back into what is going to be some A pressure now. Nilo and Youngstar are going to be playing together. Nilo down on the lower angle. And Youngstar intermittently playing anti-flash. Checking into the wall every now and then just to dodge the flash that eventually will come around. But it's going to be contact up through top mid. Good grenade combo here from LNZ. And it's a big shutdown from Heroic. That's more like it. Take it away, Legacy, sweeping their lights from underneath them. And this was a round they didn't even fully invest in.
Well, should have everything they need to close this one out now. Bomb under their remits. Listen, though, he's had a great tournament. Going to be pushing through the smoke, but to his demise, it's going to be Linus to close things out there. And they recover 3 AK-47s as well. They have entered the third and final map of Inferno. Took a partial buy. And they find fantastic results here. Boosting up Youngster. Mows down the first. Great damage done. Ducking and weaving this 5-7. Trade kill comes in. Linus to close things out. No problem. Much stronger setup here. 3 AKs and the Hades AWP. You can start stringing some rounds together, though, because the money's still okay on the T side of things here. Good grenade. Max damage on towards Lux. One in return.
Dumao can always be a big problem in Banana. A threat to the CT side every time. He's just a little bit worried about that util. Hasn't progressed beyond the half wall. Meanwhile, Legacy going through the motions at Boiler. It's Lato Molotoving out under the porch. Flash to follow. Dumao now set up for that half wall peek. Realizes no one is playing behind the half wall, nor the sandbags with that Molotov. So Banana control has been taken by Legacy.
Yeah, but they're not interested in it at all. They're going to be falling back and going into an A play by the looks of things here. 45 seconds. Can just keep things simple. Flushing out middle as well. They have full control of the map. CT's starving for info. Trying to reclaim some now. Going to be flashed in towards the quad side. Nilo to attack. Nice opening pick, but still a 4-on-4. They're going to rotate excl over from the B sites. 30 seconds. Looks like a final commitment has to come in right here, right now. They're going to fall back towards the B side. Or are they?
No, faking it. Showing that they are going for a late B finish with one player, but it's all about A. And no one's moving off. There's still a 2-man setup here. 10 seconds left. This could be really difficult for Youngstar because his teammate's gone inside of the site. Youngstar is taken out, and with just enough time to put that bomb down, Legacy break through to a round victory. Unless there's some special retake set up here, but you can see how far away LNZ is.
3-on-2. Kits available, but no excl. Found by Satsin.
Now. Go and save. Save that AK. It's going to be 5-1. Legacy loving the start of Inferno. This is such a great start for the T side. Whatever happens now, they've just got such a great start that even if Heroic's got a bit of a comeback, which is pretty unlikely based on what we've seen so far, Legacy already have enough rounds to sprinkle one extra in there and you're already super happy with things.
Yeah, things getting uncomfortable. It's a T-sided map, admittedly, but the rounds have been very convincing. They'll save the AK and still have enough to buy going forward. But it's great work there from Legacy. That's how you play Inferno. You take the control of the map, remove vision from the CTs, keep them guessing, a last-second fake in towards B, hold 2 players outside of the map there. You've already got the man advantage. And in you go, trading out the kills. Sure, a couple of seconds in it, but the plant felt very comfortable towards the end, gave themselves just enough time to make that one work. Round 7 coming through. Does Hades want to start being more aggressive again. He was finding those opening picks early on. So they do have the 4 rifles and the AWP. Youngstar missing a bit of util. It's going to be LNZ joining excl over towards the B sites. Molotov's exchanged towards the top of it. Retake utility deployed by the CTs here, trying to regain control, can't allow that much fog of war on the map so early on. So the AWP up close.
Love this. Through the bedroom. Aggressive stance. It's going to be Lato coming out on top of that first fight, though. Youngstar gone. Some apartments control given over here to Legacy, and you can see how uncomfortable Hades now is. He doesn't have the rifle support to stay committed to this, so he starts backtracking, taking a different angle, opening up a fallback plan to get out of the balcony. But here comes the Legacy flashes, utility to burst in through top middle. Hades now has to worry about that as well. He's looking down on short, but he's also got to be paranoid about the apartments in just a moment, so very uncomfortable right now for Hades.
Once again, full control of the map, man advantage. Incendiaries trying to rot the clock here. Hades still waiting to be activated, to be double swung on, yep. And still does very well on the first flick. This next kill could decide the round. LNZ will find it. Sats with the AWP holds off, back to a 3-on-3, 25 seconds now. Smoke down towards Arch. excl confirming the B is clear, at least for now. Gonna tuck himself back in towards the bomb site. Feels like they could go through spawn as well.
Nilo needs to be... Oh, Nissim runs out with his nades in his hands. 10 seconds, bomb down. Satson getting the trade, but he's got to win the clutch now, and just not going to happen, surely. Here, Hedy's going to block him. Satson going to fall. Yeah, Legacy just stall out. They run out of time. Their money's actually at a pretty tough spot here, so Heroic have played themselves back into the half. They've got a chance to start building something here.
Absolutely true. Good comeback there. Hades with the greatest amount of impact we've seen from him on Inferno yet. 3 kills. Very impressive flick towards the apartments as well. It's going to be a tactical pause from Legacy. You're right. The money is in a bit of a questionable position. This looks like half-buy territory. Or you go all in and you bring a set piece to the fray. Sadzin has 5,700. So they really want to expend his cash on getting an AK-47. I feel like Tech9's might be the better approach, but they have gone all in. So Tech9's, AKs, Galils, and we'll see if they want to change things up. Normally you're going for like an apartments pop in these sort of rounds. See if Heroic can start to dig their heels in. Smoke toward the top this time. Hades going for that second mid pick once again, flashed off. No real damage taken at the start here, but excl gets peppered through the smoke. Grenade will chip away at him as well. So Lato has got control of the boiler. Smokes towards Arch. It's a bit of a 4-man stack coming in from Heroic here.
Yeah, and a quite advanced one too, right? You've got 2 players pushed up towards the cubby and long side and 2 up short, so no one playing actually from pit or the apartments. It's that crossfire between the brackets. But the unfortunate thing is when you hear pressure towards B, you can't maintain it. In fact, they're biting on it. And then the information picked up on the Youngstar push up through the boiler stairs is caught Lux. And the bomb is up there in the apartments. Hades taking down Sadzin as he walks out top middle. And Legacy have just been picked apart in this round with 35 seconds left. There's not really a round to be had anymore.
I think you're dead on. They have 0 util, 0 money. You might as well save the 3 rifles here. They've already called it off. Being completely bested here. It's Youngstar finding the magical timing towards the boiler room. They thought they checked it. They thought it was clear. He finds the bomb, follows it up with the HE. Hades strikes with the AWP towards the boiler as well. And all of a sudden, the round's over. Nothing they can do. Very slow from Legacy. Not a complete disaster with the 3 saved weapons, but bear in mind they get no follow-up caches. So those 3 players can't buy any utility. They've got a nade and a flashbang going forward. Yeah, 2 teammates as well, incredibly low. Second stage loss bonus. Do you just go all in around these rifles? Hope for the best. Get some util to work with, otherwise you're just going in dry. So indeed, they will be forcing. Need some grenades to work with. Sadzin will provide smoke, molly, and a flash. Luck's going to stay on the eco. So he gets HE and a flash, but Glock no armor. So, Heroic starting to wake up here. Starting to fight back, starting to build some resources. And here's the apartments POG we speculated about before. I don't think they even throw a motor smoke by the looks of things here. They're just going to flash over and try and find a timing dinko.
Here they come. Youngstar in the pit. It's going to be swung and taken down by Dumao. Second kill.
Wow.
And there is first 2 kills of this map, Henry.
Okay, well,
and it comes in a round like this.
We've seen so many teams drop this apartments pop when the going gets tough. And they do throw the moto smoke, but before they've even committed. So they get toward the end of the apartments. They find the timing. Dumao absolutely wallops them with a double open up. Doesn't take any damage for his troubles as well, and the round's just over. Great call, great recovery. On a round that seemed compromised with very little utility, they get a lot out of it.
Yeah, it's great that Dumao gets on the board as well, because he was sitting on 0 for this entire first half. And we talk about him as the difference maker, as the standout player for Legacy so often. We actually seen that at many points on Inferno in the earlier stages of the playoffs, right? In the quarterfinals. And this is a player that delivered some important rounds towards overtime. It's great to have him on the board. Hopefully this is the turning point for Dumao individually as well. Heroic at least saving those 3 weapons. They've got plenty of cash, so it'll be another really solid buy here. And we get into the last few rounds of play in the first half of Inferno. This deciding map of who is heading into the grand finals. Waiting for them on the other side is 3D Max. It's going to be a tough game for either of these squads going up against them, but Legacy with a 6-3 lead would love to build on this.
Let's see what they can do. 5 players surviving, upgrading some of the weapons here. A couple of M4s in the mix now for Nitsum and Sadzin on the T side. Hades, isolated, dealt with, no problem. Perfect utility. Lux to find the opener. Dumao needs to be very careful though. 10 HP, doesn't want to give one away for free. They've actually pulled 3 CTs over to this bomb site, leaving poor old Youngster isolated and alone. Showing some presence here. It's still anyone's round with the low HP Dumao. Molotov towards quad side. Youngster trying to bury himself in somewhere. Once again, desperate for information. Got to confirm that the barrels are clear. They don't need 3 players on this side of the map. Maybe a boost up.
The burn into the open. It's excl to drop Sats in, and a second kill for excl as Lux is cast aside. Is Heroic with not only a man advantage, but a health advantage as well, because Dumao is down on 14 HP, and they're going to go for a last-ditch attempt to get into this A-bomb site. Nilo's nade going to go up towards Nissim, force him further back. Youngstar, oh, he's kind of whiffed. That's a really important kill. Nilo trying to clean up now on the site. Remember, Dumao is so low, and Nilo stepping up with a triple out from default. They all run into him, and he handles it on multiple different fronts.
Bit of a fumble there, I'm afraid. You can see they're in 2 minds about whether they should commit to that half or the incendiary. Flushes one out, the other's got a smoke in his hand. Like, which one is it? Are you swinging or not? The comms fall apart at the worst possible moment there, and Nilo helps himself to 3. He had 2 bullets remaining for that final kill. Thankfully, Dumao was low, and the young Swede steps up just when they need him most there. They lost Hades very early on into the round, so always felt like a difficult recovery as excl with a double towards Harful, funneled them in towards A, and Nilo seals the deal. AKs out in spades here for Heroic now. Can they tie things up? Bear in mind, T-sided map. 5 rounds is actually pretty decent. And they're still on to maybe get 6. Much faster round, Dinko. Towards quad side we're going.
Much faster acceleration here for Legacy. Nade lands right in the middle of him. Lux is down to 5 HP. And it's going to be Youngstar up on the side of the balcony. Hades going for the shot. It's Youngstar out and NiLo with the other. So that attack has just been stopped. The sting has been taken right out of it. And Youngstar continues to peek out of apartments. Hades to shut it down and nowhere to go for Sadsin.
Need to be careful here. Keep it clean. You want those AKs for the next round.
You just take a nice breath at this point if you're heroic. You don't, let everybody settle into this and let Hades deal with the final push forward. So 5 rounds for heroic. It was looking like they were getting battered, thrown around. This was 5-1, remember? And now, most likely, it is going to be a 6-6 scoreline.
Yeah, Legacy. Couple of rough rounds there. Trying to change up the pacing completely of the round. 5 players up middle, smoke down arch. They had great success with that apartment's pop, but can't replicate it. With the short side swing, they get absolutely dealt with. Their first couple of kills land in favor of heroic, and you'd think that's probably enough. Call for the rotations. Let the round marinate, but Youngster had other ideas, kept swinging, kept finding headshots, shuts them down, and it does deny the all-important plant, which is instrumental going forward into the next round. Look at the money, $2,000 on average to try and save the half here, looking very likely to be 6-6. You can take all the timeouts you want, but what ideas can you really bring to the table? You can have to get Tech 9 armor and 1 smoke each, or you go P250s and have a bit of extra util. That's what you're discussing right now.
Either way, not a great outcome.
They've actually called 2 tactical timeouts here.
All right, chaining them together. They really want this last round, Henry.
I mean, fair play. It can happen.
I mean, that is wild, though, using 2 in a row. At this point in the game, when you know it's so tight, this is a third and final match.
Suggests they are a little bit shell-shocked. Comms are falling apart. We saw that towards Banana before. 1 at a smoke out, 1 swinging around. They're flustered, perhaps. Deep smoke from the CTs down bottom of middle. Gets them on high alert. It all comes down to this. Final round of the half.
Yeah, util going to be put in place towards top middle. Molotov to block them as they run right through. It's a charge up towards Hades, who gets around the corner. Gets the off out, ready to swing. And yeah, that's a massive miss, but he goes back again in the second time of asking. He will collect the shot. So for Legacy, they've just taken too many casualties on the way forward. Sadsin's done very well to get a double. Hades on the nade. The Tech 9 starting to show up, but look at NiLo. They never checked him. They never found him, and he didn't make a noise. He sat there silently, allowing the bomb plant to begin. Played with his prey, and then took the shot, putting Lato in the clutch. NiLo buying time, staying alive. And then just closes it out with a double. That is huge from NiLo. Very composed in the final few seconds, and that's going to be a tie game, 6-6 from 5-1 up. Legacy, I was saying they're going to feel happy with the T side. I don't know if it feels particularly good to go out of the half like that, just allowing Heroic back into it so quickly.
No, 6-6 is actually very, very good for Heroic, considering where they were, the way things were looking, for it all to come crashing down, and you have those disastrous rounds towards the end again, where comms seem to just fall apart, unable to find the entry points in towards the bomb site. The best looking round towards the end was that apartment's pop on a low buy. And you were 5-1 up and it goes 6-6. That's a hollow first half. You're not feeling good about it. A roller coaster of emotions as well. On the big stage, got to stay calm, got to stay focused here. Can pick up the pieces with pistol victory. Doesn't look like the atmosphere on that side of the server is great either. Taking a double tactical timeout as well suggests things aren't going great.
No. Things may just be falling apart at the seams, Henry. We're starting to talk about Legacy setting themselves up early on Inferno for a possible grand final showing against 3D Max.
Out of all the teams here, 3D Max versus Heroic with a stand-in, that's the final.
Yeah.
Unreal.
We had Liquid, we have FaZe, we have Fnatic.
Fnatic, who looked very good as well. We had FUT.
I've seen this great, I can't remember who did the tweet, but they said Fnatic would never have lost to the French with a British player.
Might have been true. We'll never know.
We never will know. Well, against FUT yesterday, Legacy played Inferno. It was an overtime victory for Legacy. They won 19-16. Here comes the pistol pop. Joel Paredes off to the races. It's going to be Sadson coming in with one first. The Youngstar on the double kill, and you can see that B rotation. They had a stack of 3 players. Well, they're running back over towards A, but it's going to be really difficult to carve these T players out of their post-plant positions.
Oh dear, oh dear. It's going to be 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like it's the lead secured here for Heroic. There's a headshot for excl. That should confirm it. 7-6.
Or 6-7.
6-7?
Depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, I suppose that's true, Henry. I know which way chat are looking at it, that's for sure.
Well, there we have it. Not really much to report there. Nice, fast little gambit in towards the A side. Couple of basic smokes and flashes deployed. Hit the shots. Youngstar gets a double. excl will join him. No real resistance, no damage received, and a gush on Lato. He'll be saving a flashbang and some Kevlar for the following round. And presumably they'll be force buying around it. Let's have a look. From the apartments they went. Leaping out as Youngstar gets those Julies. Beautiful shot. Smoke down a moto. excl parks himself up. Finishes things off with the P2000. And that's it. You see Legacy don't win this round, they're in a world of trouble. But more often than not, it feels like these second round force buys have been working out here at CAC. I've used the term war of attrition 100 times. So we'll see if they can fight back here. Flashback from LNZ. Gets basically been out of control here. Wants to deny any sort of rebuttal. Can't do it. Nice damage coming in, but the flashbangs are stifling. excl has to give up the angle. They're starting to rotate off. Feeling that they've shown enough presence at this B bomb site. excl tucks himself in. So an early 5-on-4 advantage. In-game leader goes down. Going back to what looks to be a B execution here. 2 players are low. Lux down to 4 HP. Dumao 37. Speaking of Dumao, he's behind that fountain. excl, 1 bullet would do it. Spots him. Swings and come in.
Stepping up in front. Here comes the final pieces of utility here for Legacy. Unleashing that MP9. excl to respond. Dumao dead. That ball has gone down inside of the site, and Legacy really finding impact here. The grenade will finish off Lux. excl runs forward, taking a risk.
They're back.
And pulling Heroic into the 2v2.
Now they have the advantage. It's the 5-7s, no kits. A MAC-10 is salvaged. I don't think that will be the difference maker here. Nissan will have to do something unspeakable with this HE grenade. It needs to land. It needs to connect. It certainly does. Applying the pressure now. I think they might have done enough here, Dinko. It's going to be excl on the clutch. Nothing he can do to hold on. And it is going to be the force by victory. Just there in the nick of time for the full defuse there. And we are back. We are online here in the semi-final. It's going to be 7-7.
Yeah, it's just so back and forth. And we'll see another force buy coming around here for Heroic. No doubt about that. Getting a bomb plant, knowing that you did so much damage to the CT economy here anyway. You're going to see Heroic come through with whatever they can purchase, whatever they can throw together. But this is massive work from Lato. The grenade goes in. You think excl's aggressive push has won it for Heroic, but Sad's in again, making a big difference. That grenade lowering the health of excl, making the clutch almost impossible. And you can hear how loud it is in Shanghai. It is getting rowdy over there in the arena. You know, it's hard to feel the emotions over here, but you can get a little glimpse in that on the player cams to see the intensity on this third and final map.
Crowd's loving it. That's a massive round victory for Legacy. They recover a couple of rifles as well. We're all tied up. This game just got a whole lot more interesting. It was Legacy that were spiraling out of control towards the end of that first half, losing the pistol. Felt like a death sentence, but they make it work. A 4-on-2, almost given away, but they convert it. And now it's the Galil of Nilo. Youngsters, AK-47, which has been impressive. They've got Apartment's control here. Bomb towards top of middle. Smoke down at Arch. Nice grenade, though. There's a ton of damage. Here we go. First kill. Only going to be good for one here. They explode towards the A side, but popping open the smoke as Sad's in. Miss him, tucked away in towards the safety of the pit, and that's round.
Yeah, so this forced buy just does not work out for Heroic whatsoever. Nilo gonna walk his way through the smoke, get spotted in the archway. Doom to drop him. Money gone for Heroic. 9-7 should be the outcome of the next 2 minutes here for Legacy. Both of these teams rather inexperienced when it comes to playing in front of an audience, playing on stage, getting into the playoffs. Now, Heroic, these players are brand new to the scene at this top level. You know, playing in that Shanghai roster mainly coming into the year. LNZ, a little bit of experience himself. You know, they did have that tournament out in Mongolia at the start of the year where they did play on a stage. There was an audience there, so they're Heroic able to pick up a win at that competition. Legacy hardly ever make it deep in tournaments. I mean, this is a group stage upset team. That's why CAC is such a great opportunity for them. The packed tournament schedule, you're missing out on the big teams here. It's a great opportunity to go far in a $1 million tournament and pick up some really important experience playing in front of a crowd, getting onto the stage, and feeling what playoff games feel like.
They're just so streaky. We've even seen it in this semi-final. First map, where were they? That's the problem. They can be a very good, world-class team at times, but others that just don't turn up. They look very flat. Fortunately, though, coming back to life here in the second half. Full eco for Heroic. Looking for 9-7. Just Glocks. A P250 for Youngstar.
Yeah, if you're Legacy, just try and keep this round as clean as possible.
That's what you can do. Don't give them anything away. You'd know they're full eco. There's no way they buy into this. No grenades, no Kevlar, no control. Maybe some bells? No?
Yeah, no. Just really wanted that other Glock. All right, not the most entertaining round of Counter-Strike. No one's saying that. Doom out, uses it as a chance to add a couple of kills to the feed. And then we look at 9-7. Here comes the bite. Heroic return to a purchase. They can have rifles on everyone.
Managed to get a kill at least. But the AK is recovered. All-purpose Sad's in. Certainly got going on Ancient. 25+ kills for the Brazilian sniper.
Yeah, throughout this tournament, I mean, the two players you always talk about are Lato and Dumao. But in this tournament, we've really talked about Nissim a lot, for good reason, because he has just been fantastic at this event. It's definitely an outlier in his performances. He's not always the standout player. But one player that usually we don't sing about is Sadsin, and he has just become one of the most impactful players in this semi-final. An incredible Ancient, solid impact here on Inferno, and a great opening kill to kick off round 17.
Very important. You take away xcloud as well. Lux
through.
Completely blind, but rising to the occasion here. One will do.
Oh.
Goes a bit further than that. Takes Youngster down to 13 points of health. It's going to have to be the A scramble now through the smoke, so we'll have to go. It's going to be Youngstar removed early on. Beautiful play from Lato. Round over.
Yeah, that's done. And I remember, this is Heroic getting back to a buy. Immediately shut down. They try and change the pace up a little bit. They go up banana. Sadsin picks them off, and so they start accelerating up A as the reaction. Just try and burst through the A bomb site, getting shut down through that top mid smoke.
Yeah, and it's those sort of desperate plays we were seeing from Legacy. They weren't working out at all. Hasn't done anything for them on the Heroic side. All 5 members go down. No plan, no damage inflicted.
Yeah, it's
AK's recovered.
It's got to be just another round with like Tech 9s, P250s.
Yep.
11 rounds around the corner here for Legacy. Starting to get to the end of this semi-final. And Heroic, you know, coming into this event, they're with a stand-in. You're not expecting them to play great Counter-Strike.
And they didn't make the major either.
They didn't make the major. They lost their major spot at EPL through bad performances. And now the squad come into this event, and suddenly Hades is having a standout performance as the stand-in. And they get into the playoffs, they go straight to the semi-finals. Legacy has got to feel like a team that's very beatable for Heroic, even with that stand-in situation. But it looks like they're going to miss out on that opportunity right now as the Brazilians Prove a lot more difficult than you might expect. We've got Dumao and Lato. Good early kills inside of Banana, putting it down to 3 Tech 9s here for Heroic.
Is there anything left to be said about this round? Doesn't look great. They got 1 smoke remaining. They recover an AK, sure, but damage received. excl down to 50. Speaking of which, is spamming the smoke, hoping for some fortune. And it's a very defensive setup here, as you might expect. Give nothing away. Make them work for it. Run down the clock. They have not got the Molotov to dislodge Nissim from the pits. He's been playing some very solid CS from that position. All he has to do is find one and survive. There's the one. Stay alive now. Job done.
You know you've got Sadzin to assist, and he really isn't missing today. 15 and 9. Hades now in a 1v4. Nice quick headshot from Hades.
Got the bomb.
He does have the bomb, and he's got a little bit of time to work with as well here, Hades.
Oh, that nade.
But no longer does he have much health. As that grenade bounces off the wall and drops him down to 27 HP. Flash is good too. They know exactly where he is on that box. Sadzin's got ever closer. Hades looking for the library fight, but they're going to push him. They're going to pressure him. They're going to swarm him inside of the site, and Lato is the man to drop him. Putting 11 on the scoreboard here for Legacy, and one last buy from Heroic. Legacy with 5 rounds in a row. If they break Heroic's purchase here, it should be a grand final showing for the Brazilians.
It's looking very good, very composed. Couldn't say that about Dust too. Ancient is where Heroic started to fall off. Legacy showing some excellent individual form. Sadzin came to life. 25 kills and now dominating the battlefield once again here with the AWP. 15 and 9. 2 rounds away from glory. The long road to recovery starts here for Heroic. Dumao feeding himself. Tucks himself in towards the barrels. Covering fire. They have no idea. Through the smoke, LNZ runs through, none the wiser. The CTs have full control. And Molotov does nothing. Okay, it does something. It does spread.
Yeah, suddenly it does spread. And Dumao down to 25 HP, but maintains the advantage here for Legacy.
Right then. What have we got left? A couple of smokes and a Molotov. Youngster's low. He's top of middle, going to be flashed in. Some decent control here.
Lux has followed up here, though, for the CT side. Youngstar on 46 HP. Heroic on 3 players. excl excavating his way through Banana. He's going to bring his 2 teammates up here. No one spotted him.
Just smoke spawn and run in. That's kind of it.
Well, Dumao is low, so he can't really challenge. Can't really disrupt.
He doesn't really have to. He just needs to spam the smoke as they cross. Hope to do some damage. They'll go for a full retake 5-on-3. So here comes the smoke. Presumably, I would say don't take the face check here.
Oh, okay. Well, he won the fight, so fair enough. Definitely a lot of risk involved in that. Now they can smoke, and they explode into the bomb site. So a 4v3 and a retake for Legacy to try and secure series point and grand final point against Heroic. A good start here from Lato. It's excl moving forward, looking to be the X factor for his team into the fight. Executions is the name of the game for his AK-47. Finally gone at the hands of Lux, and it's now Hades dropped at the back of the site. And Legacy withstand. It will be series point. It will be grand final point. And I did not think we were going to be here. Look at that, a little bit of teammate love as well. You look at Dust 2, it was just absolute domination from Heroic. You wonder, are Legacy just going to get absolutely blanked here in the semifinals? They come back into Ancient. Sadzin has a standout step-up performance. And now on Inferno, it is the same story. Sadzin with 16 kills, Lato with 19.
Yeah.
And as a unit, as a team, Legacy are doing this.
This is the team we wanted to see today. Looks like we've come to the end of Heroic's run. A great run with the context of playing with stand-in. They opened things up against Bates. It was an overtime victory, 16-12. Went on to dominate FUT. A FUT that's made a name for themselves, winning 13-6, 13-5. Took down Fnatic yesterday, 2-1. Booked themselves a place in the semi-finals. And now it looks like the Cinderella story is over. Hades hasn't had the same level of output that he did in the group stages, and it's a very different story here in the 3rd and final map. 5 rounds to hold on. LNZ with the Galil. Maximum loss bonus and a legged in-game lead up. Will the grenade finish things off? Not quite. It tickles excl for 10 damage. And Dumao. Such strong presence towards this banana area. It's got them quaking in their boots.
Razor sharp focus on Dumao inside a banana.
Happy to hold it by himself as well. He's got the AK.
There's the opening. 4 more kills away from a grand final for Legacy. Here comes the last-ditch effort from Heroic. That smoke will soon fade. They boost, they go over the top, and Dumao is dead.
It's an open runway.
It is. Lato is racing back to try and get here, but the smoke's already up, Henry.
Okay, this is the best chance we've had for a round in some time here. The thing is, a boost is possible from the CT side. Flashbang to go over. Lato trying to set up his teammate. It's going to be the Saturn AWP.
Oh,
Lux.
that jump is risky from LNZ. He's gone down. He's offered up a kill. But excl's going to go back and get it. A 3v3 with a Molotov into the post plant from Hades. He'll play in the bomb site, but Nissim catching excl. Youngstar going aggressive. This fight is everything. If he loses it to Nissim, then it might just be all over. But it's Hades looking to step up to keep Heroic going. Legacy with Nissim walking in. It is Hades with a Herculean effort in the 1v3 to keep this going for Heroic.
Damn. It doesn't get much closer than that. Nissim with a couple of kills in CT spawn. It looked to be enough, but he took so much damage en route. High and mighty is Hades. Holds his nerve in the 1v1, trying to use that smoke as a potential flashbang, trying to avert the crosshair. But it wasn't enough. But the thing is, Dinko, sure, you win the round, but it comes down to that 1v1. It's going to be Galil's and a distinct lack of utility going into round number 21. They're still in a very precarious spot. Towards Banana we go. Hades wants to try and open things up.
Look at this aggression for Hades and confidence.
So much damage.
Off the back of the fire at his feet. He must fall back. And you're right, look how bruised these Heroic players are from all that utility damage. 30 HP on LNZ, 37 for Youngstar, 55 for Hades. Legacy could clean this up. It's going to be a B-pop again. Smoke out towards CT. Blocked here at top banana by Legacy. And Heroic forced to pause. Maybe even to reconsider their opportunities elsewhere.
Don't have much time to consider their options. We're sub 1 minute already. Couple of smokes remain. Nilo showing a bit of presence towards middle, but it's not dislodging the B-side defense. 3 players this side of the map. Is this where it comes crashing down for Heroic? B execution looking likely. Molotov and new boxes. The smoke has been denied. The boost will remain.
Lato, Lux, and Dumao present their final stand of this B-bomb site, and it will be enough to head into the grand finals of the CS Asia Championships 2025. It is the Brazilian squad in Legacy who have decided to stay with all 5 Brazilians while all the other top Brazilian orgs have gone elsewhere looking for other talent. And Legacy have managed to get into the finals. They'll go up against 3D Max tomorrow in a best of 5, and Heroic bow out in semis.
Legacy are worthy winners, worthy finalists. Heroic probably wondering if they could have vetoed a little bit differently to give themselves a chance, but in the end, no qualms about this result. They were handled very well there on Inferno.
Yeah, absolutely were, and Legacy did what they had to do. They kind of figured out how to deal with a very passive CT setup of Heroic to get them going, to get a respectable first half on their side. And again, like, I can't think of anything more like momentum breaking for Heroic and also momentum gaining for Legacy to be able to win that second round, to win that force buy. That just kind of spells disaster for that Heroic team.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it before, like Inferno for Heroic, not the best, not the most comfortable map for them, and they looked pretty one-dimensional. You said that the defense very passive, and it didn't really work from the beginning. It actually worked out in the end. Youngster was being abused in the pit on the A-bomb site.
Yeah.
And then until Nyla showed up with a few key rounds, they didn't really win anything. The 6-6 half, I feel like, is almost flattering for what Heroic showed overall on the first half. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. And it felt like it was more like Legacy kind of just taking their time to figure things out. Heroic, yeah, definitely are lucky to come out of that first up with 6-6.
Yeah, I mean, LNZ, first map, fantastic. Other two maps, he was non-existent. I know, IGL, he doesn't need to do much. I think in some of these rounds, he was giving his life away for nothing.
Yeah.
Over committing to peaks, to fights that didn't need to be even taken. And why are you backing yourself? Based on what?
Yeah.
Maybe the first map?
It really felt like a continuation of what we saw on Ancient, which was, we're going to take these individual fights. We need to win those fights, or there really isn't a cohesive whole to the round. And that kind of... I don't know, I just feel Heroic are a better team than this, but they seem to just get themselves on maps where they couldn't really play to their strengths.
Weirdly enough, it kind of felt like they fell into the same trap that 3D Max fell into versus Legacy as well. Because we talked about it when 3D Max had, I guess, finished losing versus
just
Legacy
go
on
B.
Inferno. Yeah, exactly. And it felt like Heroic's T-Size was pretty much like, we need to basically defeat the monster at B early on. Otherwise, there's no other option. It's the only thing on our mind. It's the only thing that exists. And they didn't really get anything for it. So a little bit saddened to see that they didn't necessarily explore their options more. Obviously, I understand they get into a rough spot with losing the anti-eco to start off the second half.
And we got to see some of our seasonal guy Lato. We'll talk about that in a moment. We're going to have the winners interview.
那边的粉丝仍然在为你们欢呼 ，Sazi。太棒了，太棒了，这种氛围。那当然了，今天的第一个问题，这是一场焦灼的对局。今天你们是表现更好的那一方。我看到你刚才笑容洋溢的，现在什么感觉？跟我们分享一下。
Wow, sweaty. You must feel really good winning this game. Can you tell us how you feel in your own words?
Oh, I don't know what to say. Like, the crowd was amazing. We were getting the rounds and they are buffing us. So thank you guys for the support.
我还能说什么呢？现场观众实在是太热情了，我能感受到你们的氛围，大家一直给我们加油，我都能听到，谢谢你们，谢谢。
当然了，我们还是要说一下今天这个 BO3，因为一开始的图1杀2这张图，你们好像有一些没有睡醒，跟我们说说当时什么情况。
Back into the game, we noticed in the first map, you kind of like sleepy, not waking up. What happened?
In the first map?
That's two.
Yeah, like we are getting a little bad in the T side. When the opponents pick this two, we play very well, but when we pick, we play very bad. So I think it was because of the nervous. We was very nervous. So when we lose the first map, we go back to the room and talk like, "Come on, guys, we are better than this. Look at this crowd. You need to do your game." So I think the talk before the second map was the crucial to come back the match.
12这张图呢是个很奇怪的图啊，因为我们选的时候我们都会输，但是对手选的时候我们都会赢。然后今天在12这张图里面，我们在进攻方的时候打得不是特别的好，所以导致状态也没有很好，输掉了这张图。我们在场间休息的时候回到我们的休息室，然后就进行了一番这个讨论，然后我们就说，哎，兄弟们，我们这个图打得不对呀，我们可以打出比这个状态更好很多的一个水平，为什么今天这张图打成这样？我们后面2张图一定要把它打回来。然后你看看现场观众这么热情，我们这个样子对得起来到现场支持我们的观众吗？这是他们说的啊。然后他们回到现场了之后，就是越来越能感受到自己的这个状态越来越好，最终还是赢下了这场比赛。
所以如果今天在这个 BO3 里面让你去选择一个转折点的话，你会把这张图结束之后你们这一段时间的交流作为一个重要的转折点吗？毕竟你们是让1追2。
Do you think this is the key point that the chat, the talk, is the key point that you turn around this game?
For sure. Like my teammates are talking to me like, "Come on, bro, you are smashing the pracs, so bring this to your game, do your best. We believe in you." So they always give me the confidence to play, and yeah, today was amazing the match.
我们在场间休息谈话，这场谈话非常的关键，对我来说。然后我的队友们跟我说 ，Sezin， 你在训练赛的时候打得那么猛，你怎么没有把那个状态带到我们今天的比赛当中来呢？我们相信你，你可以的。然后给了我很多的信心，我能感受到我的队友一直在支持着我，在我的背后支持我。这种自信和信心的重建，可以让我们赢下来这场比赛，非常的关键。
那当然了，在舞台上的对局之外，我们还看到了 Heroic 和你们互相的在这种对撞，在呐喊，在对喊。所以这种对喊是不是也点燃了你们，从而让你们获得最后的胜利？
We saw that you interact with Heroic a lot, both of you 10 players and included 2 coaches and interact with each other. Do you think that boosts you more or give you more firepower?
Yeah, for sure. Who already watch our game knows we have this energy, so we talk about this. Like, guys, we need to show your energy to the world. We need to do your best. We need to scream because it's our game, you know. When we scream, when we hype us, we play a lot better. So yeah, it's your DNA.
当然了，看我们比赛的朋友们应该都知道，我们 Legacy 这支战队就是一支在场上非常活跃的队伍。我们在比赛当中，不管是跟对手也好，还是我们队友之间，然后我们在场间在赢下比赛之后的呐喊，我们给彼此加油鼓劲儿，然后我们的这一种队内当中的互动，这就是刻在我们 DNA 写在我们骨子里的我们 Legacy 的能量。所以我觉得这样的一种互动对我自己本人来说也是非常好的。我们所有的我们队员，然后包括我们整个队伍和关注我们的粉丝应该都知道，这就是 Legacy 就回来了。
那最后一个问题，因为现在冠军奖杯就在我们旁边，但是想要捧起它，还有最后一位对手 3D Max， 所以你怎么看？实话实说，对于明天 3D Max 这场比赛的看法。
Last question. You're one step away, one best of 5 away from lifting up that trophy. What's your real thoughts, your real comments on 3D Max?
Oh, yeah. 3D Max for us is like a difficult match, more difficult, because they have a lot of experience. Like, we know they already played much playoffs. So yeah, it's gonna be a very hard game. But I think if we bring this energy like today, we have a good chance to win.
当然 3D Max 是一支非常强大的队伍，他们有更多的在淘汰赛上、在总决赛上去打比赛的经验，但是我们也是不差的。我们能够把今天这样的状态、这样的能量和今天这样的表现带入到总决赛当中，我们有机会能够赢下这场 BO5。
太好了 ，Zazing， 希望明天能够如你们所愿。那我们先把后面的时间交还给分析席。
Yeah, thanks a lot. So lots to break down there from that interview. I guess what we'll do is we'll take all of the answers and I'll sort of collectively put it out to you.
Yeah.
Obviously, they said, you know, after the major, well, again, we talked about it, they were 1 game away from the playoffs. This is now the standard. We want to hold ourselves accountable. We want to get to more events. Do you feel, based on what you've seen here at the CS Asia Championships, that you have seen an evolution of Legacy, or is it more of the same?
I think at this event they've shown the best face since the major. So in that regard, yes. I think also what he spoke about after the first game, being able to mentally reset 13-2 on your own map pick, not doing anything. I think that shows some good signs. And for Sadzin individually, he performed great on the second and third map. So his individual bounce back and the team's bounce back, that's something that they spoke about. Just having a better atmosphere between each other and supporting each other even when things don't go well, because that's going to happen regardless.
Yeah, it seems like their floor has kind of risen a couple of levels. So again, they're going to be more competitive even if they have worse days in it. Yeah, like the mental aspect is huge as well, especially for a team that at the stage when they obviously had their major run was extremely inexperienced. They weren't meant to be there, you know, initially. So for them to take these kind of development steps to be able to reset, and they've done it in multiple series now at this point as well, that's fantastic. So I definitely think we're seeing, like, per now, the best version of Legacy that we've ever had.
Just to add on to that, they're still a super young team. It's like them, Bait, and FUT are the 3 youngest, like 20-ish, 22 maybe average age, with Lux coming in as the IGL at the start of this year. This is first year IGLing. He hasn't been an IGL before that, right? So there are so many things that they need to learn in their roles, but also as a unit together, as Counter-Strike professionals.
Yeah, and it is a tall order for them, because obviously they're going to be taking on 3D Max, the event favorites, best of 5 as well, so you have to kind of pull out another map. There's not really anywhere to hide. This is the bracket and how it looks like. Obviously, earlier today we saw Team Liquid consigned to the 3rd place playoff down there with Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of spoke about it before. Is it good? Is it bad? It's kind of in the middle. Definitely didn't embarrass themselves like FaZe did, but wanted more, for sure. Wanted more.
I mean, it's been a shocking event for the big names, you got to say that. But anyway, this is what the schedule's going to be like. We are going to obviously show you that third place decider if you're a Team Liquid fan. I know that you're out there. You will get to see them take on
Not
Heroic.
saying anything for the Heroic fans. They don't exist.
No, listen, the Heroic guys, I think they're going to feel really, really good. It's a different kind of watching. They're going to be like, yay, maybe we can get third. Team Liquid are like, man, why are we in this decider, bro?
Yeah.
You know, it's good, just different energy. And then the final, 3D Max versus Legacy. Probably a final no one would have called. I think people were like, oh, you know, FaZe will probably get there. Maybe Team Liquid are...
3D Max, of course, yeah.
3D Max
fine,
up there, yeah.
But the Legacy side, not really.
Yeah, very unexpected to see Legacy. But they have been the two best performing teams so far, and I guess that kind of is a given considering they're both in the semifinals. But this has been a case of, outside of the Inferno that 3D Max had versus Legacy, I feel like we've seen them, like these two teams consistently play the best Counter-Strike. They haven't had massive drop-ups because even though Liquid and Heroic made it directly through to the semifinals, obviously their semifinals performances were very lackluster.
Yeah.
So I think on average, as a whole, like, yeah, it's deserved. Like, they have been the best teams at the tournament so far, and I think it's just fair to see them duke it out. And it being a best of 5, sure, it's a rematch from what we had in the group stage. I think it's going to be like a very different affair in total.
Absolutely. Final thought?
Yeah, just adding on to that, like 3D Max, obviously, they won a Perfect World tournament in the last month, but it was a smaller scale, mostly Asian teams, Chinese teams playing there. This is their opportunity to win like a tournament of this scale that they haven't won before, or not in this year at least. Same for Legacy on the other side. This was their first arena playoffs game with a crowd that they played, so huge step up for them. And a new MVP winner. No one, from what I know, none of these players have an MVP. Someone will be walking away with that one tomorrow.
And a big, juicy 3.0 rating. All right. Thanks a lot, guys. Been great hanging out. And that is it. It is the final tomorrow. So we'll be starting 2 hours earlier to account for what could be a blockbuster best of 5. So make sure you join us. We'll see you then.